Yeah. Yeah, I just put it on there. Let me just double check it and make sure. I just went live. Yeah. Yeah, I just went on. Yeah, let me put the link. I think I'll put it in the chat. Who, me? I'm way I go down the rabbit hole deep, man. You have to have a couple because the way they're going, they're programming us and yeah. Yeah. Hey, have you found it, Mad Dressman? You found the channel? Okay. I I just call him. I call him my friend from. What are you in Denmark? You're from Denmark, right? Yeah. I love it. We got the guy from Denmark. But I heard Australia is getting really bad. Oh, let me drop I'm going to drop the link too. Yeah, I dropped the link for you guys so you could come on. Yeah. Well, this is the yeah, I just put it on just to continue. Yeah, just to continue it. Yeah, so we don't got to get off because I know Doc wants to go. So I put it on for you guys to come on so we can continue the conversation. Because I just woke up. I'm ready to go. Huh? I didn't hear you. You could. I just told you you could say anything you want on my channel. All right, later. Yep. So if you're here, I dropped a link in YouTube and I dropped it in the comments. So I don't know if you guys see it. You could join. I'll let you in. Yeah, there it is again. And boom, there we go. I just figured, what the heck? If Doc wants to clock out, I'll clock in and we'll continue the conversation. That's all. I got nothing to do. I'm sitting in my room here going crazy. Yeah. You guys see the link at all? Do-do-do-do. And there we go. I think I put the right link in. Let's see. I can't hear nobody. What happened? It's my show. No, now I started my own. I was talking to my son, by the way. If anybody wants to know, he's screaming through the thing. You're not a moderator. I go, what do you mean? It's my show. I just dropped it. Hey, there he is. How do I give these guys a wrench? Like, how do you do that? Huh?
Hey, boss.
Oh, I'll give Tabara you a wrench because I know he does a lot of work. How do you do that? I click the screen. Here, hold on, Tabara. I'm gonna give you a wrench. My son's gonna do it. Give Tabara a wrench. Oh,
Yeah,
there it
he's
is.
good, with
Yeah, I like
tapping
Tabara.
the
That's why
wrench.
I
He's
gave
good.
him a wrench
Yeah,
so
yeah,
he could come on. There you go.
yeah.
You got it. No, he's a good guy. Yeah.
He's a
So
good
how's
guy.
it going
Yeah.
anyway, Mads over there? How's it going? And
It's actually we opened up like there's no COVID restrictions anymore. It's
yeah, they're
like
starting to
it's
pull back.
gone.
Something's up there. The whatever you want to call them, the cabal or whatever. They're pulling back. I don't know why.
I don't know why either.
Well,
We have no restrictions at all. It's like it was in 2018. It's like weird,
I, I don't know if they're
people are
pulling.
getting sick.
Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna pull
Yeah,
back and then step on our throats like 3 months from now. But right now, it looks like they're losing the battle, so they're pulling back a little bit.
yeah,
That's good though.
yeah. It is, it is because people are starting to see what it is. It's literally not
They're
that
getting
bad.
they're getting caught in their lie. They're getting caught in their lies. That's what's going on.
Mm.
Hey, I hope it goes back to like the way it was before this shit. Because life wasn't that bad. In 2018. People were
No,
smiling, looking at each
no,
other. Yeah,
exactly. It was a good year, and COVID fucked it all up. But they can't say the
yeah.
key C word as we call it. It's just,
Well,
but it's
it's
a
the
global
flu.
thing.
I call it the flu.
The flu, yeah. And
But
everybody say the kung flu.
I want to drive and look in the park and see 20, 30 kids playing with each other. That's what I like. Shit like
Exactly.
that.
Actually, I was there's a place I go where I smoke a joint.
Uh-huh.
And I went there like yesterday, and it's a place where people winter bath. There's this swimming pool where people are winter bathing,
Hmm.
and then there's a basketball court just besides there, and I'm standing in the middle and smoking joints, and I'm seeing all these kids playing around without masks on,
It's great.
without anything, just playing basketball. And suddenly at 6 o'clock, I'll hear the moms all, "Hey, Morton, hey, Jay, hey, come up here, we gotta eat." And it was like at 6 o'clock, it was there was nobody there. At 6:30, everybody was out playing again. It was like
Yeah.
it was nice to see, man. It was a good watch, and people, grown ass people, going to winter bathing at like 7 o'clock in the night. Like it's 1 degrees the water, 1 degree
Wow.
Celsius. Uh,
And their Sunday, they're going in
that's
the water.
Celsius. Yeah, 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 yeah,
What are they like? Polar bears?
yeah. It's the Danish things they call it being a Viking. It's winter bathing. It's just a thing. It's
They
just
have that in New York, in Coney Island. There's
yeah.
a there's a
I could
Russian
imagine.
there's a Russian neighborhood. Okay, and Russians tend
Yeah,
to love to live near the water. So
yeah.
these Russians formed a club called the Polar Bear Club, and they used to go to Coney Island in the winter and jump in the water. They were famous. Like the news would come down and film them.
Okay,
You know?
shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's kind of the same thing, but here it's kind of where I live, the city I live in. It's a very new. It's a very city in progress. It's a big city. It's becoming bigger and bigger,
That's
and
good.
they're making all these new things. It is good. There's a lot of work for people and shit like that.
Right. The more they
So
build the infrastructure, the more jobs.
exactly, and that's what's happening right now, and people are happy. People, and I think that's why they stopped all the restrictions. They couldn't keep up, with all the people being so free. They
So
wanted to be
depressed.
free.
Right. People are depressed
Yeah,
right now.
yeah, because people not right now in Denmark are happy. They're smiling. Actually, I had an accident. And there was this woman, she stopped off. She said, "Can I do something for you?" And today I had an accident. I was falling asleep because I worked all night. I fell asleep in fucking the bus on my way home. And I ended up like miles and miles away from my fucking home. And the bus driver said, I can't drive you home. I'm finished. It's my last drive. And I said, what? You have to get off here, he said. Then you must take a cab, something. I called the cab and he said, where are you? And I said, he said, we're not going out there. And I said, what the fuck am I going to do? I did this. The first car that came stopped and took me with and drove me to the fucking location where I had to be. You know, I just took the thumb, and the car stopped. So that's
Well,
nice.
that's
That's
nice to see. I hope we could go back to normal again. I mean,
yeah, yeah. He was actually, and the funny thing is, he was an American. He was living in Denmark for like 30 years, but he was from New York. He was from what was it? Not Coney Island. He was from
Brooklyn, Queens, Bronx,
no,
Staten Island,
no, not
Manhattan,
Staten Island. Staten Island. Sorry, Staten
Long
Island.
Island. Yeah, there's a lot of different parts of New York.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Staten Island. I've been in New York like 2 times, but it's so big. As a European, you don't.
If you're ever gonna come to New York, though, if you're ever gonna make a visit, the best time to come is
Yeah,
definitely during Christmas time. It's like a winter wonderland. It's really beautiful in the winter.
yeah. I heard about that. I
It's
always went there
beautiful.
in the summertime. Yeah, it's
This
beautiful. I
summer,
heard
there's
it's
really
very.
nothing in New York. There's no beach. You're better off going to Florida or
No,
something.
yeah, 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 yeah. But I love the city. I love like
Best
I'm an
food
old
though.
hip hop artist. Yeah, yeah. Best food, man.
Oh, the best. Because in New York, you can find
Yeah,
any type of food you want.
yeah, 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 yeah. They're great on food.
You don't know what pizza tastes like until you get to New York. I mean, Chicago
No,
has
that's true.
good
True.
deep fried pizza too. Chicago's got good food, but New
I
York
was in
has everything.
Chicago. Yeah, yeah. I played in New York. I've been doing some
New,
gigs in New York
New
on
York's a lot
Birdland. Yeah,
safer than Chicago, though. I can tell you that.
yeah, yeah. I heard about that. When I was in
Chicago's
New
a
York
dangerous
first time,
place.
I was in New York in '84 the first time.
Hmm.
And that back then it was like Times Square was criminal as fuck, but it's not now. It's a
Well,
whole different
well,
scenario.
what happened in New York back in the days in the '80s? It was really bad. Like Times Square, there were prostitutes everywhere. It was then
Yeah,
Giuliani became the mayor, and he cleaned the whole
yeah.
city up. He started, getting rid of all the porno stuff places. He kept them in a small area, but no street prostitutes, and he cleaned the
No,
city
no.
up, and it
Yeah,
really got nice. And then you get another mayor that comes in that's liberal, and he lets it fall to shit again.
yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
he cleaned up
Typical,
New York.
typical.
I give him
Who
credit for
was
that.
that? In the '80s, there was a Mayor
Oh, Mayor
Koch.
Koch, he was all right. Then
Yeah,
you
yeah.
had what happened was the guy Dinkins took over. He was terrible. We
Okay.
had good and bad
Yeah,
mayors,
yeah, 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 yeah.
but
But well,
at least
you
you were
sound New
free.
Yorkish. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah,
from
yeah.
Brooklyn originally. I
You're
lived in New
from
York
Brooklyn
most of
originally.
my
Yeah.
life. A lot of people say I sound like I'm from Jersey. I say no. People from Jersey sound like from New York. That's the thing. Because
Yeah,
all the
yeah,
New
it is.
Yorkers moved to Jersey to get a house, with grass instead of concrete.
Yeah, 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 yeah. But the New York, the vibe. If you come from Europe, the nearest you come to New York is Paris or Berlin. But that they got that big city vibe. But New York is it's a concrete jungle. It's like
Concrete jungle, yeah.
wow. Yeah, it's like wow. From a European perspective, it like a very, very, very good work. It's like wonderful, beautiful city. It is. It
Well,
is.
there's a lot of good people in New York. The problem is
There is.
bad people ruin it for the good people. So
Yeah, they do. They do. They
yeah.
do. But I had some good experiences in New York because there were one time, I was late for a gig and I couldn't find it. There was this girl. She showed me the whole way. She went with me and was like, it's this way, and we're gonna go this way. I'm gonna show you, she said. And I was like, okay, thank you. You need something? And she was like, no, 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 I'm going to show you. And she showed me, and I said, you want 2 tickets? And she said, yeah. And
Well, for you,
because of
you're
those,
a musician, right, Mads?
yeah,
You're a
yeah,
you
yeah,
would
yeah,
New
yeah.
York's got a little hole in the wall bars that you would be able to jazz clubs and things you could play in. So
Exactly.
there's a lot of that.
I've
You would
done
like
that.
that.
Yeah, yeah. And they're small, and they're like very, I love it. I love it, man. We don't have that anywhere in Europe. Actually, a little in Berlin, but not the same. Not the
No,
same.
it's changed though. It was a great city back in like the 80s and 90s and the early 2000s. Then, there are too many laws now, too many mandates there.
Oh,
They made it like, it's just terrible now. I mean, my friends, they tell me what's going on. I don't live in New York anymore, but they
no.
tell me what's going on over there, and it's really it's too many laws, too many mandates, too much. They control
Yeah,
every
yeah.
move you make over there. And the cops, they're
Yeah.
like stormtroopers now, over there. They're not regular guys anymore. Back in my day, the
No.
cops were like the regular street guy. Now these
Yeah,
cops are
yeah,
like
yeah.
they're stormtroopers. They don't
Yeah, that's
care. They abuse their
sad. That's
power. It's terrible.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But you see, New York needed a grip. The Bronx is like a place to live now.
Mm,
It's like some places in Bronx you can't even afford to live there.
that's correct.
It's
It's very
that's
expensive no matter where you go,
it's
but
expensive.
a lot of
We
people
had
love
the
New York.
same. Yeah, but we have the same kind of thing going on in Copenhagen. Copenhagen got 1.5 million people. That's not that many, but it's a city. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a city. But they are doing exactly the same where all the addicts are, where they run the streets, where they all the criminal activity is going on. They are moving them out. Out of the city
See,
because all our fucking tourists are looking at them
right.
because they are right in the middle of it all, and
Well,
a lot
I
of crime.
heard
But
like San Francisco. This is what I heard.
yeah,
I don't know if it's true or not, but I watched a few channels. I heard they're actually paying the homeless to stay in the streets. Like they're doing it like on purpose to run down the. Now, think about this: San Francisco's real estate was the
yeah,
most expensive real estate in America at one point, right? Beside Manhattan.
yeah,
So if you run all these people with money out of the city, right, and then
yeah,
3 years later start buying up all the property, right? Now you're a rich
yeah,
developer, you buy all the property, and then you put pressure on the politicians to go clean up the city. Who made out?
yeah, yeah, man,
It's like
shit.
a game they're playing.
Yeah, yeah, it must be, man.
I hope the whole world though kind of goes back to a normal state of mind because it'll be like a
Yeah, yeah,
renaissance. People will appreciate their freedom. See, we
yeah,
took it for
yeah,
granted as a human race, our freedom. Now we're seeing tyranny, and now a lot of these free countries that were really free are starting to wake up
yeah,
and go, "Holy shit, they could do this to us!" Yeah, guess what? They're doing it. So the next time around,
yeah,
when we take control back, we better put stuff in place so these guys can't ever do this again. Because what they've
yeah,
done is it's tyranny, and we should never have had this. But they basically taught us a lesson. Um,
yeah, yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
we
but
need to
yeah.
like get rid of a lot of these rules, like lobbyists. You shouldn't have a lobbyist in your government that could petition politicians to, with money.
No, it's,
That should be illegal. There's a lot of things that should be
yeah,
illegal, and we
yeah,
need, as a whole, to learn our lesson from this. And when we do get power back, we got to get a lot of these things. Like congressmen shouldn't be able to stay in power forever. It should be like 2 terms, and you got to go.
yeah, yeah,
In
true,
America.
true,
And they're
true.
not doing that. So the next time around, we got to put more laws as a as people. So these politicians can never pull this off again because what they've done is miraculous. I mean, they
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
took over the country like a mafia takeover,
yeah, yeah.
and we need to get the power and we need to get it back.
I know.
I hope
Yeah,
we
I know what
do.
you mean.
Yeah, but they did teach everybody a lesson. You're not as free as you think. You got to fight for your freedom,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I know, man. So I'm just picking something up. It's like
I mean,
it
Thomas
won't work.
Jefferson said that every 20 years we need a revolution to get rid of the government to keep them honest. I mean, and this is a fact. You can look it up. So that's what we may have to do. We may have to have, every 20 years, replace the whole government. So they can't build a corruption pipeline because this shit has been going on for a long, long time. And finally, they seized their power. They've been building up this plan. And now it's here. And when we get it back, we can't let these people do this again to us because it's ridiculous. We got to put more laws in effect against them, not against us. The government's supposed to just be like your big brother and protect you from another country trying to invade. They're not supposed to let people live their lives, not make a million laws like you're living in a camp.
No, it's true.
I mean, what's the difference if you live in a big city and there's a million laws? So you're living in a prison that you can leave your house. It's similar, We got to get rid of a lot of these stupid petty laws. They don't even let people be free,
No. And I'm glad I'm living in this little oasis, Denmark. Because we see, but we fucked a little up. We went into Russia's waters.
About 15 years ago, Mads, I moved to another country, right?
Yeah.
I moved there for financial reasons. My dad was sick. I didn't want to make him go. I didn't want to go to work. I had to take care of him. So I had a lot of money saved, and my dad had a pension. So I moved to the Dominican Republic.
Okay.
Now, if you got a little bit of money, if you're like a retired guy and you got like $1,500, $2,000 a month coming in, you could go there and live like a king. But here's the point I'm trying to get to. When I went there, I thought I went into a time warp. I go, holy shit, these people are free. They were they had the freedom level that we had back in the 70s and 80s. That was their freedom level. They were partying in the street, drinking beer. They were enjoying their life. They weren't doing crazy shit. They weren't doing drugs in the corner, but they were enjoying their life. And the cops, if they pulled you over, it was like you gave him $5, he let you go. I'd rather pay the cop than pay, they weren't shaking down people pulling their wallet out of their pocket.
Yeah, I know what you mean, man. I know what you mean.
What? So, I'm going to drop a link for people. I see a lot of people logged in. If you want to join, come right on. I just dropped it. I don't know if you people see it. But, that's how it used to be. And
and
it was a great place.
I must admit that when I was in New York, I was in Nashville, actually living in Nashville for a lot of months. I went to school there in Nashville High. It was right on Music Street. I lived. I was a guitar player, and I was in all the big studios. I met all the big guitar players. It was like I was a young kid. I was 13 years old. When I went into the studios, they were like, yeah, come in. And I was sitting in with all these famous guitar players. It was like, wow, what a dream. And they taught me shit. That was back in 84, 85. That was when, no, it was in 83, actually. It must have been because I'm 50. So it must have been 83.
I mean, if people knew what really was going on in this country in the 80s compared to now, they would be jealous.
Yeah.
Like the young kids.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we were basically free. I mean, up to a point, you still had laws that you had to obey, but they weren't petty laws.
Yeah, and everybody's talking about the crack era, but that was only few places.
Right.
It was not everywhere. It was yeah, I knew to a party. I saw a couple smoking that shit, but it was not something that I was. They said to me, "You want some?" Actually, there was one who wanted to give me a line, and I said no. And that was kind of big in the '80s. It was the drugs,
You know,
but it's still big. You know,
people have to realize
uh,
one thing: it doesn't take a lot of money to make you happy. Like I told you, I lived in the Dominican Republic for 5 years. These
yeah.
people were 10
Oh,
times happier than Americans, and they had nothing. They had a couple of
yeah,
dollars. That's it. Because
yeah.
they were enjoying life. And that's something I think we've stopped doing in America. We're too busy making money. And I get it. You need money, but there comes a point where you have to enjoy your life because you're only here for a certain amount of time. You can't buy time.
That's true. That's
And
no. That's true.
these
True. True.
people, they enjoy life. When do Americans enjoy life? They go to work,
Yeah.
they come home, they're beat up from their
Yeah.
boss mentally, right? Now they come home, they eat, they watch an hour or 2 hours of Netflix, and they're back in bed going back to work the next day. That's not
Yeah.
life.
Yeah. No.
And
That's surviving.
even when they're off, let's say you're off, most Americans are working 6 days a week now. So you're off on
Yeah.
Sunday,
Yeah.
you're so
Yeah.
beat up that you can't even leave your house. You just need to rest to get ready for next week again. That's how bad it is. I
Yeah.
think I think there should be a law that the most they can make somebody work is 5 days a week, 40 hours. That's it. That should be the law. And
You
then you would
know,
see
but
more jobs because then they
you know
couldn't
what
make you work 60, 70 hours.
the law in Denmark is 39 hours a week,
But do they make you
five
work
days a
weekends?
week.
Like, I think almost every business, except for essential businesses like food, should be
Yeah.
closed on the weekends. Why do we gotta have everything open on Saturday and Sunday? Nobody has a life.
You remember back in the days when like they had closed like 6 o'clock and like people would close their businesses at like 6 o'clock and before Christmas it was closed like for days. You know, it was another time. People were getting ready. They were like prepping. You know, almost.
When I was younger and you used to go for a job and they told you, can you work 6 days a week? You used to walk out of the office. See ya. And then
Yeah.
now people are like, yeah, I'll work 7 days if you need me. I don't care. Like, when did it get to that? Like, you just said, I'll be a slave.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm actually. It's the first time for 20 years I said yes to a job from 9 to 5. I haven't had a 9 to 5 in fucking 20 years. I'm a musician, so I've been my own boss. But getting this opportunity, I'm going to tell a story about homelessness, about drug addiction. I know a lot about it because I've been through it. So this company hired me to talk about it to tourists, to corporations, to all these, so they understand why this man they're lying in front of their corporation. They don't have to throw him away. They can give him a cup of coffee. He will clean up and he'll get out of there. You know what I mean? It's the understanding part. It can be different for people. So I'm going to be the consultant, in that area to work it between, be the man in between and learn the homeless how to,
hey, yeah, that's a good thing. You're helping mankind.
yeah, yeah, exactly. And
So
that's what I've been
JB
looking
brought
for.
up a great thing here. 4 10-hour days isn't so bad. So JB, back in the day, the police department, the fire department, all these, well, the fire department has a great schedule, but a lot of city municipalities wanted to go to a 4 10-hour day work week because they proved sick time would go down. I mean, think about it. You work 4 days and then you're off for three. That's great. And you would have more time to spend with your family and things like that. And they don't want it. They want you to work 5 8-hour days. The reason why is they don't care about us. They don't care if we're happy. They just want slaves. I love a 4 10-hour day work week. I think it's awesome, but unfortunately, it's not
How
happening.
much is your work week? What's a normal work week in the
Well,
United States?
the normal work week in America is 5 days, 8 hours a day, but it tends to be now in America what they do. These corporations, they make you work 6 days, make you work like 7.5 hours, and then they say your lunch hour you don't get paid, so that don't count. So they keep your work week like at 42 hours, where they can enslave you to come to work 6 days a week, and it's ridiculous. And but everybody submits to it. The people need jobs, and they're like, I got no choice. Well, we don't have a choice, but we do. And if more people start saying no, fuck you, I'm not working 6 days a week, things will change. But unfortunately, they kind of have us by the balls. To
Yeah,
say, they you got to eat, right? Everybody's got mortgages, rent, this, that. So this is what they do, and they've accomplished that. So we need to take
sad
back
man.
control a little bit, and unfortunately, it's not going our way yet. I think
Okay,
I think
okay.
the world needs a renaissance. It needs a whole
Yeah,
almost a reset for the people, not for the rich oligarchs. They got
no.
enough money. You know,
Yeah, my friend, he's working with what he called the one percenters, and I said, "How is it to work with these people? They're happy." I said, "No, they can't just be happy."
right?
And he said, "But they are." And I said, "But just because of the money?" And he said, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah." I said, "Money don't buy you fucking happiness." No, but it makes it easier, Mass. It makes it
So
much
JB,
easier.
you do 312s. You got to be a fireman because that's the only job I know that lets you work 3 12-hour days and you're off. I mean, I don't know if there's another job out there like that because that's why that job actually is a great job. It's a dangerous job. I almost became a fireman. I didn't do it because
Oh,
I I took the test. I passed everything, but I didn't want to go back in the academy because I had a business beside my city job. Because I told everybody I was a cop in the '80s, but we weren't like these cops today. I pulled somebody over. I didn't even give them a ticket. I used to just warn them on. I was for the people when I was a cop. I mean, I had the people's back in my neighborhood. I didn't
oh,
go. I didn't go harass them. If they were drinking beer in the street, I didn't bother them as long as they kind of kept it in a paper bag. Like, don't make it so obvious you're going to drink a beer in the middle of the street because, your boss would drive by and say, what's going on. But if they had the beer in a paper bag, I knew it was, I don't care. Like, you got to live your life. I'm here to protect you. I'm not here to enforce bullshit, pettiness. I hate pettiness, let people live their life.
yeah.
But definitely you're a fireman, JB. You come on now. 12-hour days, 3 days a week. That's a dream. Most people don't have that, but a fireman's a dangerous job. When you go in that fires,
Yeah,
I've been in
yeah.
a few. I've been in a few. So, one time I had to
Okay.
go in. There was a kid in the building. It was like a movie
Oh,
script. I had to go pull the kid out because the fire department wasn't there yet. I wasn't gonna. But when you go in a building, you don't see flames. You see smoke. And then if you open
yeah,
the wrong
yeah,
door, that's a backdraft, and that thing comes shooting at you. So you got to be
yeah. I
real
know,
careful
man.
when you're in a fire.
Yeah, yeah.
And you got to get low because you can't breathe.
I helped. I wasn't in the fire, but on you remember Scandinavian Star, the big boat that was burning in Europe. It was a disaster. 150 people died, and it was burning. It was because not because of it was drowning, but it was burning,
I
and
got you.
people were dying at the burns. So it was like, what the fuck?
People
It,
don't understand one
it,
thing about a fireman. Now, I wasn't a fireman, but like I said, I've been in a couple of fires.
yeah,
I have
yeah.
friends that are firemen. When a fireman goes in a really bad fire once, he earned his paycheck for life. Because it is super scary when you're in a building and you don't know if the floor is going to drop out underneath your feet, and you see smoke, and you can't see where you're walking, and you got an oxygen tank on, but that thing's running out. You got a timer on it, and it's a really spooky job, and it takes a hero. Those are the heroes, not these rappers that are on video talking about how much they hate America. That ain't my
What?
hero.
Yeah. Why was that? Why
I
is
love
that so
I love
weird?
my country. don't feel my government represents me. So I don't love my government because right
I
now my
must
government doesn't
say,
represent me,
we're
the
kind of
people are good.
disappointed about that Joe Biden. You know, the people are good. We know that. We know we fuck with American people. You know, Danish people always loved American people, and vice versa.
Right.
You know how we have a lot of American tourists here, a lot. You know, old people like the gray gold, as we call them. They're coming here, you know, from the United States, and they love Denmark. They love to see the Little Mermaid and all that shit. You know.
See, the problem with America is our government don't mind their own business. Now, American people in general, they don't want to go to other countries and try to enforce laws on them and try to, you know,
No, no,
we don't want to do that. It's the government that's doing it. And these guys, they
yeah,
say,
yeah.
well, you voted them in. How do we know we voted them in? They showed us that our vote really doesn't matter anymore. So are we really voting these people in? Because I didn't vote for, this guy now, and a lot of people didn't. How do you get in?
That's corruption. Sorry, but it
Yeah, well,
is.
that's the problem. A lot of governments have
We,
gotten
we,
corrupt,
a lot of, let me be honest, a lot of people from Europe could see that it was corruption.
but it's corrupt everywhere now.
Everybody, yeah, 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 yeah. Don't you think the Europe, the fucking European, the European Union is a corruption? It's the fucking biggest corruption shit going on in all of Europe, and we are 798 million people. You know,
Right.
so they're fucking with all of us. You know, with this EU rules,
No,
but
these
we didn't
EU
take.
it's gotta go. It's
Yeah,
gotta
yeah.
go.
They want to make little America. You know what I mean? Or big America because there's 758 and like 98 or something million. It's so they want to make this big country. They're starting with the money. We didn't take against the money. You know, the euros. We didn't want them. We said no. There was a big vote. So, but I think they want to go the American way. If you know what I mean. Uh,
Yeah, I mean, but there's so much corruption with that EU. It's ridiculous.
It
That's the
is
problem.
ridiculous. That's the problem. A big, some of them, the ministers, they're getting paid not for being there. They're just getting a friend to punch in. Then they're getting the money. They're
Right.
not there. They're not there.
Ugh.
What the fuck? Then they're taking like $10,000 every month out of the fucking EU. It's ridiculous.
Yep.
It's like it is what it is, but it's like what the fuck?
Yeah, it's getting like I said, we took for granted our freedom level for many years, and now they showed us,
Yeah,
haha, look what we did. We took control. So we gotta fight to get it back, and when we get it back, we gotta change the system. This can't keep
yeah.
going. We can't be going through this anymore. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Why did you move from the Dominican Republic? Was it
Well,
a
what happened
family
was,
business?
well, I took my father there to take care of him, and I had a beautiful house. Listen to this. I had a five
Yeah.
bedroom. I had 5 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms. It was like a mini mansion, and I rented it for $500 a month. It was like I was living
Oh,
like a millionaire for $500, and so I had money. My dad had a pension. I had a little bit of money coming in, and he
yeah.
passed. He passed away after 5 years.
Oh,
So I got lonely. I didn't want to be there. I then my son was living in America too, so I made I came
oh.
back to try to help him out a little bit because it's not easy for young kids anymore. Compared to when
No,
I
I
was
know,
young,
man.
there's no jobs out there for them that are really decent.
I know.
I had a city job at 20. I was 20. I wasn't even 21. So the opportunities were there, and now they're not because there's more people than there are jobs, and that's the biggest problem: the
Yeah,
supply and demand. And then guys ain't retiring. If you had a job and you retired right after 20 years, you would open the door for the next guy. Okay, now
yeah. Of
people are
course,
staying
of
on.
course.
Now they made it where you can't collect your pension after 20 years. Now you got to do 25. Oh, then now you got to do 30. So they made it to the point where now the wheel ain't turning as fast. So there's less jobs, and they create this because it's all about money. It's all about the bottom line. It's always about the money,
Yeah. All was about the greens.
Yeah, so there's less opportunity for the younger generation, no doubt. In
Sad.
my time, when I in the 80s, if you were making 2,000 a week, I'm talking 2,000 a week, it was kind of almost normal. Like I had tons of friends making that kind of money. It wasn't only me. Now try to go make 2,000 a week. You would have to sell your soul to the devil. Because nobody
Yeah.
wants to pay nobody 2,000 a week anymore. It
No.
doesn't exist. They don't give you. There's no opportunity. Well, there's less opportunity. Let's not say there's none, because
Yeah.
there's still opportunity here, but there's a lot
I know
less
what you mean.
opportunity. They've destroyed the middle class.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I've heard there's no middle class in the United States anymore. It's like it's gone.
Well, it's small. It's like it used to be. Let's say
Yeah. I
50%.
know what
Now
you
it's
mean.
20%. You know.
Yeah. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Of course, it's not gone, but
They
it's like
shrunk it. They shrunk it.
it's shrunken. Yeah, it is shrunken. Yeah, I know exactly what you
See,
mean.
unless
Because
you really have, yeah, unless you got like a city job or a government job, you're almost not middle class anymore, because the private sector really doesn't pay well anymore. Okay. It used to be the opposite. You used to take a city job with a
exactly,
benefit,
exactly.
and the private sector paid a lot, but you had no benefits. Now it actually flipped. Now, if you're in the private
Yeah,
sector, you get paid like a slave, mostly, and you work for
yeah,
the government. They pay you well because they want your loyalty. See, they're buying you.
yeah,
So all the
yeah,
city workers, like a cop, he's gonna do almost anything they tell him to do, not to lose his job, because he knows he can't go out there and get a job that pays 100,000 a year. He
yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
he
yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
have the tool set to go make that kind of money.
No, and that's okay. He's a cop, for God's
But
sake.
they bribed our police with money. They gave
Okay,
them a lot of
okay.
money so they have control. See, if a cop was making, like back in my day, a cop really didn't make more than the average citizen, but you took the job because you wanted to help people. There was a different heart set. Now they're taking the job because college graduates take that job. When I was younger, very little bit of college graduates wanted to be cops. And if you had a high school diploma, you could be a cop. Now you have to have 2 years of college, right? In most police
Oh,
departments throughout the country, not every police department. But the reason why they did this is because they want to have the control of the police. Now, in my day, if you told cops to do what they're doing now, they would have just quit. They would have said, fuck this. I don't need to do this for 25,000 a year. I'll go get another job. Now, the cops today, they can't go get another job that pays 100,000. Because they are
no,
making,
no.
any big city, they're making about 100 grand. Base pay
Yeah,
in
yeah.
NYPD after, like, I think it's 5 years, is like 85,000. But with night differential and a little overtime, you're making 110, 120,000. There's cops in New York
Oh shit.
State, Nassau, Suffolk County, and Suffolk County, and you could Google this. Their base pay is like 140,000. Their base pay. When you're paying a cop that kind of
Oh
money,
shit.
he ain't going nowhere because he can't make that kind of money.
No, I was
They'll
thinking
arrest
about
their own
that.
mother. They'll be like, "Oh, my mother ain't wearing that on her face. You're under arrest. There you go." Yeah, that's the point. They got it.
Yeah, that's kind of sad, you know. It
And they
is, you
lie
know.
like bandits. They say there's no quota for tickets. There is a quota. Okay, they just don't tell you there is. They're not going to advertise it. Even when I
No,
was on
of
the job, they used
course.
to tell us you got to go out and write 3 red light tickets a week. I never wrote them, and I used to get, like, my boss used to always, like, give it to me and tell me, "How come you don't write tickets?" I go, "Nobody breaks the law in front of me. What do you want me to do? Invent it?" And but today, now you tell a cop, "Listen, you got to go write 3 red light tickets a day. Or you're going to lose your job." They'll go out and write 5 just to make sure. They don't care.
that's yeah, of course they don't care. They need
Like,
the money, they need the bread, you know what I mean?
they're pulling
They
people
do.
over that don't even go through the red light. When it's yellow and you go through the intersection and it turns
Yeah,
red
yeah, yeah.
when you're coming out of it. Well, they're pulling people over for that, going, "You went through." And the guy's like, "But the
That's
light was yellow." They don't care anymore.
no, that's weird, you know. That is weird, you know.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I need my medication.
Yeah, but we definitely. I like to hear because you live in Denmark. It's a totally
Yeah,
different situation than over here in New York, like in compared to Denmark.
it is a totally different
But then
situation.
there's different situations in other countries, like Australia. I heard
Yeah,
it's getting
yeah,
even. I heard it's getting worse there, not better.
yeah. I know exactly what you mean, but
Where I come from,
uh,
my relatives in Italy. I still have relatives there in Italy. I heard Italy is like on the tyrannical extreme things. Like you can't even leave your house if you don't have a green pass. I don't know if it's true or not, but this is what I hear. I have a few relatives that live there, and they live in small towns up in the mountains, so they don't really go through that. But if you live in a big city in Italy, I heard it's even worse than like New York City, which New York and California have the strictest laws. I mean, they basically experiment with New York. They put a law into effect to see what's going to happen, and then if the people don't resist, then it starts to spread throughout the country. Like
yeah.
the first state in New York where there was no smoking allowed in like restaurants. I'm pretty sure it was New York City. And then before you know it, you can't smoke in any restaurants in the United States, right? It's spread.
I can't smoke where I am right now because it's you remember mask mask the big ship container ship where there's blue with the M and
Mm-hmm.
the A and the E and the R and the SK.
Mm-hmm.
The mask. It's a very big corporation. They have the biggest container boat in the world.
Mm.
And this corporation is Danish, and they own this facility. It's like a halfway house for fathers.
Uh,
I did some bullshit like about a year ago, and I'm still in the progress of doing some shit finished. I'm here to get help. In Denmark, they just don't throw you on the street if you're doing. If your wife kicks you out, let's say that my wife kicked me out.
mm-hmm.
She still because I couldn't have anything in my name because I'm a musician. So they take every fucking money I got in
Join the.
taxes.
Well, I don't go through that anymore, but there's plenty of people going through that. Join the club.
I
Hey,
know, I
well,
know, I know,
welcome,
I know.
Biblical Christy, Christo Logic. Is that what it is? Are you there, Biblical?
Biblically, this is biblical Christological account for
Oh,
the win.
okay. For the win. There you go.
Hey, here to tell ye that ye can't destroy our biblical Christological God, because our biblical Christological God is meta-ontotheologically ultimate and vice versa responses.
Well, I don't know who's trying to kill him. I'm a religious man, so I don't know what you're talking about. Could you kind of explain what you said? Because it kind of sounded like stuff that most people wouldn't even understand what the heck you're talking about. So break it down in English. How's that sound?
Biblically, our meta-ontotheologically omnibenevolent, eternal, immutably ultimate, and ethereally actus purus biblical Christological God unequivocally is antecedently the stipulator, annenting the immunity of ter's sempiternal actualities to prima facie be humanely apprehensible.
I know you're just playing with
Responses.
me now, right? You're just playing with me, right? You're saying like 100 of these fancy words in one sentence, and I have
What the
no.
fuck?
Let's put it this way: I've never booted anybody off my show, and you're probably the closest that's going to be, because I got no clue what you're talking about. I mean, you're talking
Biblically,
like you're talking. Listen, talk English. Get to the point. Like biblically, we can't change things that are going to happen because the Almighty has put it in place. Because if that's what you're trying to say, because I think that's what you're trying to say, I got you. We ain't changing it. Whatever the Almighty wants to happen will happen. Okay, whether we want it or not, he is the commander in chief of this planet.
The
This is
Alpha
his
Omega.
planet. He owns this thing. Okay, he owns it, so he has the title, and whatever he wants will happen, whether we try to change it or not. He will put into the hearts of man whatever he feels like, but that don't mean we can't talk about it. We can't try to change it. We do have free will. So when you're going this biblically theological explanational theory of the explanational of the theory of the biblical theological entity, I don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. And I don't like to swear too often, but like, what are you talking about?
Biblically,
All right, you know
our
what? I had enough.
biblical
Talk
Christological
English. I had enough of you. I had enough of you, man. I can't deal
biblically.
with it. I can't deal with that. I
What
think the guy's
the?
I think the guy's playing with us. I don't think I've ever booted anybody in
No.
my since I've been having
I
the show.
it's
That guy is like
when.
that guy's crazy. Like, what is he talking about?
That's when laughing.
Like
I just
talk
came up to
English.
ask for an interpreter because I didn't understand.
I have no
what
idea. I kicked him from the studio. I think he's a chill or something. Like, what is he talking about? That was like the most craziest person I ever heard talk. Like, does the audience agree with that? Because that guy was going like into like 20 sentences of one word, using it over and over again. I heard theological like 4 times in one sentence.
Yeah, I just came
He's a
up
biblical.
to interpret what he was saying.
I actually booted him from the studio, but I didn't even want to deal with him in chat. I just couldn't. My brain started to overload. So I think he was trying to get to the point. Like I said, he was trying to say, the Almighty is going to do what he wants to do.
Hi, JB.
How do you bring him? How do we bring him back? Let's bring him back. Lop's right. How do we get him back, Lop? Don't recruit him.
Let's have an open mind.
Yeah, but he wasn't talking English.
I know.
Did you understand?
He was talking gibberish.
I came up to ask you to interpret it for me.
I interpret that. You would have had to be a rocket scientist plus some, and I don't even know if they could have interpreted. I don't even know if the sentences he was putting together made any type of sense.
I don't think so. It was just words he learned.
I think he just came on just to fool around with us and like annoy us.
Is he backstage?
I don't see him. I booted him from the stream. I couldn't. I was like, this guy's giving me a headache. I got to get rid of him. That's the first person I've ever booted off my show ever. I've never booted anybody ever. I just couldn't. Because I felt he wasn't being sincere. I felt he was just being an idiot by talking like that. I didn't even think he was sincere with his words. I think he just came on to annoy us, like like a chill or something. I wasn't gonna deal with it.
He did because it was like every sentence was like biblical something, I can't remember the next word.
And he was never in chat, so he actually just jumped the gun and jumped in, and I had no problem. I took a shot. I was a little worried about him to begin with to let him on because I figured he was gonna flash me or something.
Yeah.
And
you'll learn a lesson when you get your first board bomb.
Yeah, Lop said you need a dictionary and look up every word. Yeah, but I don't even think if you put the words together, it would have made a real sentence. That was the problem. He was talking gibberish, like the logical, biblical explanation of the entity is the logical, theological explanation. And I mean, like, what are you talking about?
He speaks in just words and like trigger words.
He was trolling us. He speaks in riddles and codes. Definitely, JB.
Yeah. Definitely.
I had no patience for that. You could come on here and curse and swear and speak your mind. I ain't got no problem. Everybody deserves to be heard. I mean, within reason. You got to still be a little respectful to people. But that guy was totally out of control as far as he was just trolling us, really.
Yeah. So I'll let you guys rock out, drop out.
I appreciate it. Suan, come on anytime you want. You know you're more than welcome here. I like Suan. She speaks her mind, man.
You know what? I'm gonna pop up.
Yeah,
I'm gonna pop up with my bullshit.
Well, you should put Suan speaks her mind. That should be your name because you speak your mind. You don't let it back. So, first day I met Suan, we banged heads, and then after that we became friends because we realized we both got the same kind of brain.
We do. We actually do, Pops. I like you a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
And
There's no
we
law. There's no bullshit in between my mouth. It's just I speak what I call it the way I see it. That's all.
yeah, and I like you. I think you and I are probably like more like-minded than you would probably think.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'll pop up and talk my shit. You know, I'm gonna be in the chat
Yeah.
listening.
No problem.
So
You got it. Anybody else wants to jump on? Feel more than welcome. Because after a while, I'll be honest, I do like to talk, but there's only so much talking I could do. You know, my jaw hurts after a while. You know, I go to
yeah, you
after
gotta
a
be
YouTube
engaged.
channel, I'm like, holy shit, man, my
When I
jaw
see you
hurts.
being bored, I'm gonna come up and switch it up with my shit.
Hey,
So I'm gonna drop down. You guys have fun for now.
all right, have a good one.
Have a good one, Swan.
You know,
Swan,
Madge, you're breaking up a little bit. Yeah, you broke up. He's in Denmark, so he'll be back.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry. Oh, there you go.
So back,
But
I'll come back again.
you're
Come
breaking
back
up
again.
a little bit.
It's,
Your internet.
it's my connection.
Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm breaking up now.
No, a lot better now. I don't know. I guess where you were standing.
Am I
in
breaking
your
up now?
house.
Okay.
Not as bad. It's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a delay.
It's
It's
because
like a
I'm going
delay
down.
almost. Yeah. Sometimes depending. Are
There's a
you on your
delay?
phone? Are you on your phone?
Yeah. Right now.
Yeah. Sometimes wherever you're standing in your house depends with a phone. You know.
Yeah, I'm actually not staying in my house.
Tops you feel about Russia and the Ukraine and China and Taiwan. Well, here's my theory, my conspiracy theory. So, JB, I'll give you my conspiracy theory. I think Putin. I mean, you've heard about all this pedophilia going on out there. I don't know if people remember when they in the Panama Canal, I think it was that big tanker got stuck and they went aboard. You know, Russian Navy was on one side of the canal and the American Navy was on the other. And it was when Trump was actually in. And I think that container ship had a lot of children and stuff in the containers, and they didn't show, they didn't basically let us know what they really did. But I think Putin hates pedophilia. I know Trump hates it. So what I think is going on now, I think Ukraine, and this is just conspiracy theory, I think Ukraine is the like headquarters hub for the cabal of the Khazarian mob. And I think Putin is he has the army there, but he's really not invading. But he is sending in special force teams to get these pedophilia rings taken care of in Ukraine. And this is all like being hidden from us. You know, they hide a lot of things they do. I mean, this is just a theory. Is Putin really going to go in there and start a war? That could happen too. But I think there's a lot more behind the curtain than we see. You got to understand a lot of stuff that's going on. There's something else going on behind the curtain, and they're not showing us. And I think that's something to do with it. I think because, Biden's very friendly with Ukraine. Why? And that president there supposedly rigged it, and he got in. But Putin, from what I understand, Putin actually, I know people think he's a bad guy. I don't think so. That guy's he seems like he really believes in the Almighty. And he is a dictator or whatever you want to call him. But I think he cares about his people a lot more than people think. And I think right now he's going after a lot of the bad people on this planet, but he's getting getting the bad guy stamp, Like, hey, look, when the United Nations and NATO start telling you somebody's bad, they're probably good. Okay, because they're really the evil. Okay, NATO is an evil force. Okay, in my opinion, these are all my opinions. I go the opposite usually. When they tell me somebody's good, they're usually bad, and when somebody's bad, they're usually good. Now there are exceptions to the rule. China's an exception. I mean, we all know what's going on there. But I don't trust the United Nations for one nickel, only because I feel they've been bought and corrupted now. I think a lot of these oligarchs have dug in there, Soros, all these billionaires. I think they're dug in, the European Council and all that stuff. there's just so much going on in the world that we're looking at the little things. You know, we're looking at, oh, we got to go get this, and oh, look what they're doing here. But there's some big plays going on behind the curtain. We don't know. We have no knowledge of this. I mean, there's a lot of shit going on. Why is the White House dark every night? You know, why? You know, hey, welcome, JB. But like, why is it there's nobody that can show us, like, there's people actually in the White House? What's going on? You know, so there's a lot of stuff hidden behind the curtain. We don't know.
I agree with you. My conspiracy theory is I think that Biden was put in the White House on purpose to cripple America.
Absolutely.
And I think that if China invades Taiwan and Russia invades Ukraine, there's nothing we're going to be able to do about that because we're spreading ourselves too thin to try to fight both angles. So what I ultimately think, I don't know if it's going to happen anytime soon, but I think that eventually us as a superpower, we're probably going to lose eventually because all empires come to an end at some point in time. And I think that China wants to be the number one superpower at the end of the day.
I agree with that. I think when Trump was president, he was friends with Putin and they were working together. Now that they're in Biden, I consider Biden part of the cabal. I mean, whatever word you want to call it. I consider him part of something like that.
Definitely.
And he is actually going to cause the destruction of this country if he's still in power for a long time. It's just a personal conspiracy theory, you know. And I think if we get him out in time, we got a shot. But it looks like Putin has no respect for us anymore. It looks like China really is controlling us. So where do we go from here? You know, and the poor American people, we're all stuck now. They're going, oh, it's just fear porn. It's just that. No, people. They want to take this country down. These people don't like this country. Okay? We love this country. We just don't love our government. My government does not represent me. Because if they did, I'd be able to go see my congressman and complain. You can't go see your congressman no more. You can't go see your senators no more. They put a barricade around the whole District of Columbia, so you can't even go in there and see what they're doing. There's a reason. They're taking over. They're trying to take over.
Sorry, but back in the day, before all this shit with the election, could you go into Congress and see what was going on?
You could take a tour. You could go take a tour in the White House.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to that? Where people used to go to the White House, tourists, and take a tour and watch it. So they're going to say because of one incident, nobody's ever allowed in there again? Like, what kind of shit is that? They're hiding something. There's so much shit that is being hidden from us. Like I said, there's always something real big behind the curtain that they're keeping us distracted with all this other little petty bullshit. We're chasing, these mandates, and they're really like stabbing us in the back 20 times behind the curtain. We don't know what's going on behind the curtain. That's the problem.
I feel like China, they have the blueprint of what they want the world to look like. If you notice, China, they're doing a cashless society. They very rarely use cash. Everything's paid with their phone or debit card or credit.
And they have surveillance of their citizens with that credit system,
Yeah, and they have it's like a citizenship score. It's like a credit score mixed with how good of a citizen you are. So depending upon your score, you can't eat at certain restaurants or go into certain places.
Right.
And I think eventually that's what America wants to do.
I agree with you 100%. I mean, I watched a show on it. Do you know China has half, of all the surveillance of cameras, in London, England has a lot. China has half the cameras of the whole world. Like, if there's 20 million cameras, China's got 10 million of them.
Oh, yeah.
Like, their people, they show you a video. Like, they're actually doing, facial recognition on them. And they're showing, this civilian score above their head and who they are. I mean, that's real spooky sci-fi shit that's coming to reality.
Yeah, I seen that. And I seen where a guy, he got caught jaywalking and they took it right out of his account before he could even like go make another transaction. They took whatever he owed for that parking ticket or jaywalking ticket, whatever it was, took it right out of his account.
Yeah, it's like that movie. Have you ever seen the movie Demolition Man?
Oh yeah, definitely.
And Sylvester Stallone curses near a telephone booth, near a pole, and the machine goes, "You have violated section," and it spits out a ticket. And he like that's what's going on. Like people don't realize that they want total. When I say they, by the way, to anybody out there that's never been here, they to me means like the oligarchs, whatever you want to call these powerful families and people. So they want, people don't get it. They want power and control. That's what they want. They almost don't even care about the money because they know they're going to have the money. It's irrelevant. You know, I own Walmart. What are you telling me? I'm not going to make money? Of course I am. So what is it all about? Control and power. Power and control. That's what
it's all about control, because back in the day, let's say I fix your car or I do housework for you. You could give me $100 cash, right? But if they get, rid of cash altogether, then you would have to give it to me through Cash App or through some kind of electronic transaction. Now they could tax that.
Yeah.
And that's what they want to be able to do.
You'll have to barter. Like you'll have to say, listen, I could give you the $100, or do you want this like stereo that's laying in my basement?
Exactly.
They want to know every nickel that gets spent so they could tax it.
Exactly. And they already came out with something. If you have like $600 or more, I think it said through Cash App or one of those Zelle or something like that, you can tax
through PayPal. Yeah, they got to report you.
Yeah.
Yeah. They want to know when you take a shit, at what time you're going to wipe your ass. They do. If they could put a camera in your bathroom, they would. They really would. They would put a camera in your, like, you ever see South Park? Cartman's taking his shit, and there's a camera on him, and he's wiping his ass, and he's going, and if they could do it and get away with that, they would.
I agree, man.
I could definitely see in the future there's a camera in your house, like they put it in your living room, and say, well, China could almost do that. Their people just submit. They submit. And you know what's scary though, JB? I was watching the video. There are actually people that love that system. Yeah. Like, oh, I'm a good citizen, so I can go eat sushi in this restaurant, and they can't. And there was a girl, she loves it. I was like, look at this brain dead Karen. China's got Karens too,
Oh yeah, they had a couple like millennials and younger people, and they were like, "Oh, it's great. I don't have to carry a wallet. I could just carry my phone and pay for everything." Like they're just zombies, man.
Yeah, and this chip they put inside me. This chip, by the way, they put inside my hand. It's patent number 060606. But that's just a coincidence. That number don't mean nothing. Yeah, scan me.
Pops, don't you have mobile pay?
Who, me?
Don't you have in America mobile pay?
I don't cash apps. I don't use any of that stuff, but we do have a lot.
No,
of that. I use PayPal.
You have some mobile pay you can use in the stores and shit.
Oh yeah, they have stuff like that. You just scan your phone.
Yeah,
but that's your choice.
I don't use it though. Yeah,
I like cash.
I do. I can't because I forgot my card so many times.
See, if we surrender cash that we're not allowed to use cash, we give them more control. That's what we're doing. We're saying, here, more control. Now you can tax me if I tip the waitress $5 on the side. Now you can tax that.
Yeah, I hope they will see what
I go to a restaurant. I don't tip the waiter on the credit card. Like, you know how people go to a restaurant and then they say tip and you write it down on your credit card. If I have cash on me, I don't do that. I put 0 and I give the waitress the tip on the side, cash, so she don't have to pay tax on it.
Right.
They don't want that. That's the problem.
Yep, that's true.
Yeah. So that's the way it is.
I just want to hop up for a quick second. I'm at work right now, so I just want to hop up.
I appreciate you, man.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me.
You too, JB.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. No problem. Yeah, he's a good
nice
guy.
People you got nice people here.
What do you got? Nice what?
Nice people. You got nice people here.
Oh yeah, JB, good guy. Yeah, I got a lot of good people come on. Like that
Yeah.
other guy I never seen before. The guy that was talking theological theory. I think he said the word theological like 6 times. He was a chill. He was just coming in here
And
to
he
buck
said
chops.
biblical theological.
Yeah, he was definitely not even making any logic at all.
There was no logic in what even and I'm a European, and I think I'm quite good at English, kind of. And I couldn't understand anything of what he said.
Well, Lau, the
I,
only difference this guy's asking that what's the difference between a credit card and a debit card? The only difference is basically a debit card. They take the money out right away. A credit card, you could not pay it right away. Probably the only difference.
no, oh, it was when.
Yeah. What were you saying, by the way? Man, I didn't want to interrupt you, but sometimes I try to take care of it.
Oh, it was this. JB said I knew him for last year.
Mm.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Yo, Lop is gonna rewind that guy and see what the hell he's talking about. Good luck with that, Blop. Let me know when you find the real answer. What the hell he wasn't talking about anything. He was just talking gibberish.
Hey, JB, I remember you now. Actually, JB the Jewel. That was kind of funny.
So, how long you been going on Doc's show?
I've been going on from the start. I was one of Doc's founding leaders, as he called me, founding fathers. He calls me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, me and Doc. We were actually coming from the very racist sector of JB Gunner.
Okay.
I didn't know JB was a racist. I don't know if he is. I don't think so.
Oh, JB?
Yeah, JB Gunner.
Oh, Gunner, not JB that was on here. A different
No,
JB. I got it. Well, I don't know
yeah,
who you're talking about. But the word
he's
racist.
kind of very out to the right, and he's
Yeah,
making fun of these mud banks they're doing.
I
These
got you.
black people, guy, and he's have these. Um, but he's also taking white people up there, so it's like it is. But black people take offense, and I understand that because he uses it for getting clout. You know what I mean? He's
Well,
making welfare Wednesdays and shit
I
like
tend to
that.
stay off the subject only because, I mean,
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of people be called a racist and they are, and then I've seen a lot of people be called a racist and they aren't.
yeah,
So I
yeah,
think the word is used too loosely now in our society. It's
yeah.
kind of like if you want to piss somebody off, even if they're not a racist, just call them a racist and they get pissed off.
Yeah, I got pissed
You
off,
know?
and I fell right in the rabbit hole. That's why I met Doc, and Doc he started to fuck with me because I have never been called a racist. I played in a interracial band for like all my life. It's my it's my heart and soul. And my best friend just passed away, and they were making fun of me, calling me a racist. And if there's something I never been called, that's a racist. So I went right up on his chat where everybody was against me. So you see, I had no chance. I was saying, but look, I can show you pictures of me and this guy together in Spain, enjoying life, being best friends. I got pictures with him, but then they say, oh, look, he's got a black friend. He's like these people that say they have the black friends. They are the real racists. I couldn't do anything right. What's the matter with saying your best friends is black if he is black? What's wrong with that?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but me personally, I don't really identify my friends by their skin
No,
color. I
I
just
know,
call them
but
their name.
they will call me all kind of names. You would be pissed if you saw that.
I got
Actually,
you.
and that's why I said he would turn around if he's in his grave. If he saw this, he would be fucking.
Oh,
Yeah,
I don't disagree with you. You know what my answer to most racist people when they call me a racist? I tell them, "You think I'm really a racist?" I said, "Bring your sister around. I'll show you how racist I am." Like I try to give it to them a little. You know, like if you really think I'm a racist, bring your sister around. See what happens. You know, I really was never called a racist in my whole life, but like recently, I hear this word coming up constantly, and you
I
know
was
who's doing
shocked,
this? The governments are
Pops.
planting these seeds.
I
Well,
was
but
shocked.
this is by design, though. You got to understand, they want to turn us
Right.
against each other. America in
Yeah.
general gets along, okay?
Yeah.
In general. Look, there's always going to be racist, but then there are people that just have a preference. So if you have a preference, does that mean you're a racist? Like, let's say I'm a
No.
white guy and I only like white women. Does that mean I'm a racist? No, I
No.
prefer. But let's say I'm a white guy and I only like black women. Does that make me a racist? No.
Like,
So it's a preference. Now, when you come to racism, to me, if you're a racist, it's you're doing something to somebody based on their skin color, not something harmful. Okay.
yeah.
If I have a preference of who I want to marry, let's say, that's a preference. That's not being, but everything now is racist, and sometimes they're right, and sometimes they're wrong, but they're using the word too loosely, and it's to cause division. They want look, the biggest racists are the politicians up there because they live in pearly gate white neighborhoods with security cameras, and they're telling you that you're the racist, but where they live is basically a certain type of people, and that's it.
Yeah.
So they're the
But
bigger racists.
about all the colorism in the United States, I didn't know there were so many different races. In Denmark, we just fuck with each other, everybody.
Yeah, there's so many different races here. It's and they love to use the word melting pot. It's a melting pot. That's another thing they've tried to stigmatize on America. It's a melting pot. That's why we have to be liberals. No, listen to me. I know Spanish people. I know black people. I know Chinese people. I know Arabic people. I know white people, Italian. They're all on the same page. They don't want evil in their life. We don't want all this bullshit. I can identify as a pizza if I want. Come on.
Here where I live
They can go to school and learn that they could be whatever they want to be.
Yeah.
I could be
where
a
I live
pizza.
right now, there's a lot of casualties of war. There's like this guy up here in the apartment. He's got 2 kids, and they escaped from Afghanistan. And they are like,
JB's like me. I date all races and friends of all races. There you go. That's who I am. I'll go with it. Listen, JB, I'm not kidding. I was watching Star Trek one day, the new one of the newer ones. And in one of the new Star Trek movies, there was a hot green Martian. She was smoking, but her skin was green. I went, yo, they had Martians come down and look like that. I'm hitting that too. I don't care. Green skin, purple skin. She was smoking. You got to watch. I don't know if anybody ever seen. I think it was the first or second Star Trek. I'm looking. I'm going, wow, man, that green Martian smoking. So, who cares? If a girl's good looking, she's good looking. I don't care what color she is. There's beautiful women of every skin color out there.
I always had a thing for people from India.
Oh, that's your preference. You like that type
Yeah. And because I've been in India, they're very nice people, very, very, very special people. Very, they're quite funny.
There you go. JB's got to do it too. I'm with you, man.
Hi.
How you doing?
Hi, man.
Yeah.
I basically have a preference of woman is I want a woman to be real. If she's not real, I can't be around her.
You know what? I don't really think anybody that I've ever encountered in here, I don't think they're racist at all. You think for a second that if I went and met up with JB and rocked out with him, was attracted to him, and him and I shot the shit, and we were
JB, you better watch out, Mo.
then we wouldn't kind of like get together. The same goes to you, Pop. Same goes to you, Mads. That's not with your skin tone. Has nothing to do with that. Is if you rock out with somebody and you connect, then you connect. Has nothing to do with skin tone.
Not at all.
No.
I mean, now my preference is, like I like big butts. I can't help that.
Yeah, well,
bring Nicki Minaj in here. I'll show you what I'll do to her.
You know what? Me and Pops, me and you are not gonna rock out. So
Yeah, I got it.
I don't,
But we
I'm
all
not a
have
big
our own.
booty bitch.
We all have our preferences, you know.
Exactly, and it doesn't matter. But you think that I would give two shit or feel some type of way about somebody? If I have my preference, I have my preference. That's it. And everybody else has their preference. But if JB and I were rocking out at a say we're having drinks at a bar, see I'm a sapiosexual, so I'm attracted to intelligence. So if him and I were rocking out and he has the eye contact going and he's doing his shit and me and him are rocking out, that's cool. It doesn't matter if he's black or white
No.
or whatever. That doesn't even matter. As long as him and I are vibing together. Even Carlton, I think I'd probably rock out more with Carlton than JB. But if Carlton and I
Yeah.
were shooting the shit and we're having drinks and having food together and we're rocking out, then I'd most likely be with him.
Like me,
And
I'm attracted to big bubble butt asses. I don't care what color they are. Okay, you got that bubble butt walking, you know. I get
I'm
sprung.
attracted.
I'm like, whoa, look at that. You know,
Mm.
I like that. I don't like thin women. I like them a little thick, and I like that bubble. But that's my preference.
It doesn't matter. See, to
I
me,
need
I'm a
some meat.
sapient.
Yeah.
I love intelligence. I love eye contact. I love having intelligent talks. I love having
I,
drinks with you, and we're
I
gonna
like
have
funny people too, though.
appetizers together and shit. And if you can dance, that's a plus. I
Yeah.
love all that.
Yo,
And it
JB
doesn't
Mo,
matter
you're in
what
trouble
skin
now.
color
You
you
got a
are.
fan.
Yeah, well, that could be Carlton too.
Yeah, I like funny people too. Like I don't want to be
Me
around a girl
too.
that
I
has no
love
sense of humor.
comedy. I love comedy. If you can't bust balls, then
There
see you
you go,
later.
JB and me. We're assaholics. There you go. I like that. I'm gonna use that line. I'm an assaholic.
Well, I'm safe then. I'm
Yeah, I
top
love.
heavy.
I can't. Yo, if you ain't got no cushion in the back there, I don't know. It just now I
Nah.
do like a face too, though. I
I'm
like
not a
a
flat
pretty
ass, but
face.
I'm not top. I'm not bottom heavy.
Well, I went with not bottom heavy. I'm talking bubble butts. I'm talking like kind of J Lo. I mean, like these movie stars. They're unrealistic. Like they got all those plastic surgeries. They got like
Yeah, so
that's a
yeah.
little out of
So
control.
I'm
No
Xing
woman has
you
an ass
out.
like
I'm
that.
Xing JB. I'm Xing Mads, and Carlton's my man. Carlton.
Yeah. So we're setting
We
it up.
gonna rock out.
JB and Sue are gonna come on the show and dance. Is that what's going down?
No, it's gonna be
What a
Carlton
wonderful
and
show.
I. We're gonna dance salsa, merengue.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
There it
we're
is.
gonna have a good
Oh,
time.
Lob
No,
loves Nicki
Carlton.
Minaj, by the way. He knows he does.
JB,
I,
I'm breaking up with you, JB.
I've been
Breaking up with
dancing
you.
for a long time, but I was dancing salsa for like
And I
some
love
hours.
it.
That's hard. That's like energetic, you know. If you really,
JB, if you
JB.
like to dance salsa, merengue, and eat fried chicken, just go to the DR, man. Because that shit's going down over there.
uh,
No, I broke up with you, JB. It was fun while it lasted. Carlton's my man, and him and I are gonna plug sweet nothings into each other's ears and dance salsa and merengue.
Oh, I danced for sure. I mean, I lived in the DR for 5 years. You had no choice. You had to pick up a girl. You had to go out there and start merenguing, shaking your ass with them. Like, I don't know if anybody's been there. Like, the men are even like moving their hips, like and shit. It's crazy. Yo, I was doing this shit. I was like, woo, moving my hips around. But I had fun, man. You know, half the time I had to get a little couple of drinks in me to do it. But, once you get good at it, though, then you just start like grabbing girls and going on the floor and just going at it, man.
yeah, but you know, if you're not drinking anymore, I don't drink anymore.
I only
hard.
drink when I go to a bar, like a club. I don't drink at home. The only thing I do
I
drink
would
is a
love
little
to
wine.
drink,
I drink wine. I like
but
wine.
the
I
problem
do. I make
is,
my
I don't
own
know how
wine.
the bar looks the day after if I've been drinking.
I actually make my own wine, so
I'm old school. I don't need a great wine. Here. You want to see my wine? Hold on.
What wine are you making, Swin? What kind of wine are you making?
This is what my grandfather used to drink. You
I'm
know, he used to
meeting up
keep it
with a
under the
big
table.
house
Here
in
we
New
go.
Jersey
Here's
next
what
month.
I drink. Like Carlo Rossi, a big jug. My grandfather used to have this under the table, and he had a string, and he used to pull it out and drink. I'll drink a little bit. I like sweet wine. Dry wine I can drink, but I'm not a fan
Oh,
of it.
you gotta try Jamaican wine called jam juice. If you
Oh,
love
German
wine,
wine. That's sweet.
I'm gonna
German
try
wine.
that.
strong jam juice.
I don't
German.
like beer. I don't know how
Very
people like
good. It's
beer.
a
I don't
very
like
good
beer.
Jamaican
Have
wine.
you heard about this wine called Riesling? Riesling?
Yeah.
Riesling?
Yep.
That's very sweet, the German white wine. It tastes very good.
My favorite beer, though, I mean, I don't like beer, but I'll drink a Corona with a lime in it. You know,
Yeah,
I
that's
like
good.
a Corona with a lime, and I gotta be
Me
like
too.
I gotta be hot
Honestly,
to
Pop,
enjoy beer.
you know, I love Corona with a lime in it when I'm eating crab.
Oh,
I
No.
love eating crabs,
you ever
and
go
I
to
have a
Joe's Crab
Corona
Shack?
with a lime.
You ever go to the crab shacks where they give you a
No,
hammer and you beat they give you the
no. I've been to
oh,
Pop, like,
that shake crab bag that you
oh
have like
yeah.
a bag of a little bit of crabs for like
Mhm.
$100, and they shake it up with nasty ass seasonings. I've
Yep.
had that.
Well, if you go to Joe's Crab Shack, they have them like in Florida. You sit at a table and there's a hole in the middle of the table with a bucket, right? So they
Ooh.
come out and they give you this mallet, and you'll sit there and crack the crab legs with the mallet, and then you throw the mallet, the shells in the thing. But the kids love it. You bring a kid and give them a mallet and tell them to start whacking it. My kid used to love it. Like he'd be going,
Yeah,
where do you want to go to eat? Joe's Crab Shack. Because he want that mallet.
See, I would probably like that because I love crab. When I drink Coronas with a lime in the neck, I'm eating
Delicious.
crabs. I'm eating crabs, and I love it.
They go great together.
They do.
yeah.
They
It's like a
do.
perfect marriage.
It is.
Meat goes this beat the
Certainly
meat.
is. Yep.
Oh, you
But
gotta beat your
somebody
steak up a
is
little bit
eating
too.
the marriage, Somebody's eating the marriage,
It's so good when you have crabs. I go with these I'll go ham on crabs and drink some Coronas and be in my glory. And if I'm in a setting where there's a pool nearby me or a beach, I'm in my glory.
Have you ever gone to
Oh,
like one of the real expensive buffets in like Vegas, like the Bellagio?
Never been to Vegas.
I think it's
I've
called
never
the Bellagio.
traveled anywhere,
All
honestly.
right. Could
I've
you
been to New
imagine
York. That's
walking
it.
into a buffet, Suan, and they got these giant king crab legs? I mean, gigantic, and they cut the shell in half. All you got to do is grab it and pull the meat out and dip it in the butter. Like I would have a stack like this of crab legs walking to my table. People would look at me like I was going to the electric chair. And I was just pulling this meat out and going, oh, dropping it, man, dipping in the butter and drop.
yeah.
Mm.
But it was an
Damn.
expensive buffet. It was like $50, but it was
We
worth
have
it.
a
They had
buffet
ribeye steaks,
around
they had
here.
everything.
We have a buffet around here that's all you can eat: prime rib, shrimp, lobsters,
Really?
all different steaks. It's called the Nordic Lounge, and yeah.
Me and my son used to go to a buffet, no lie.
I
It was a
think it's
Chinese food buffet, but they had crab legs. So we used to go in there, and that's all we ate. We didn't eat the rest of the other shit. I was like, what am I going to eat lo mein? Noodles, $1 a pound. I'm eating the good shit, right? We used to go back with stacks of crab legs, eat them, and go back again, get enough. They changed the rules because of me and my
they
son.
bait your ass. They bait your ass for the crab legs like that.
Yeah, they started putting a guy near the crab legs, and he was giving you like 2, 3 at a time. You couldn't go take all you wanted. And I used to go there and fight with the guy. I go, keep going, man. It's a buffet. I don't want 2 of them. I want that whole tray. Give it to me.
Yep. No.
Right. The funniest thing is, you go to
That's
buffets and you
hilarious
eat pizza.
because
Who the hell eats pizza at a buffet?
Well, crab legs are expensive, Pop.
Yeah, I eat the expensive shit. I don't go for the cheap stuff. I can eat the cheap stuff anywhere. Why would I not eat shrimp and crab legs instead of people are there eating macaroni and cheese in a buffet? Like, I can
I know.
understand a little kid, but not an
And
adult.
people love lobster. I don't like lobster.
I only like the tail and the claws. I don't like the whole
I
lobster.
like the claws, but I don't like the tail.
Yeah, but and then
Claws
they
are
got
good.
I
people
like
eat
the
the whole
tail
lobster
if you
sometimes.
use it in a recipe. I like the
Yeah.
tail if you use it to cook with in a recipe. That's
Yeah.
when I like the tail. But lobster claws and butter, I actually like.
Mhm.
Crabs is my shit.
But you know,
Honestly,
it's funny when you
I
talk
love
about
crabs.
seafood because we're really eating water bugs. Like,
Water
listen,
bugs.
you know, the Almighty God must be saying, I put it at the bottom of the ocean like a clam, okay? And they're still eating snots. They're eating them. Like it's a snot. A clam looks like a snot. And he goes, I put the shit at the bottom and people are still eating it.
You leave
Like,
my crabs alone.
we're not supposed, if you read the Bible, you're really not supposed to eat shellfish.
I used to go crab fishing with my grandfather. That's why I love crabs so much. I
My
went crab
favorite is
fishing with
crab
him,
legs.
and
Yep.
you know what we used to do? We used to take chicken skins and wrap them around with fishing wire and wrap them around a can like a beer can, and dip it in between rocks. And the crabs used to bite onto them, and then we lift them up and put them in a bucket.
Yeah. Ooh.
That's how we went crabbing when I was a kid.
I used to sit at a barbecue with my friend, and we used to get, you know, the steamers. They're like little clams.
Mm.
We used to get a whole tray of them and just let them sit on the barbecue in garlic and oil and water, you know, in a big tray. And we would play chess in the backyard all day and just eat clams and drink beer. It was,
Mhm.
you know, simple
They're
things
very
sometimes
clean.
can make you happy.
Yeah. But we used to actually go clamming. I'm from New England, so when we went clamming, we would actually go dig them up with our feet and pick them up, and it's the cherry stones. Mm.
Vigo, by the way, to answer that
Mm.
question, I eat a lot more meat than I used to. I've always known that carbs are no good for you, and if you stick to protein and vegetables, you'll lose weight, and that's what I'm
Carbs is
trying to
actually
do. But I
carbs
am an
and
Italian. I
sugars.
love pasta. I can't help myself. That's my
Yeah,
weakness.
Actually,
carbs and sugars.
I'm sorry.
I don't think pasta is bad for you at all. I think and I'm a fucking bread and meat and potatoes person. Oh God. So
Well,
yeah,
I mean, if you eat too much carbs, supposedly it's
I
no good.
know it's true.
Because
So
I
that's
think that it's the
why.
processed carbs that are bad for you. Like if you ate a potato, that's kind of natural, right? It grows in the ground. But if you ate pasta, which is processed, it's
Mm-hmm.
two different carbs. I think. I think your
Yeah,
body
but
could
it's
burn off the
processed.
potato easier.
It's a processed wheat.
Yes,
It's processed with water. Like it's not even like ill processed.
but it's a
But
complex
even
carb.
it is, and it brings up more sugars in your diet, so it's a problem.
Well, your body
Um,
doesn't really recognize complex carbs, so it doesn't know what to do with it. So it stores it as fat because it don't know how to break
exactly,
it down.
exactly.
And
So
that's the
yeah,
problem. But it's
yeah,
the portions too. You know, in Italy, they eat pasta every day, the people, but they eat a little bowl like this big. In America, we're gluttons. We eat giant bowls. You know,
yeah,
we eat
that's
biggie
true.
size of everything, you know?
Have you seen a fucking portion of chicken palm when you go to a restaurant? It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
yeah, you can feed 2, 3 people with it.
Exactly. We could feed a fucking small family with it, man.
You,
Like
you,
honestly.
you know, even
Like
like you go to other countries, you'll see the difference. Like, even I was living in the DR, right? Now, these
mhm,
people, they're poor, but they got enough money. Some people, even the Dominicans that have money, could eat bigger portions, right? Now, you go to the house and they're eating, and they have chicken, plantanos, you know,
mhm.
yuca. They got all different sides. And you see them, even people that they don't take giant portions of like meat. They'll take a little piece and they eat a little, and their
Yeah.
portions are like normal. We eat like gluttons. We'll look at that thing and we want all the chicken in the bowl.
Well, there was this tribe. and it was like the oldest living tribe, and literally they had like 8-inch plate, and 80% of that plate was all vegetables, and they would have a small portion of carbs,
Mhm.
and then the other portion meat. And this is the longest living tribe in America.
Yes.
Not in America, in the world.
They show that they proved like even these like Eskimos, like they can only eat meat, fish, and stuff. They don't that a lot of stuff isn't available to them, and these people live a lot longer than us.
They do, and they even eat a lot of canned shit too.
Yeah.
Like
But
that long hauled food. They actually eat that. Because they have their salmon, they smoke it, they can it, and they do all that shit to it. And so yeah, and you're correct. And even though them, even with their methods of preserving their food, still live longer. It's a fact. It's true.
those are facts. You're right.
Yep.
Another study I've seen, people that live longer don't eat a lot. Like they'll eat once a day, basically whatever I guess their body needs. You need like
Yep.
45 milligrams of grams of protein, and their meal basically gives them exactly kind of what they need every day, and that's it. They only eat once a day, and the theory behind it is when you eat, your body has to work right to process the food,
Yeah,
and
exactly. And
your heart has to pump more blood into the stomach to like to get it going. So what happens is your body's working, digesting your food instead of repairing your cells.
exactly. These people eat and like they work and work and work and work, and then they'll eat, and then that's when they have their rest
They say
because
you really should eat once a day,
because their body is processing that food,
right? You
and
know,
they're chilling with their family, and then they go to bed, and then they get up the next day and do the same shit over. They
yeah.
don't and like listen. These like early people, they didn't wake up and eat. They probably had a cup of coffee if they were lucky, and I
Or
think that
water.
was like an like if that, and
What?
they went out and did their work, and then that meal bell rang, and then they ate their food,
Mhm.
and then they went and did this the second shift after that, and then they came home, and like 3 hours later, and they rest, and kind of like chilled. They chilled, everything digested, and then they chilled with their family, and then they got their sleep. And these people slept before, like when the sun set, they slept. Period. That's why they were up early in the morning.
And that's probably the way our body was designed. But unfortunately, America and other countries have taught us,
We're
eat three
gluttons.
meals a day and
We're
snacks in
gluttons.
between. We give our children 3 square meals, snacks in between. So what are we doing?
Listen, not honestly, not from when I was like I gave birth and stuff like that, and then I see what my daughter is doing and her eating habits and stuff, and I just want to check her. I just want to check her, but it's just like it's like weird. It's like weird if I do check her.
Water fast will reboot your system. I agree with that. Actually, they're even claiming that if you drink water, like you drink like 16 or 32 ounces of water when you wake up in the morning, and you drink water actually before you go to bed, also a big. They actually claim that you lose weight. Now I don't know how that works, but I'm
If,
gonna try fooling around with that theory and
if
eat
that's
once
a
a
real
day.
Gabe,
Mhm.
hi Gabe.
Actually,
Hey,
fasting is healthy
you
for
know
you.
what, Pops? I want to ask you, what is that recipe for your detox path?
My son has it. I don't know if he's still here, but he'll put it on there for you, or the next time. But yeah, he knows that with the detox bed. Yeah, everybody
Mm.
needs the detox because you need to get these toxins out of your body. And I've taken a few detox baths that he's made me, and when I come out, I feel a lot better. Like it gets some of these metals and things that you've been eating out of your system. You need to get this poison out of your body, It's just there's so much in us from the food we eat that even your body cannot get rid of it as fast enough as you think you need to get rid of it. Detox bags definitely help you, without a doubt. Fasting actually helps you too. If you fast like 1 day a week, you will see a big change in your whole body. I mean, you'll just transform. I mean, because you need to burn these complex carbs out. The fat. You need to get rid of that shit because that's what makes you fat. But
Yeah.
it's hard to do. That's the problem. You're sitting in your house, especially now the way things happen. A lot of people, we were like kind of getting stuck in a house a lot. Didn't go to work, was collecting money. I think there's more obese people now in America than there ever was because everybody was like kind of stuck in their house eating. When you
Yeah,
sit in your
yeah,
house, you
now,
eat,
yeah.
you get
During
bored.
COVID, I gained 8 pounds during COVID. Yep, absolutely.
I used
Agreed.
to go to the store and buy a bunch of junk food when I knew a snowstorm was coming because I was like, this is great. We're going to get snowed in. I'm eating. And that's the worst thing you could do. But this is the, we're spoiled. We're gluttons. We
Mm-hmm.
let them do this to us, though. It's a little by little, biggie size. Where this biggie size? Oh, you want the biggie size? Like, whoever invented that? Like, it was a genius. Like, let's just biggie size it. Here you go. You want to eat a little more, you pig? Biggie size it. You want a 40-ounce soda? Like, who the hell needs a 40-ounce soda? I never finish it. Like, it's crazy. And then they get diet stuff that's worse for you than stuff that ain't diet. And people think they're doing good, Diet soda is worse for you than regular soda.
Mm.
That stuff they put in the diet soda, even though they say there's no sugar, but it makes your body retain water. It does all kinds of bad things to you. It gives you cancer, and then the soda with sugar is still bad for you, but it does less harm to your body than an actual diet soda. I used to love Diet Pepsi. I stopped drinking it a long time ago because it's bad for you. These are all these cancer-causing chemicals too. So it's very hard in today's society to find, the right way to eat and everything because we're so accustomed to eating all this junk that it's like almost crack. Like I love Doritos, right? And I used to tell people, like, what do they put on these things? Because they just taste that good. You put it in your mouth, you're like, oh, they taste great. This is done intentionally. They put all this artificial shit on there that tastes delicious. They know. They scientifically know what makes your taste buds tingle,
Yeah, I
So
got
it's not easy. But I've been on diets, like Atkins diet worked great for me. I lost a lot of weight. But then, one day you go into a place and you get a couple of slices of pizza and now you're off the diet already, because I love, pizza too. I love pizza, pasta, all the things that are bad for you. I love.
I'm a like I said, I'm a meat and potatoes person. I love bread. I
Yeah, I
love all
love
that
bread.
shit.
I
But
love
I
good bread.
learned, you know what I learned? If you make your own bread and you do your own shit, it's different. You
My son
have
makes his own bread. It's delicious.
yeah, it's absolutely delicious, and you only eat a little bit of it, and it's portion control. Like honestly, it's portion control. Like if you
Yeah.
literally like just stay in that path where you only have like all right, like um playing card size of meat portion, and then you have that same portion for your carbs, and then you have a bunch of fruit and vegetables, fill that in. I think that's where you're good,
Hmm.
honestly.
So Gab says, listen, Splenda does what it has to lower my sugar, might mess up my kidneys. I agree, but
Mm,
you have to
yeah,
pick it. There are natural um
yeah,
sweeteners that you could use instead of Splenda. You just got to find them and see, test out a few of them and see which one you
exactly.
like because there's no sense of you getting cancer just to lower your sugar. You might as well not use Splenda at all and drink whatever. I know it's hard. Some people can't drink coffee without a sweetener. I thought the same way. And what I started doing is using like a heavy cream in the coffee. You can even use butter. Butter's actually good to put.
I do cream and honey.
Right.
But
If
yeah,
you're a
Gabe the fake
diabetic,
Bronx,
it's
the
different,
fake Gabe the Bronx legend, because not the real Gabe. Let's
Oh,
put that out there. It's not really him.
uh-huh.
But honestly, if you want to like substitute your you really shouldn't substitute like your body processes sugar the same way it does Splendor or what's the other shit that people use um to sweeten whatever sweetener you use. Your body process it the same way. So it's best that you probably use like honey or kind of like if you can get your hands on a beet sugar,
See,
sugar beet
Gabe,
is probably the best way.
I see your statement here with Atkins and all that stuff, and I'm going to tell you why I disagree. Because these doctors in this country have been taught that is true, as far as your kidneys and stuff. But
Mhm.
she brought it up, Sue Ann. There are tribes that basically just eat meat. That's all they eat, and they live much longer than we do.
They do.
So you have to really
Yeah.
take it with a grain of salt, and it's not the doctor's fault, because a lot of our doctors have been taught certain things that are actually not correct, and they only know what they're taught. They're not dietitians. They didn't study diet. All it, like that food pyramid is all bullshit. I think a lot of these things were invented because
Oh.
evil people invented these things to make us. I think they want us obese. They don't want us skinny. They want us going to, the pharmaceutical companies want as many diabetics as they can get. They want to make us fat where we need insulin. But
Oh,
if you change your diet, you won't
Gabe.
need all that shit.
Pops, that's my Gabe. I love Gabe. So
Yeah, I know.
all
I'm just
right.
trying to give an
All right.
opinion.
So no, yeah, and you're correct. But
I
he
don't trust doctors only
like
because they've been taught wrong.
Sweet and
Mhm.
low is what I use as my coffee um additive. When I drink coffee, sweet and low is what I use. But then I heard that your body interprets it as the same thing. It's like your body so like process it like it's sugar.
Well, I'll tell
So
you another thing I think helps is like now my dad was a diabetic where
I
he
think
needed
honey.
insulin, right? My
To me,
dad,
honey was
yeah,
my fallback.
yeah, honey's natural. But my dad
Mhm.
was a diabetic bad. He needed insulin every day. So, and he was on like, let's say 15 pills, all different pills they had him on. So here's what I started doing. I didn't even change his diet that much. I cut down his carbs a little bit, and I started giving him 2 glasses of wine every day, red wine. In about 6 months, my father went from 15 pills to about 5, and he never needed insulin anymore. He just took one pill to lower his sugar. But I got him off the insulin, and he was fine. Now I don't know if wine is the solution, but it worked for him. There are a lot of Italian people or even European people
Mm.
eat twice as much dairy than the average American, but their cholesterol is half of what ours are. And the only common factor they had in Europe compared to the U.S. was in Europe they drink wine with their meals. In America, we don't drink wine with our meals. We drink soda.
Yeah,
Coca-Cola.
good point.
Uh,
Good
we
point.
don't, right. So wine, I think, has a lot of properties in it that do. Now people go, well, it's red wine, it's sweet, it's gonna make my sugar go up. It's not true. Even if your sugar does spike a little bit, it goes right down. So I
I
will look into
personally,
natural stuff, by the way,
I
Gabe.
personally serve my family either a juice, a processed juice, or milk with like a chocolate milk, coffee milk, strawberry milk. That's what I do. That's what I serve with my dinner when I'm serving my family. It's not necessarily
Mhm.
what I eat personally
Right.
because I don't I don't I really don't sit down and eat with them like that because I'm trying food and tasting.
Oh, Sue Ann got disconnected. And let me add her again. I don't know if
Did I?
she's still there. You got disconnected for a moment, but I added you back.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. What we continue what you were
Yeah.
saying.
So I'm saying, well, like when I serve my family, it's they're either getting honestly they're getting soda or they're getting like a chocolate milk, coffee milk, or strawberry milk. When I do serve them their meals, and I'm literally when I cook dinner, I'm a glorified fucking waitress at this point. Like honestly, like I taste food while I'm cooking it, so I kind of opt out and I serve them, and I serve them their drinks and shit, and then I do my own thing. Honestly, that's what
The,
I do.
the cook always gets the bad end of the stick. Like when you're cooking for everybody, you'll be picking on it a little bit, but you never get to sit down and eat a
Exactly.
meal like a normal person.
Exactly. No, I'm a glorified like waitress
Yeah.
at that point. So I'm like
That's,
serving them, make sure you have your bread and
yep.
your butter, you have your drinks, and everybody's all set. And
Yep.
then I watch, and and I have this bad habit, and I watch just to see if they like the food that I cooked.
Me too. We all want to be you. Or you
I
want to see if
did.
they like what you're cooking. It makes you feel better.
It's such a fucking weird thing, but
No,
like
it ain't. It actually makes you feel good when they love your food, right? When they start
yeah,
going, "Oh, this is great," you love it.
yeah, because but if it's wrong, I'm gonna make the correction. I'm like, all right, and
Yep.
I feel so bad, and there's always leftovers, and I'm grateful. Some people don't like leftovers. I'm grateful my family likes leftovers.
Yeah.
So if there's a complaint, like if something's too salty or something's too spicy, I can correct that before I pack it up for leftovers. You know, because I
Yeah.
do want them to eat my food. So
So Vigo's asking, does butter make the coffee taste sweet, Pops? I just wanted to address it. So the
who
thing
puts
with
butter
butter
in
is
coffee? You do?
your body actually needs the fatty acids that are in butter for your brain. It does something to your brain. Like all them chemicals, it's not just butter and all that stuff. That stuff is pure cancer. That's why a lot of people are getting sick in this planet because the old timers had it. They had it right. They knew what they were doing. You know, my grandfather used to eat bacon and eggs with tons of butter every morning. Not the guy lived to 90 because that was healthy food. Even though we think, oh, butter's no good for you, eat this. It's not just butter. That shit is cancer. So butter in coffee, though, to answer your question, does make it a little sweeter. I'll put some butter in it, not for that purpose, though. I find half and half and heavy cream happen to make the coffee even sweeter. So if you want to get it where you can get off sugar, if you're using like a spoon of sugar a day, try using like half and half and put a half a spoon of sugar. And eventually you'll weed yourself off the sugar. I can't even drink coffee with sugar anymore. It tastes terrible to me.
I
I've gotten to
never
the point
heard
where my taste
anybody
buds
put
don't enjoy it.
butter and sugar. In their coffee. That's fucking
But
weird.
butter is good once in a while if you want to throw a little butter in your coffee. But it's got to be real butter. If you can get the grass-fed butter, that's even better. But
Listen,
I
making your
recommend
own
half and
butter,
half.
honestly, I swear to God, I've tried this. Making your own butter is more expensive than buying it.
Oh, absolutely. I buy though just regular butter, salted. I like it salted. Or if I feel like wasting a little bit of money, like if I have a little, I'll buy the one that's grass-fed, like the
Gabe,
Irish butter.
Gabe, nobody blocked you. Not over here in this chat. I swear to God, I will never block you, Gabe.
I
I
didn't
hold you
block
in
them.
high regards. Did you
I,
block him?
no, I didn't block Gabe. Who
No,
blocked you?
please don't block him. No, I hold Gabe in high regard. Gabe, nobody blocked you, weirdo.
I mean, my son has a
Nobody's in
wrench,
high
but he's not
regard.
even monitoring the show, so I don't know
He's
who
not
blocked
even
him.
here. Nobody's even here.
So Gabe
No,
saying he had a
Gabe.
gastric bypass and up and down. Gabe, there are certain people that have certain situations where I'm not a dietitian, by the way. I've done a lot of homework on food and nutrition, but you may be in a
Oh, okay,
special, unique thing
Calvin.
that you have to stick to certain things, and I understand that. But in general, this is for the average person that doesn't have these issues.
Oh,
Sugars and carbohydrates are really not good for you. You got to cut them down a lot. You got to get rid of. I love bread. I love pasta, but you got to try to cut down on it because the stuff is not good for it. Cereal is one of the worst things you could put in your body, and people are eating it. There's so many metals in cereal that people don't even know. So you're better off eating bacon and eggs than eating cereal. Believe this or not, you could go look at the nutrition. There's really cereal's all an American fab. They invented this quick meal for the moms to give their kids Cheerios before they go to school because they want, lazy moms don't want to cook, right? In the morning. So here, just pour Cheerios in a bowl and throw some milk in there and you're done. And the mother feels good about it. Like, oh, you feel good. You gave your kid poison. So I don't know what there's to feel good about when you take your kid to McDonald's and buy him a Happy Meal. I'm not saying that, once in a blue moon, once or twice a year, you can take your kid to McDonald's, get him a little treat. But
God,
don't make that a religious thing where every night you're taking your kid fast food. And
no, hell no. She stalks my life from McDonald's.
oh, what brand of butter I like? I like that one. It's from it's Irish butter. I forgot the name of the brand. It has it's basically butter from Ireland, and the cows eat grass, so it's grass-fed butter. That happens to be the best tasting butter. It's about double the price though. So if you're on a budget, then you gotta, I kind of sometimes buy it. I don't always. I feel like wasting my money on the butter, so I'll buy the regular butter. But the grass-fed butter is the best. So if you got money and it don't matter, buy that grass-fed butter. That's the best butter you could get.
Be the Jula, really? You better roll up and talk about this. I've never heard that shit ever in my life. JB.
Yeah, I always wanted to stay away from bread. Well, it's hard to stay, especially if you got good bread, like good Italian bread from New York. Oh, it's delicious.
Bread, motherfucker.
I love bread.
I'm a
Kellogg
meat
invented cornflakes
I'm a
cereal.
bread girl. I love bread.
So cornflakes cereal maintains people from masturbating too much. That's a new one on me, JB. I'm gonna go look into that. I don't doubt they can. I don't know what kind of chemical they're putting in there, but you never know. Look at all the soy they're trying to put in men now. Soy basically lowers your testosterone. They don't want alphas. They want all Marys. The society of the government wants Marys. They don't want people that are going to challenge them. Alpha is like on its way out. I mean, there's still alphas out there, but they don't want alphas. They want Marys. Look it up. I'm going to look it up, JB. Smash that like button. Hop on the panel. That's right. Make sure, everybody subscribe, please.
Regular milk or almond milk? Listen, I love regular milk, but I did try almond milk not too long ago. I see. I think almond milk is a treat for me, but my preference is regular milk. But almond milk is really good. I actually like it.
I never had it. I don't know if I really didn't do research in it, if it's good or bad for you. But
I'm like, I don't know about that, but it's almost like eating yogurt. Like almond milk is just like you have to
it's sweet.
Yeah, it's sweet. It's not regular schmegular milk. It's actually has sweetness to it, and it has body to it, and it's really, really good. But if I had a choice, it would be whole milk all the way, honestly.
They're even saying our milk that we use now is not really milk anymore. It's like, I don't know.
I don't even fucking
There's
know.
There's like traces of blood in it and all kinds of shit.
Fucking weird government shit. Yeah, I'm so tired of these motherfuckers.
Honestly, I think eat everything in moderation.
I honestly want to be in my little own homestead and make my own eggs and own milk and fucking chopping up my own cows and my own chickens and my own pigs, and that's what I want. I don't even want to fuck with these weirdos anymore.
Yeah, if you grow your own stuff, like we grew tomatoes in the yard here, and we grew the little ones, the the cherry tomatoes and the
The
big
cherry
one.
tomatoes.
But when we used to eat, I used to eat these tomatoes that we grew. They tasted like totally different than the tomatoes you buy in the supermarket. They were actually sweet, juicy. They were delicious. I
Yeah.
would eat them like they were snacks. Like I would get a bowl of them and just that's how
Yeah.
good they were.
It was like almost like a grape. And
Yeah.
honestly, I started seed sowing today, and I did all my tomatoes and I did all my peppers today. I did all my brassicas a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, it's yeah, people, you guys better fucking smarten the fuck up at this point.
Well, I think we are starting to change as a society, not as fast as I would like to see a lot of people, but a lot more people are starting to grow their own food now. Maybe not enough to feed themselves, but fooling around with it, have little gardens in their house. I think that's starting to happen. Like a lot of people are actually growing their own like basil, spices now. People are starting to get away from
Yeah, I kind of like that shit. You know what? I'm like pussyfooting around growing my own weed, but I will grow
that
my
would be
own
the best
vegetables.
if you could do, but growing weed and it's not as easy as people think. My son knows how to grow very well. It's not as depending where you live too. It depends what kind of climate you're living in. But even if you're growing it indoors, it's even harder. You got to get lamps and you got to do
Yeah,
it. It's
yeah.
not as easy. It's a job.
It is not as easy.
No.
It's not, but it's workable.
Yes.
And I do it, and I I just can't listen. If the shit hits the fan, I think I'll be good. I'll be sustainable at the very least.
Oh, that's good. The only thing you got to worry about is water, though, Sue. If they poison the water supply.
I have water treating tablets. I have water filtration systems.
You're ready. I'll tell you, if the shit hits the
That
fan,
was
I'm
my
coming to hang
first.
out with you, man. I'm
That
coming.
was my like water and ammo was my first shit. Honestly,
Yeah. But
water, ammo, and
yeah.
fire.
If you got a
Water,
well,
ammo, and fire.
if you got a well, you're pretty much in good shape with a well.
I don't have a
Oh,
fucking well. I have a public. I'm in an urban community.
are y'all gonna kiss now?
Yeah, no.
No. But yeah, at least you're prepared up to a
Yeah,
point. I mean, you're ready
to a
for the
point.
sounds like
To
you're
a
ready
point.
for Mad Max.
To a point. I got probably maybe 4 weeks of fighting us before we have to fucking figure out where the fuck we're gonna go.
Right.
Honestly.
Where you gotta bug out the next, because
Exactly.
I don't know if it's
Exactly.
gonna get to that. I hope it doesn't, but it
You know
it is
what?
possible.
You know where we're going? We're going to King Doc's.
Yeah. All of a sudden, King Doc's gonna see like
That's where
20 of
I'm
us at his
going.
front door. Yo, we're ready. Give
I'm
me your
going to King
gun.
Doc's.
I think
Yep.
if the shit really does hit the fan, though, a lot of these small communities outside of the big cities are gonna start to merge, group up, like an Amish, just like how the Amish live.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine the
The
Amish were
Amish,
armed. If they were
you know what?
armed, that would be an awesome place to be
I
because
swear to God, the Amish are probably panicking right now because they know the Amish has been living off grid forever, and they know all these fucking simpletons are gonna go check for them first.
yeah. So me and my son have a theory about that. So what we do is we're gonna go to an Amish little settlement because we know they got everything, right? They know how to grow their own food, and we're gonna tell them, look, we know you guys can't have guns, but we'll protect you. But you have to feed us and give us, some of the stuff. And we'll go there with whatever, 20 guys, and we'll be like their security detail. Because the Amish are probably the only ones that can get through this craziness. Because they got they're self-sustained. They got, they don't need electric. They don't even have it. So they have wooden stoves, they have candlelight, they've been living that way, and they have their own cows and their own milk and their own vegetables. Probably the Amish
Mm-hmm.
people are the healthiest people in America.
Yeah, yeah.
And they don't have as much stress in their life. It's simpler. It's a
They
simpler
live
life.
in a beautiful part of the country. They have a simple life, but you know that
The
they're
wolves are
they
going to come
have
for
their
the wolves Coming for them.
Exactly. They have their six. So all these goofy motherfuckers that think they're gonna attack the Amish, psh, you better fall back a little bit
Yep.
and do your own work and make your own place. Because the Amish is not gonna fuck with you. They're already prepared.
Hmm.
But what we do need to do is learn from the Amish, not take from them.
I like a lot of things about. I mean, look, there's certain things that I would like to be like a hybrid Amish. I still like my television or whatever, my movies or computer or whatever you want, video games. I still like a little bit of that entertainment. But I mean, maybe the way they live, they're so happy amongst themselves, they don't need any of these distractions.
Yeah, but the leaders of the communities know that that shit is getting weird out here,
Hmm.
and they're gonna protect themselves. And guess
Sure.
what? They're gonna no, people are not gonna check for them, and they're gonna defend themselves. The only thing that we can expect from the Amish is hopefully that they will teach us their ways of life. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much they have it down where they live, a clean life. It's clean.
And Gabe the Bronx Legend just shared you on his community post.
Oh,
He
cool.
has he has a bunch of subscribers. So yeah,
I
thank
appreciate
you,
it.
Gabe.
Yep. But I think that's the only way we will be able to go. If this thing gets real ugly, we're gonna have to get little communities and become like
Look at JB Jeweler.
hybrid Amish people.
JB Jeweler. Amish girls are
Listen,
pretty.
I love
Scary,
that.
not bad. Good either.
Yeah. One thing, you got to shave, man. I can't deal with the hair. I hate the
They
hair.
don't have razors.
Maybe they trim it or something. I don't know. Make an airplane strip or
There's
something.
somebody weed whacking them. I don't know.
Especially if there's hair under a girl's arms. It's like, I don't know. I'm not used to it. It's kind of a turn off.
No, you're not checking for them Amish girls. They have ears under their
Yeah,
arms. They have hairy legs and hairy bushes.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll go there with a razor. There you go.
There you go.
You know.
Karen is sharing.
Yeah. Well, what is this cream you gave me? Don't worry, it's soap. It's really Nair, but don't worry about it. It's soap. It cleans you. Don't worry. Yeah, just put it on there. Don't worry about it. When you're whoa, fella, I don't know. It's soap.
You leave them Amish broads alone.
I'm sure they at least trim it. I don't
Leave
know
them
if they
alone.
shave it, but I'm sure they don't walk around with a jungle.
They
Because
look
when I was
alone.
younger, women didn't really, in the 80s, women didn't shave, but they trimmed it, They had like a little strip. It
They
wasn't
look
that
alone
bad. I
with
mean,
whole bushes.
the bushes it just smells, even on a man, too. A man has a giant, like, that shit stinks, man. Hair is smelly in the
It
wrong
does.
places.
You
I don't
know,
know. The Almighty God he put a
No.
joke on us. You grow more hair down there than on your head. I was like, why don't you just put all the hair up here? I didn't need it anywhere else.
Listen,
Trust me, JB said, oh, trust me, it's Furburger Deluxe.
I'm telling you, the Amish people don't even want you guys near their kids. No.
They don't even really have
They're
sex
gonna
like
pop a
that. They
tap
just have
in
sex
your
to
ass.
they don't
They're
even
gonna
have sex
pop a
like that,
tap
though.
in your ass once you try to come at one of their kids.
Yeah, they
One
they
of their
have sex
daughters,
really
not
to
their kids, but
procreate.
one of their daughters.
But
Yeah. No.
the modern day Amish, the younger generation, they were getting a little more hip. They were starting to get into, all right, we can have electric. Like, there are Amish that actually have electric now.
Yeah, they had burner phones until Daddy
Yeah.
found out they had burner phones.
Well, they split up too, the Amish, into like two
They
groups now.
did.
There's like half the Amish went one way, half went another way. I think they split up, like, kind of their beliefs.
Yeah. And that's fucking wicked, wicked sad.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's real sad. but the best that we can do is learn from them. And fellas, don't don't go after the girls. Just leave them be. Just learn some freaking normal farm shit from them and move on.
The only thing I wish I had, like the whole world was like the Amish, is one thing. I'd rather have a horse than a car. I would love to get on my horse. I love to, like, I take my horse and go to the store. Like, I don't want a car. I want a horse.
You know what? I want to learn how to ride a horse.
Oh, they're magnificent. I rode them a few
I think
times. It's
really
scary.
natural.
Yo,
To
they're
me,
so
honestly,
high off the ground, man. This shit, they're scary when you're
but
riding
do you
them.
think it's a natural movement with you and the horse? That's what I think it's gonna be.
I think it is natural because I think the almighty put horses on this planet for us to ride them. I mean, they serve no other purpose if you think
Yeah,
about it.
I kind of like I feel like if I jump on a horse, it's gonna be a natural like movement between us.
Well, if we don't have oil, you know.
Well, I ride a Holly, so, so
Actually, V, I didn't move yet. I'm still in the process. Packing up is becoming a project, especially where I live now, because of the weather and the mud and all that stuff. Because even it snowed up here, now everything's muddy and I slip. You know, I'm trying to pack stuff, so it's taking me longer. But I will be moving soon. Like I'm like 3/4 packed, so I'll be moving in a couple of days. I'm just trying to do it at my own pace, and you know, also because of the weather and the mud and everything else, because I live up in a mountain kind of, so that's the only reason, you know.
Yeah.
But I'll be
And
moving soon.
Carlton, the Amish community actually exiled Factual, so no, he has to be on his own to
Well,
get
there's
cleaned up.
Amish outside of Pennsylvania. They're just smaller communities too. I mean, there are Amish like where I live now in Missouri, but PA has the biggest Amish community of all, you know, in PA.
Yeah,
But
no,
they,
but they exiled this guy named Factual out of all Amish communities.
what
It's a
was he?
sad,
He had a TV show or something?
yeah, no, it's a sad. Well, he pretends he's on a TV show on YouTube,
Oh,
but it's a sad state of affairs. He's been exiled from the Amish community,
did you ever
and
see
he
that
gets
TV show,
no
Amish
bow
Mafia?
tie pastas ever again.
Yeah. Sue, did you ever see that TV show? It's called Amish Mafia.
I did, and it's so goofy, isn't
I
it?
don't even think it's true. I think the guy just
It's
made it
not.
for the
It's so
show.
bullshit,
Yeah.
man.
But it's
Yeah,
funny. I seen a video the other day of an Amish, right? He was in his horse and buggy. And you know when somebody takes their car in the snow and they're in the parking lot and they start doing like a donut spin out?
yep.
So
Yeah.
the Amish guy had his horse and he was doing that spin out like a young kid must have. And it went Amish gangster, like OG Amish. And he was on YouTube doing a spin out with a horse and a buggy. It was funny as shit.
Oh, I didn't see that. Listen, when I seen the Amish people, this was years ago. Like when first like cell phone was first around, and so I just laughed my ass off. They were like they're making these like deals on their cell phones, and they made it seem like it's like a big hectic drug deal and shit. It
Yeah.
was just like it was just so weird. And then it was mostly about like they're like having sex with each other basically.
But you got to see, like, where we are, right? My son was telling me a story. Like, so he said, yeah, I went to buy lumber from the Amish, right? So him and his wife were, you know, driving.
Are you
And
in
no, we're in Missouri.
PA? Okay.
So they're driving, and the Amish are driving, you know, going by them this way with their buggy. These, like, two young kids, Amish kids, like 16, 18. So his wife had, like, a shirt with no shoulders. I think she had a bikini on or something. And they seen her shoulders. They were like, woo. They turned a U-turn with the buggy just to go get another look. Like these kids, you know, they were like all excited, like, oh my God, we can see flesh. And the funniest thing is my son told me, you go to an Amish, like he went to the lumber guy, and he's got like 10 kids, right? And he's got like 6, 7 boys, 2, 3 girls. and they're like elves. They're all running the lumber yard, right? And he said, Dad, you got to see it. We're talking like 10-year-old kids picking up logs on their shoulders. Like I can't even pick them up. And they're walking with no shoes, carrying these logs. And they're like strong as an ox, these kids. And they're like 10. He says, there's 12-year-old. He says, but you got to see it. He says, they're doing shit that men can't do, these young kids, because they're just brought up into that. Like they're brought up to work. And if you don't work, you don't
and
eat.
I don't think we should interject with that. If
No.
that's the culture, we shouldn't interject in that.
Why should we? There's nothing wrong with it.
Yes, fucking liberal.
Right.
Yeah, if you let the liberals go in on them, they're gonna be fucking having unions and shit in this Amish community.
Well, they'll have child protection services. The Amish have kids to make workers.
Exactly. We may not agree, but that's their culture, and it's nothing wrong with it.
I agree with that culture up to a point.
Yep.
Because look, they live closer to the Almighty God than we do. We're just basically
absolutely.
sinners.
Agreed.
You know.
Yep. Agreed.
So they're living closer to nature than we can ever.
Yep.
You can't knock, and people are starting to realize that now. Like, hey,
yeah,
maybe these people,
tainted. We're definitely tainted.
maybe these people got a secret that we should have knew about, because they're not there's very little bit of divorces in their thing. You look at the women; they don't look unhappy to be a mother and take care of their children. They don't want to go to work and work a 9 to 5 and make money.
I swear to God, I literally cried when I had to go back to work when my daughter was 6 weeks old. I literally fucking cried every day. And my boss, luckily for me, extended my so I was able to go to my house and be with her during my lunch hour. So I got an hour and 15 minutes. Only the 15 minutes is only due to the drive, but he extended that to me. He actually paid for our family medical expenses, like our health insurance and stuff like that. So I had the best boss. If not for him, I would have lost my shit, honestly. And I really just wanted to be home with my daughter. And the only reason why I went back to work is because my sister was able to be home with my daughter.
I mean, what's so wrong with a woman wanting to be a mother and a wife? Like, take care of her family. What's so bad about that?
It's not bad, but I needed to be at work because I needed the help.
I know in your situation, but what I'm saying, there are women out there, their husband, let's say their husband could make enough money to support the family, and they still don't want to stay home and raise their children. They rather go to work, which I find crazy.
I don't see that too. That's just fucking crazy to me.
Yeah, but this is the American way now. Like,
I would have gave anything to be like, when I had to go back when she was 6 weeks old, and she was 6 weeks old, and I took an extra week. I asked my boss for an extra week because I wasn't even ready then. I was so like distraught, honestly, distraught. And even I had my sister. You think most of these people bring their infants, their newborns, to daycare centers? I would never fucking do that. Fuck that. Like we're gonna be walking around here without health insurance if I had to bring my daughter to a fucking daycare center as an infant. That is sick.
I mean, if you go back,
a baby like that, a little newborn baby like that, bringing her to a daycare center, fuck that. We will all go without daycare. We'll go out without shit. I wouldn't even do that. And I was grateful to be able to have my daughter. I mean, my sister take care of my daughter. Yeah. Honestly, and I'm very grateful for that. But I also paid her top wages as well. I didn't fuck around. Like I paid her.
See, I don't see a problem. Like back in the 50s, the percentage of the workforce was men, and the percentage of The women they were stay-home mothers, and they raised their families, and their children weren't as big, they less chance of them being drug addicts and things like that, because they were always had supervision, and people were more happy, and there was a single income that was needed to support a family. So these greedy bastards, I call them, invented basically pushing women to the liberation point where now they doubled their workforce so they could pay half the wages. So basically, you got a woman and a man working for what just the husband used to make. Now they split the salaries in half. Now people are working and their wife is working, and they're doing the same thing that people did back in the 50s, where it was only a one income.
And see, I think that was due to war. I think the
Yes.
war needed the women in the workforce while the men went and fought the battles.
And then they realized women will go to work.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
it was a much better it was a much better world when the woman could stay home and take care of her family, and the husband would go to work, and he would come home, and the marriages were better, kids were better, everything was better. So they pumped in women's heads like you are equal to the man, and
exactly. And so my man worked, but he's a GC. He didn't. He owned his own company. He didn't have health coverage. But my job before I got pregnant, I had 401, I had insurance, health insurance, and all that shit. So so it was so I literally had to go back just to secure that health coverage and that medical coverage. We didn't qualify for welfare or any of that goofy ass shit that everybody else gets. We didn't have to do that. Right. So what happened was I had to go back 6 weeks later. That's what happened. And it was sad, and I was so grateful to be able to have my sister there. I don't even know what the fuck I would do if I didn't have my sister there to and like I said, I paid her very well. I paid her like a professional, and like if not for her, like I wouldn't, like my mother was still working, my father was still working. I wouldn't leave my daughter in a fucking daycare. Are you out of your goddamn fucking mind? I would never.
Vigo said there's so many germs in a daycare. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I would take it L. I wouldn't even fucking. I would like, oh well, I'm gonna fucking like weather this out. I wouldn't leave her in a fucking daycare. That would never happen.
I like Vigo's logic here. I'll give you even one better than that, Vigo. But she's saying there was only one car per family, and that's true. I grew up. We actually had two cars down the road, but originally we only had one car. But here's a better example. We used to have one television in the house, right? In the living room. And my father used to have a little TV in the kitchen because he liked to eat and watch TV. But like, I didn't have a TV in my room. My brother didn't have a TV. So what did we do? We sat and watched TV together like a family. Okay? Yeah. And that's the way it's supposed to be. But now, one son's in a room playing Xbox. The other one's on the daughter's on the computer. The wife doesn't even want to. She's in the kitchen looking at, television in the kitchen. The husband's in his man cave watching TV. So we've broken up the family unit. Yeah. Okay. There's no more. People don't even eat together anymore.
That's true.
When I was a kid, you had to eat
as well.
Yeah, there was no, you could take your food into your room and eat. When I was a kid, we all ate together. And then when we're eating, we used to talk, and that's the way life's supposed to be. But unfortunately, these animals that are so greedy in these countries, these oligarchs, have ruined this country. And it's all about one thing: greed.
It's
people
true.
Bought into it, man. People bought into this shit.
Is not like that. I literally come home from work when I come home from work, I don't have a break. I just go in, and if I was smart, I did my meal planning. But if I dropped the ball, I hustle from work, go in, and then I'm talking to her and him, and then I'm cooking and I'm serving them and I'm waiting on them like a fucking waitress. and then I'm just waiting. I'm like, all right, everybody's settled. I can go down to the basement and go smoke my cigarette and just do my own shit. And that's like that kills me. That fucking kills me. And it's true. It happens. It happens. A whole rush, rush, rush. After they're done eating, I pick up all this shit like a waitress. I put it in the dishwasher, and he watches his show. She watches her shit, or she plays her game, and then I have to read a story to her, and that's the fucking schedule basically. The only time we really have like real talk is the morning. The morning when we're having coffee, we're watching news, everybody's together, everybody's getting ready for work, everybody's doing their like the morning time, which is not a long time by the way, but the morning time is basically where we get to do our shit. And it starts for my family, it starts at 6 o'clock in the morning. It's like we wake up at 6 o'clock, we're dragging ass, and he doesn't smoke, but I'm a smoker, so I'm gonna go have my coffee and my cigarette, and he's gonna have his coffee and his shit, and we're just doing our thing as a family in the morning, and then at 7 we wake her up, and that's and we watch news in between time, and that's what happens. That's just regular schmegler normal shit. So, but it's not healthy, and it's not actually it's not it really isn't healthy, honestly. I
I,
don't
I
think.
I think we're gonna go back. We always go back sooner or later. I think it's gonna go back to the way it was, and not right away. But I see a lot more people are starting to wake up and realizing I'm gonna go off grid. I'm gonna have a little house here. I'm gonna start growing my own food, and I'm gonna, and the husband's gonna still go to work. He'll do a little something, but they're going to start becoming more family orientated because people aren't happy in this system right now. And I think people are starting to realize this isn't happiness. This is
Agreed.
just materialism. And we have to get away from it. That doesn't mean you shouldn't go to work. Of course, maybe I believe the husband should go to work. Yeah. And we need to make stuff, right? Everybody, and the wife should basically stay home and raise the family. And there's nothing wrong with that.
I agree
And
with
if
you.
the problem is, if they get divorced, obviously now the woman has to step up to the plate because a lot of men, not all, not a lot, let's say some men, don't care about their kids and they take off. Now that woman has to step up to the plate and go to work. She has no
Yeah, but
choice.
that's non-married women in
Right.
the most
Well,
part.
most all, but there are divorces, so I can understand up
Yeah,
to a
yeah,
point.
there is. But for
But
the
if we
most
go
part,
back to the old ways, and women and their families, they're eating together, they're doing things together. I think women are going to be more happy, and men. We're going to be
yeah,
a happy family. That's what it's all about.
agreed,
It's
agreed.
your family is your treasure,
Um,
and
yeah, but
we.
you guys love each other. You guys rock out. Listen, I don't.
But people have
Well,
to start getting the family unit back. We need that. They broke it
exactly.
up. They did this was by design, and this is the devil's plan. People could believe anything they want. It's the devil's plan. This
Hmm.
guy is corrupted man. This entity,
Yep,
whatever you want to call it,
and
Satan
he's
or what.
fucking winning. He's
Yeah,
winning right now.
he's winning big time. But there's going to come a time when things will change. I don't know if it's in my lifetime. I don't think so, but I could see the change starting to happen. A lot more women than before are starting to agree with, hey, you know what? You're right. I don't want to leave my kid in the daycare.
Yeah,
These
no, I think
people
that's
don't.
mostly like conservative people, because I've seen women that actually put in complaints on their daycare and then drop their kids off the next day. How the fuck does that make sense?
Well, they've made life where people now live in big cities, right? And you're going to go to work and be a slave, and everything else is going to be provided for you. Housing, electric, heat, food. So people bought into that. They were like, "Shit, I only got to go to work and everything else." Because it is hard to live off grid and grow your own food, grow your own livestock. do all these things. That's not easy. We got to find a medium.
It's not.
Something like
It just
it's
like simply takes work, and it takes a community to make it
like the
happen.
Amish. You need Amish communities,
Yes,
basically.
exactly.
Now, could you imagine Amish communities, but we're a little more hybrid where, okay, we know we all got to live together and work and grow our own food, but we'll still take electric or something, like we'll still use some modern day tractors, and they're really not allowed to use mechanical stuff too. So imagine being an Amish, but yet you could use like a gas powered tractor, which to me is
Yeah,
not a big,
I know,
so
but
they can
yeah,
make life even better in a type of a hybrid Amish community, because I don't think we'll ever go. Most people won't buy into the Amish, total Amish, like no electric, you know,
I
no.
think if the shit hits the fan, that we're gonna have to.
I agree, and I bet you will be more happy.
Yeah, I agree with that as
I
well.
ain't got no problem living without electric,
Me neither. I have a lot of
having a
books.
wood stove. I ain't got no problem with it. You know what? When
Like
it
I have
gets
a lot
dark,
of
you go to
books.
bed. But you said it, like when it gets dark, you go to sleep, and then you wake up early in the morning when there's light.
Exactly.
And you have
Exactly.
candles or kerosene lamps if you want to stay up and read a book or something.
Yeah,
But
yeah, but guess what? You have to make them fucking candles if you want to read your book. So that's where work goes into play.
and here's the real reason why they don't want families to be together, especially like families like the Amish. Do you know what they do at night? They sit around and they pull out the Bible
Mm-hmm.
and they talk about stories in the Bible. So if you
Yeah.
do believe in an almighty God, okay, if you don't, you don't. But if you do, think about it. Who wants to keep you away from reading the Bible? See, this is all by
The
design.
nefarious ones.
Right,
The nefarious ones.
right.
But, yeah.
So think about it. They're sitting around together and they'll read the Bible for an hour or two. They'll tell a story in the Bible, and that's what it's supposed to be if you're a religious person. If you believe in the Almighty, you're supposed to give him praise every day. Okay. And they were praising the Almighty every day, and they were reaping back in the old day. We were reaping the rewards. The Almighty does reward you if you show him. We've shown him nothing but Sodom and Gomorrah now. So we don't deserve anything. You understand?
Yes.
We don't show. How many people in this audience even wake up every day and just thank the Almighty God for letting them wake up? I do. I didn't always do it, but I started doing it. I don't do it all the time, but I start to realize, like, hey, thank you for letting me be here again another day.
I don't thank him for letting me wake up, but I definitely thank him every day.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean. I mean, it's not like I literally say, hey, thank you for just letting me be on. I try to just thank him for whatever. Sometimes though I will wake up and go, just thank you for giving me another day. But before you go to bed, even, maybe you did sin. You went out there and you did a few things where you can even think sin, and it's sinning kind of. So like, just ask him to, understand that we are humans, and you say a prayer and go to bed. But I don't do it all the time, but I do it a lot more than I used to. And I think people, the closer we get as a world to the Almighty God, if you believe in him, I believe in him very much, but I think the better things are going to get.
I honestly think that whether you believe in him or not, and I do,
Me too.
that you should actually, whether you don't, you should actually like pray for him and know that like really you need Jesus at this point. Like we need Jesus. Whether you believe in him or not, I do, but we need Jesus. That's a fact. That's
Whether you believe in him or not, anyway, for some reason, when people just do what it says to do in the Bible, seems like a better place to live.
Exactly. And you know this, when shit hits the fan and people are going through some things, guess who they're praying to?
Oh,
They're
right
praying
away.
to God.
Yeah,
Right away.
the non-believers all of a sudden are praying to him. Oh, what happened?
Yeah, God's never heard your voice before then, but now when shit is real, now you're praying to him and you want him to protect you. So So yeah, you need Jesus at this point, honestly. and I'm not a Bible thumper. I'm not any of that. But
Something made all of this. This didn't just
yeah,
happen by coincidence.
I believe in my higher power, and it's him, and that's where I go. I listen. I took my CCD classes like a few years ago, and I went through all this. I questioned all this, and it's just like for me, it's real. So it is what it is. For the rest of yous, but just find your place in it.
Yeah, I mean, I personally tell people, even non-believers, look, I mean, this isn't the way you should be, but I tell them you got nothing to lose anyway. Because if you really think about it, I know there is an Almighty. I have the Spirit in me. I feel it. Not everybody gets that. Um, but if you believe He doesn't exist, what do you got to lose to believe in Him anyway? Because when you die, if He doesn't exist, that's it. Game over, right? But if when you die, He does exist, you better hope you're on the good side of Him. You better hope you're on that book. You know, so I don't basically, love the Almighty because I'm scared to die, and that's the only reason. Because hey, if He doesn't, if for some reason I die and I don't exist anymore, then it is what it is. But I gave Him my best shot, and I did love the Almighty, so my Creator. But some people out there are confused. They don't know. There's a lot of people on the fence with religion, or I don't even want to call it. I don't go to a church because I think they're all hypocrites. But to believe in there's a Creator and to basically show Him, thank
I'm
you.
gonna say something that
Give
may
Him
be
glory. There's nothing
controversial
wrong
or
with it.
not. I'm gonna say this, that society was better when we were children and was forced to go to church. Honestly, society was better. It
So,
was.
yep. Well,
That's
was
what I
there a
think.
moment that drew you to the Almighty, Pops? So I can tell you this, even ever since a child, my dad was pretty much a very, like, he wasn't a pastor or anything like that, but he was a religious man. He always felt there was a Creator, and he loved my father loved Jesus. Like, I mean, to the point where, how about, I'll give you an example. I mean, it's just something funny and stupid, but he was about 70 years old, and he had amnesia, not amnesia, Alzheimer's. And he really was bad. I mean, he didn't remember things. He was getting bad. But he wanted every single day, he would watch a movie called Jesus of Nazareth. I mean, every day. And I used to tease him all the time. I said, "You love Jesus, don't you?" And he would go, "Yeah." He just loved him. So that man was just a spiritual man. And I was brought up, and my father was very spiritual. My mother wasn't as much. She got into it later. But then from there, I mean, I always believed in him, but I took for granted. I took him for granted. Where, I was partying a lot. It was the '80s. I was like, I'll be forgiven. Dating a lot of different women, doing my thing, enjoying life. But I was really doing evil, but not evil in a way where I was killing people. But I was I was sinning a lot and kind of selfish in a way. And then as I got older, I started to realize, hey, all right, the party's over, and you gotta, try to make peace with your maker. But what really drew me to the Almighty, and I'm sure it's happened to a lot of people, is what's happened over the last like 3 years when this shit happened. I started to see what's really going on, and the Bible started to really start to make sense. It's, Revelation, we're not in it yet, but the prelude is here. And I started to open my eyes and see what maybe really drew me closer to the Almighty is all the evil I see out there. People don't see what I see, and that's just fine. I see so much evil in this world that it makes my stomach turn inside. And I told people this one day, they couldn't believe it. They were like, I was like, well, listen, if I got up to the gates, the pearly gates, and the Almighty said to me, what do you want? We want to show. They asked this question. And everybody more or less said, I want to enter the gates of heaven. I want to enter. And what I said, people were like, whoa. I said, I don't want to enter. They were like, what do you mean? I says, I want the Almighty to make me a demon hunter and send me back down. That's all I want to do. I want to hunt evil. I want to kill demons. Give me a sword and let me go back down there. And people were like, whoa, that's some deep shit. And I'm telling you the honest truth. I hate evil. I hate it so much that I can't even understand how we as human beings let them go into a courthouse and put these satanic statues in our courthouses, and not one person's ever went there with a sledgehammer and destroyed it. Like, why are we allowing Satan to prosper? Oh, well, it's in the Constitution, religious freedom. I get it. The government is using that as their excuse. You know, oh, we can't enforce it because you're allowed to even worship the devil and they could sue us. All right, if that's what you want to say. But how come I don't see not one person going there and taking that statue and flipping it upside down? Have we all become so lax and cowards that we don't, even me, myself, I find myself, it's not worth it. You go there, you flip the statue, you end up in jail, and it's not worth the legal fees and all. But when are we going to draw a line? When are people going to start to say that? Let me tell you, if there was a satanic statue near me, I probably would have done it. And I'll go to jail. I really will. But am I going to go out of my way to go do it? Maybe I should, but I'm not. I hate evil. And if you like evil, or you think they're allowed to live in your planet with you, that's on you. I don't believe that. I don't say to kill these people. I believe we should make an island for them and throw them all on their island and say, you know what? You want to worship Satan? Here's your island. Go stay there.
Like honestly, I want to travel across anywhere to take down this shit. But if it was in my local city hall,
yeah,
guess where I'm at.
I'm telling you, that's how I feel. And I don't know why it's become okay to worship the devil in this country. Like, we were never like that. When they first came here, you couldn't worship the devil. They burned you at a stake.
Like, socially is not okay, but legally they have a fucking right. And that's the problem.
And we've allowed it. Oh, what statues? These statues of Baphomet, I think it's called. You know, the one with the horns, and it's a man, but it's a woman. That Baphomet statues. They're putting them in the courthouses.
Do you see these people that are advocating for this shit? Do you see what they look like?
Oh,
they're like
weird.
Social rejects.
Yes. But
they're social rejects. Literally social rejects.
But who's on the Almighty side, really? Who's fighting for him? That's what I like to know. Who's fighting for him? Who? Seems like nobody. Even our pastors and all these religious leaders ain't even fighting for him.
Yeah, we'll talk our shit, but we're not really fighting.
Nobody's fighting for the Almighty. Very little bit. There are a few guys out there that are fighting the fight. There's a few pastors that...
No, there's a lot of people talking this shit on social media. Right. They're not really fighting the fight.
Right. But that one pastor in Canada, that he went to jail. He kept opening up his church. He told him, get out. You're not telling me. That guy fought the fight for the Almighty. You know, but how many of those pastors exist? 2, 3, 4 of them out of a whole world. You know, these religious leaders really have let us down more than anybody. You know, if I was a pastor, I would have opened my church.
Leaders, absolutely. Religious leaders, our politicians.
Yep.
Back in the day, usually like religious leader was like hand in hand with our politicians. So
right. But religious leaders back in, let's say, the 1800s, those guys, they went to battle with their people, you know, and during the revolution, the pastor would get his gun and go with his flock.
Oh, them people murderous.
You know, we really do have cowardly religious leaders. We do. I call it the way I see it. They're cowards, most of them, not all of them. They're not fighting the fight. They're going with the government. They're siding with them.
Oh,
you
God.
You can open a strip bar, but you can't go to church? What? That doesn't even make sense.
Is their tit. They don't have any, and they don't have people donating in their baskets anymore. The government is their sole tip.
Yep.
That's who they get their fucking funds from.
Yeah.
And the government is starting to be sick and tired of their shit. And slowly but surely the government is separating from the from these religion from the Christian and the Catholic.
Yeah.
And they're going into the Muslim. And that's what's happening. They're funding the Muslims, they're backing away from the Christians and Catholics, and that's what's happening.
Oh, I see that happening too. But I mean, even the Muslim religion, I knew some Muslims. A lot of them were good people too. They may have a different belief,
Of course,
but they
everybody
still
has good
believed in the
people.
creator. And I give the Muslims credit for certain things. Like they get on their knees and pray 5 times a day to the Almighty.
Mhm.
I don't see any
Absolutely.
Christians doing that.
Mm-mm.
So Catholic Church has got idols inside of it, false idols. I mean, so
Absolutely.
I
Yep.
think the most evil is the Catholic, and I was a Catholic for a while in my life, and I got away
I'm
from
a
that.
Catholic.
And the people aren't evil. It's just the Vatican, the things they're doing. If you watch the Pope and stuff, this guy he may be the Antichrist. I mean, he's evil. I don't think they are, though. I think they're the false prophets, like the Pope.
Yeah, I'm not like the Pope. I'm not co-signing his ass at all.
But did you ever even see inside the Vatican, like there's a hall, and they show the Pope and all the like cardinals are sitting down, and then back in them there's these like snakes and
Yeah.
evil shit in back, and I'm coming like and then they show the roof, and it looks like a serpent with 2 eyes, like with skin.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of symbolism in a lot of things. Symbols are powerfuler than words. They perform magic symbols.
So my only counter argument to that is that these symbols are ancient and they meant different things.
But they were
back
pagan
in that
symbols.
day.
That meant that they were pagan symbols. You got to
Exact-
realize
well,
what they are, though. They're pagan
Exactly,
symbols.
but pagan is honestly, if you want to be real, pagan is the birth of Christianity and Catholicism.
Well, maybe the Catholic religion, but not Christianity. They want you to believe that. Catholic religion basically is like they do a lot of stuff to like the harvest, like the Egyptians did. They have a lot of these things.
When you celebrate these holidays and shit like that,
They're pagan holidays.
They're all pagan holidays, all of it.
You're really not supposed to celebrate any of these holidays like Christmas and Halloween and 4th. You're only really supposed to celebrate the festival, the feast that the Almighty created in the scriptures.
Yeah,
they show
exactly.
you the dates, but people don't
But
follow
we
that.
do, and that's all paganism.
Right. Well, then people are pagan.
Paganism has infiltrated. Not that they infiltrated Christians and Catholics, but I think Christians and Catholics have infiltrated them. Honestly. I don't think the pagans infiltrated us whatsoever. Pagans have always been there, and we picked and choose what we wanted from their holidays and their festivals and their celebrations, and we use them to our benefit. That's what I think.
Yeah, but either way, they're still pagan. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, agreed.
That's all. It doesn't, to me, it's cut and dry. It's like you're a believer or you're a non-believer. There's no lukewarm middle ground. Like, it's either you are or you aren't. You can't like kind of be like in the middle, like Switzerland, and say, well, it is what. No, it's either one or the other. To me, it's either one or the other. Either you're with them or you're not with them. There's no like, well, I'm with them, but a couple of these things I do, like Santa Claus, it's nice for the kids, and Christmas, it's pretty. I put a tree. The tree's pagan, but there is the Almighty doesn't want to hear the excuses. Like, he's not going to say, well, I understand. No. I gave you a list of rules. I gave you a book to show you, and you still don't listen to me.
Yeah.
And now
Agreed.
you still don't listen to me, and I'm letting evil roam the planet to show you you need me, but you still don't want to listen to me. Now deal with it. Now deal with what's
Hmm.
coming, and it's coming. Yeah.
Yeah,
When do
but
we ever
most
go
of our
through this?
holidays are pagan based.
Yes, Christmas was a sun worship holiday. Supposedly Constantine, I think it was, um,
Hmm.
wanted to do something with the birth of Jesus. So he said, "Yeah, let's get rid of that pagan holiday, and let's put this holiday in there to get rid of that sun worship day." And he probably meant well. Maybe he meant well. He wanted to get rid of a pagan holiday, but he put another pagan holiday in God's name. Was even worse. So
Yeah, agreed.
I believe you're either with him or you're not. There's no in between. And if you're not going to listen to him, then you're not with him. Well, you're not going to try. Look, it's not easy to obey all the commandments. There's way more than 10 commandments, by the way. There's 613 of them. Half of them you couldn't even do today anyway. I mean, they don't exist. A lot of them are for priests, but it's not easy to obey every commandment. Even to follow the 10 commandments is not easy. Like, thou shalt not lie.
I don't even
Who
know what
who
all the
has not
10
lied in their
commandments
life?
are.
Everybody's did a little like soft lie, like
You know
like
what?
you don't want to hurt somebody's feelings, so you would lie and say, "Oh yeah, like you're eating food and somebody says, "How's it taste?" Right? Would you tell them it tastes like shit? No. Even if it did, you would go, "Ah, well, it's not that bad." Because but
You
you're
know
really not
what?
supposed to lie.
No, listen, and that's a weird. My man, when he didn't like my mom's food, and she was like, "Why don't you like it?" He goes, "Because it doesn't taste good." And I
Yeah,
was like, "Well, goddamn."
but I'm the same
Like,
way. But there are people.
I was like, "Damn, dude." But I'm I'm personally, I'm not privy to all the Ten Commandments, and I think the Ten Commandments should be um said more often than not. And if you know the Commandments, spit it, because I don't
Right.
know all of them. I
If
don't.
you ask most people, they don't know them. I even
I
myself
don't.
forget them. I've read them. I read them many times. I still can't remember them. I should. I should be ashamed of myself that I can't remember them like 10 commandments off the top of my head. It's just like the Constitution.
Yeah,
People
it's
don't
over
remember
there
the
too. It's like
Constitution.
thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal,
Right. But if
thou
you
shalt
ask
not
somebody
covet
like,
their
okay, so
neighbor's
you know
wife and shit.
right. Everybody knows usually like the first, second, and third amendment, right?
Exactly.
But ask them what's the seventh amendment in the Constitution. They're like, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
People don't know. I don't know why we're just
Mhm.
lazy. We don't remember. I'm almost going to make it my business to know the 10 commandments. That's going to be my new thing. And my next show,
That's gonna be mine's as well. I swear, I just
yeah,
said, and not only the commandments, but the Constitution too.
yes. And my next show, I'm going to do a show on, because I got a good idea tonight, on family, like family traditions, and have a open panel on what they think how the family should be in today's world, like what direction should we head towards, because
You
I
know
think
what
it's important to talk about.
you know what I always thought that was cute and funny about my family is that we celebrated St. Patrick's Day. My mom she makes the best corned beef and cabbage, and, and like and we're
Love it.
Puerto Rican. My mom and my father are both Puerto Rican. But it's just so funny that we always celebrated St. Patrick's Day.
I love
Like
St. Patrick's Day. I
I
had an Irish family grandmother when I was growing up, and I was like 16 or whatever, and we all hung out together. Like, we had a group of
Mhm.
guys. We were best friends. But one of them's grandmother made the best corned beef and cabbage you ever ate. We used to go to her house. She used to have like heads of cabbage in the bathtub, like soaking them in water. She was doing some
Yeah,
like off the wall
absolutely. Yeah.
crazy old school shit. We
Yeah.
used to all go there for St. Patty's Day. It was one of my favorite holidays, just to eat her corned beef. We would all be sitting there with our knife and spoon, and I am like
And
this.
I
Wait,
know your ass is not Irish and I'm Puerto Rican. And so the fact that I grew up celebrating St. Patty's Day is just like
especially
is
a Puerto Rican.
sickening. I know.
Yeah, I'm
It's
surprised
the
you weren't eating
funniest shit.
you weren't eating
It's
pork
always
shoulder with a rice
not,
and beans
yeah,
or something.
yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what we do. But I know, but I used to cut out shamrocks and color them green, and we used to put them like put them all over the fridge and shit. And
Yeah,
my mom made a corned beef and cabbage, and just like you said, they let she had a little basin thing, and she let her two cabbages soak in that shit,
yeah.
salt them and let them soak and do all, like she made the best corned beef and cabbage, and we are Puerto Ricans, but this is American culture we're celebrating. It had nothing to do with Irish, had
Or
nothing to do with
religion,
any of
right?
that. It was American culture we were celebrating.
Like I find the 4th of July a pretty cool holiday because you're having a barbecue, everybody's getting together. You got some fireworks at the nighttime for the kids. But to me,
Yeah,
that isn't like a religious holiday. That's just like an
no,
American holiday. I don't think
it,
we're
yeah,
not
it's
supposed to
American.
even do that according to the Bible, but I don't think that's as bad as like you're celebrating Halloween and they make
Well,
it like, oh, it's for the kids,
oh
it's
my
cute.
God.
You're giving the devil power, like you're worshiping
Pops,
evil.
I swear to God, Halloween is my favorite holiday. I
I
swear.
get it, but
Thanksgiving and Halloween are my favorite. I love slow shit.
Halloween's evil, though. It
I
is,
know, but they made it so much fun for us in the 80s.
of course.
I fucking loved it.
Look at Easter. What the hell does a bunny rabbit with eggs have to do? Easter egg hunt have to do with
And
actually Easter?
I'm a
Come
big
on.
Easter fan as well.
But they've made it. Look, they're very smart at what they do. They've made it like family friendly, like a cartoon. They made it innocent, right? Oh, it's innocent. But in the Almighty's eyes, it may not be innocent. See,
You know, I
that's the
spent a
problem.
lot of money on Easter. When I like when I did my first Easter, I was like, holy shit, I spent over like $200 on Easter.
Yeah.
And this is goofy ass Easter bag and Easter egg hunt and all that goofy shit. And not only the time I put into that, but just like yeah, like it is weird.
Think about this. We have Father's Day and Mother's Day, right? And basically, we are thankful to our mother. We buy her a present. Our dad, we
Mhm.
buy him a present. Father, happy Father's Day. Do we have a happy Almighty Day? Is there one day that we actually say thank you for
That's
being our
supposed to be
Father?
Christmas.
No, that's the birth.
That's
That
supposed
is,
to
I
be
know, but
Christmas.
Jesus isn't the Almighty. See, I don't know if me and you are on the same page with that. He's the Son of the Almighty.
Yeah, the
Where you
Son of
believe in, if you
God
believe in that
and Jesus.
Trinity and everything is
I
one,
do. I'm Catholic. I
you
believe
better
in the
get out of
Trinity.
it because if you really read the Bible and you break it down, he even
Ay,
tells you,
Dios
I
mío.
sent my
Ay,
only
Dios
begotten
mío,
son.
Pops. Ay, Dios mío.
I get you, but you got to understand that it's not correct. And maybe you should do a little, don't you want the truth or you just want to accept?
Listen,
Is it easy?
I just found all this out like a few years ago when I took CCD classes.
Yeah.
And I was the problematic student in that class, basically. So, yeah, so
Vigo even knows her stuff. Like, why is it we don't
I would
worship the
open up
Sabbath?
to the Christian aspect of it. I would probably open up to, but other than that, no.
But do your homework at least so you can understand what you're doing because you see,
I
like
have.
you see
It's like
Sunday,
a rabbit hole, honey. It's
but
a rabbit hole.
some of it's clear though, like Sunday. People go to church, right? Who changed it from Saturday to Sunday?
The Jews.
No. The Jews still do Saturday. That's the Sabbath. And people think if you acknowledge the Sabbath, you're Jewish. Well, that's just in their religion, but they already originate. They're originally the Jews were the original people that worshipped, the God of Abraham, right?
Mhm.
So we really are supposed to be like Judeo Christians, but we're not.
I see,
The Catholic Church changed the Sabbath to Sunday. And the
why?
reason why they did it, it was to smack the Almighty in his face. And when you really do
What?
your homework, yes, you're not supposed to go to church on a Sunday. That's actually a Catholic thing. Before the Catholics, everybody acknowledged the Sabbath, even Christians.
Well, the Sunday is a day of rest.
The
You don't have
Sunday
to do
it's the
anything.
seventh day, but the seventh day was Saturday. Sunday wasn't the seventh day. They changed it on purpose. You got to look into your religion
Mm.
and see what's really behind it. Now, are there good Catholic people? Of course there are. They just don't know any better. But when you do your homework, I promise you, you won't walk into a Catholic church
Yeah,
anymore.
but you know what? I have to
And I
say
don't
that
want to get into religion because
no, I
I
don't
can't
because
win this battle when it
there's gonna
people.
be Catholics that are gonna have their opinions on it and blah 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 blah
Yeah.
blah, and then when they go into all that goofy stuff.
But the Sabbath is
So,
important. You should look into that part.
I do believe the Sabbath is important, and I will look into that because
Yeah.
I'm not.
You know,
I don't know, to be honest.
yeah. And beside that, I mean, look into all your different things. You're still a
Um,
Catholic, I get it, but
my only question was if Jesus was a Jew,
of
then
course he
why
was.
aren't Catholic Jews?
Well,
That's my biggest question, honestly, with religion.
yeah, well, when we're really supposed to be Judeo Christians, like we're supposed to acknowledge Jesus, the Messiah, did come down here to fulfill things, and he did. But then he didn't tell you to stop obeying the law of the Almighty. People think he did. People say, well,
Mm.
he basically spilt his blood for us, so now it's okay for us. We're not bound by the law, and we are not bound by the Old Testament laws
No,
anymore.
to me, it's like a Dave Koresh kind of vibe I get from all this.
But you're not bound by it, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't obey it to make the Almighty happy. Because you're supposed to give him praise, and people are confused. I don't want to get into religion right now because I could talk about it for day, and I'm not a religious professional scholar, so
No, you're
I
gonna
may
have
say
people
shit.
in here.
I may put my foot in my own mouth and say something that's not true. So all I know is there are things that if you look into the Catholics, they did a lot of evil stuff, not the people, but the leaders, the popes, and these guys were warlords. I mean, they weren't just popes from the beginning, but that's a whole nother story for another day. But if you do your homework, I'm sure you're going to see what I'm talking about. You're going to see a lot of things that you're not going to like, you know. That's
Yeah,
all I could tell you with that part. Because
yeah.
why is the biggest religion? I could give you the answer. I'm going to ask you, but let me ask you this. Why do you think most people are Catholic? I think it's the biggest Christian religion, right? Catholics, there's like 1 billion of them or whatever. Why do you think they are Catholic?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
I can't answer that.
Okay,
wholeheartedly,
this
but
is just my own personal opinion.
Go ahead. Go say your opinion. I'm gonna tell you my opinion. Go ahead.
I think most people are Catholics because it's easy to be a Catholic.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say it in a different I was gonna say it's easy for them to get a pass for them sinning.
Yeah, like you could go to another man and go in a booth with him
Sorry,
and
Catholic people.
confess your sins, and then he tells you go say 20 Hail Marys and you're forgiven.
I think it's easy for them to sin. And that's yeah. So I kind of agree with you.
Even
Yeah.
as a child, right? If you go to school and they ask you, what religion are you? Let's just say you said, I'm a Jehovah Witness, right? Now, I'm not even saying that's a true religion either. So let me just explain though. Kids would tease that kid. Kids would bust that kid's chops. But if you went to school and they said, what religion are you? I'm a Catholic. That's it. That's the end of the story. There's no more thinking about what they are. You
Yeah,
understand?
like
It's
everybody around here is Catholic.
it's easy to say you're a Catholic. It's just easy. It
Well,
it avoids a lot of
Catholics are great,
problems.
by the way.
You know, so it's hard to say. I don't go to any church. I believe in the Almighty, but I believe they're all hypocrites because they are.
So, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What's the difference between Christian and Catholic?
Well, a Christian religion, I mean, you know, there's so many different ones. So they all have one common factor. They believe in Jesus was the Messiah. That's not even his name, but that's another story for another day again. So they all have one common factor. The Muslims have one common factor. No matter what, they all believe in Muhammad and they believe Jesus was not the Messiah. And the Jews have one common factor because there's different Jewish religions, but they all have one common factor. They believe
Catholics
Jesus
do as
wasn't the
well.
Messiah. So all the Christian religions have one common thing in place. They all acknowledge Jesus was the Son of God or the Messiah. Some say that they're all one, the Trinity and all that. So
Yeah,
they
that's
all have that.
Catholic.
Yeah, but there's other religions that believe in the Trinity, and there's other Christian religions that don't believe in the Trinity.
Mm.
But that's another argument for another day. Yeah, I don't want to get into it. It's too deep.
Yeah, but so what's the difference? What's the difference?
Between what? Between
Christian
a
and a Catholic. I don't know it.
well, a Christian.
Honestly,
Let's say you're a born again Christian, right? Or you're a Protestant. You're still a Christian. So a Christian's like a title, and then they're divided into religions. Like Catholic is a Christian religion, Protestant is a Christian religion. So I think it's like more or less a title, but they all have one common thing, in that they all believe in Jesus is the Messiah. So that would be the thing when people say I'm a Christian. You believe in that Jesus is the Messiah. So when you ask me, I am a Christian. I believe in Jesus as the Messiah, but I don't believe in the Catholic ways. I don't believe in the Protestant ways, but I am a Christian. And my church is basically when two or more people are gathered speaking about the Almighty. You could be in your house with your sister and you got the Bibles open and you're talking about God. That is church. That is acknowledged by the Almighty. That is church. You don't need to go to a church. Now, a gathering in a church is a very good feel-good moment, right? You go in, everybody's kind of holy, and these are all people that are just like you, so you're with your own peers, and it's a great moment if it was correct. And I think when the Almighty does come down here, there will be just one religion eventually, and that's it. There ain't going to be
See,
20 different religions,
I
1,000
honestly
different
still,
religions.
and I'm telling you, still, I do not understand the difference.
I get you. Well, the Catholics have their own system. You know, they believe in you could go to a priest and you call him Father, which is another slap in the Almighty's face because there's only one Father, him. But they designed it that way. So now you go and a Catholic religion, you could confess your sins to a priest and you can
Yeah.
be forgiven through him. He's the middleman, supposedly, right? He has the power to forgive you. Protestants don't have that. So that's the difference, like, let's say, between a Catholic and a Protestant. You know, Protestants have pastors. Their pastors are allowed to be married. Priests aren't, which I think is absurd. You're gonna a priest shouldn't. I don't think the Almighty ever asked for a man not to procreate. That was the idea of him making Adam and Eve to
I agree.
procreate. So
I agree.
the Catholic Church went to the next level, and it created problems. That's why a lot of men haven't become a lot of good men that would be great priests aren't in the priesthood because they do desire to have a family and have a wife. I think if that door was open, we would have a lot better priests in there.
Well, now we call them preachers, right?
I don't know what you call them because I don't pay attention to them at all, to be honest. They call them preachers now? I don't know.
Yeah, preachers are allowed to get married and
whatever. Pastors and stuff, yeah, they're allowed to get married. Almost every religion other than the Catholic Church, the rabbis or I forgot what you call the Muslims priest. I forgot what he's called, like a rahab or something. I forgot what he's called. They all have families and they're married. It's only the Catholic Church.
The two religions that prominent in this world are the ones that do not allow people to be married, and have been problematic throughout
Well,
history.
what's the second one? I thought the Muslims were the
It's
second
the
most.
Muslims and the Catholics.
You could be married if you're a Muslim priest.
Yeah, yeah, to a
E-
detriment.
Even the Almighty's favorite people. Think about this. Moses was married.
To a
Abraham was
detriment.
married. The only person that wasn't married, supposedly, was Jesus. That's it.
Yeah, but
Any
these,
prophet, they were all married. Peter, Paul, they were all had children. You know,
yeah, to a detriment.
the Almighty Son was just perfect. So I guess he couldn't lay with a woman for whatever reason. He had to be perfectly clean. And I guess that's why he wasn't married. I mean, some people believe he was married, but I don't believe that, but that's what some people believe. They believe Mary Magdalene was his wife and things like that. I don't believe that. I think he came down here for a purpose. I don't think he came down here to procreate. I think he came down here to fulfill his father's agreement, his promise. His father promised he would, do this, and he came down here basically to save us, I think, more or less, to graft in the Gentiles. But that's a whole look. The religion thing is going to get too deep, so we'll jump around, and that's a show I should do again. But I would need my son
Yeah,
in here on
definitely.
that. My son's pretty good. My son is actually knows so much more than me, but his only problem is his delivery. He's very arrogant when he speaks about the Almighty because he knows so much. And he can't take when somebody says something that's not true. He considers it blasphemy. And he gets himself
Yeah,
twisted. And I keep telling him that you got to kill the bear with honey. Yeah. I understand what you're saying, but you can't get mad at people if they're ignorant and they don't know any better. You got to try to change their thought process.
exactly. And also you have to go point counterpoint. You can't.
Yeah. And see, like even I said to you, I didn't get too deep into it. I said, listen, just go look into it a little bit. Go do a little homework. And I promise you, you will see what I'm talking about. You will see the light. You will see that it's pagan. I'll give you one big one, and you could go look at that. You're not supposed to go to a church and kneel and pray, whether you're praying to the statue or through the statue to the Almighty. You're not supposed to do that. That's called idolatry.
Pops, when I walk into a church, the first thing I do is genuflect.
What do you mean? You make the sign of the cross?
I kneel and make the sign of the cross.
All right. Well, there's
When
no
I
such. The
enter,
Almighty never
when I
asked you to do
enter,
that. That's a
but when I
Catholic thing,
enter the room, that's what I do.
right? But that's a Catholic thing. You're not. That's
I'm a
not a.
Catholic though.
I know, but when you go inside, there's statues there. There's a statue of Jesus right on there on the cross. That's idolatry. You're not supposed to make any graven image of any heavenly being, not even
No,
of the Almighty.
no, listen, there's not statues of Jesus. There's statues of like
Blessed Mother.
Mary,
Yeah.
yeah, and the Blessed Mother. Yeah, of course.
And how many people pray to the Blessed Mother to talk to the Almighty, or maybe they're just praying to her directly to get, like a prayer, right? You're not supposed to do that. There's only one
Yeah,
spirit
no,
you're supposed to pray
no,
to.
no,
Him.
no, yeah, exactly. We're there to pray for him, but we give props to everybody on a way to pray to him.
But you're
So
not
that's
supposed
what
to.
happened.
Jesus, do you remember you can even watch this in the movies. Watch like Jesus in Nazareth, and Lazarus says to Jesus, "How am I supposed to pray to my Father?" And he
That's
tells
my
you how to pray to
grandfather's
him.
name.
Yeah, he
My
says, "How should I pray to my Father?" And he says, "Our Father who art in heaven." He gives you the way to pray to him. He gives it to you. Here is the way you're supposed to pray to the Almighty. There is no different way. This is the way.
You know,
So
my grandfather's name is Lazarus. My brother's name is Israel, and his son is named Nazareth.
pretty cool names. I don't know what all of them exactly stand for. There's a meaning behind every name.
Yeah,
Um,
Nazareth is a village in Israel,
no, I know that.
and Lazarus,
Is that
Lazarus is the
he was
guy that.
resurrected?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, but
Yeah,
that's a Lazarus is a
it's a
pretty cool
it's,
name. I like Lazarus.
it's a fun fact. That's what I'm just saying. That
I almost was gonna name my son Spartacus.
I actually do like that name, by the way. But yeah, Lazarus is my grandfather's name, and if I had a son, his name would have been Lazarus.
it's a
Honestly,
it's a pretty cool name.
yeah. I love that. I do like them, but it's just like a fun fact shit I gotta have like put out there.
Yeah, I love biblical names. It's a lot of biblical names. Peter's a
Yeah,
biblical name. Paul is a biblical name. I mean, there's a lot of them.
Paul's not that interesting though.
No, but it is a biblical name. David is a biblical name.
Yes, David. Yeah, yeah, I got it. Yeah.
I know even Michael somehow was a bit. I know the archangel
Oh,
Michael is.
Michael is very biblical.
Yeah, that's me, Michael.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a
Yo,
lot of.
Michael. All right, Michael is aren't you the saint of the police officers?
Well, yeah, that is they use that the saint. And yeah, they wear a charm
Yeah,
around. See, I
yeah,
don't believe in saints or anything. I wouldn't wear. Even though I
yeah,
believe in
but
Michael the
Catholics do.
Yeah, of course they do. Look, I'm not an innocent. I had that little medallion of Saint Michael around my neck. I used to wear it
Yeah,
until I realized it's not good.
yeah,
You
but
know.
then you have Saint Francis of Assisi that protects the animals, and I kind of do like all that stuff. I don't know.
See, with religion, the one thing people have become is comfortable with their religion, where I have not. I'm never comfortable. I'm always
Mm.
searching for more truth. That's the difference
Uh,
between me and the average guy. Is I'm a Catholic. I'm comfortable with what they do, or I'm a
all
Christian. Or
right,
I'm a
Pop,
Protestant.
but
I'm
do you
not
think
comfortable.
the more you delve into it, the more that you're not a believer?
No, I'm actually more of a believer. But
Really?
without a doubt. I mean, I know he exists in my mind. So people could tell me anything else. If you ask
Yeah.
me, well, what is the percentage? I used to say 99% when I was younger. I used to go, well, there's always a chance, aliens or something made us, right? But
Yeah.
now I'm 100%. It's no 99 no more. Too many
Mm,
things have happened to me. I get a feeling in me that most people don't get
mm.
sometimes when I talk about them. I get the spirit that's inside, like a fire. I'm 100%. I'm not even 99. I'm 100% sure in my mind that he
Yeah, that's
exists.
gonna be my next question is why do you feel so wholeheartedly about it?
Well, there are a few things that happened to me in life, and they weren't
Mm-hmm.
coincidences. That's
Yeah.
another, and it would take me another show to explain to you a couple of them. And then there's just this spirit inside me that when I say just the Almighty, I get goosebumps on my arms. I mean, I feel a fire come in me. When I start talking about, I want to go out there and everybody thinks the Almighty is just this laid back guy and he just lets it. He has warriors too, And when I start
Yeah,
talking about I want
absolutely.
to hunt demons, I get a different man. I feel good. I feel like I'm almost like having sex. Like I get excited. Like that's a feeling that
Mm.
I don't know anybody gets that type of feeling, but I do.
Yeah, you got a soldier feeling. You're a soldier.
Yeah. I get in and I just
I understand.
I feel him. I can't explain it. Some people say I speak to him. I don't think anybody really talks to the Almighty. I think that's your subconscious. Um, I think he doesn't have to talk to you. I think he does whatever he wants to do. He does it. You don't have to even ask him.
I
He
think
knows.
he already knows.
He knows what you want
Like
before
he
you
already
even ask.
knows.
Right.
Yeah, he doesn't like he's like here. I think he already knows, and he's not addressing you until he needs you.
Right.
to be
But
addressed.
I feel him in me. I feel his spirit in me, like right here. I feel it. If you can't feel it, you can't feel it. I feel it. And it ain't my imagination. So, but there are a few things that have happened to me that kind of like made me really believe like this just ain't no coincidence. This shit happened to me. And I'm like, mathematically impossible. So it
See,
happened.
my man told me, and also my father told me this as well, is that when my man said he had the devil visit him, and he
My
knew it was the devil,
my son too.
and the next day he quit everything cold turkey.
My
Cold
son
turkey.
basically the devil visited him and was trying to make a deal with him.
Like no, my man, yeah, said devil came and talked to him, and then the next day he was like, "Fuck this," and he quit everything cold turkey. My father had the same experience. My father told me this way before my man did, and
Because they were
so
doing evil. See, the key is
and they all but they
my son
visualize
was
them
working
all
for
the
the devil
same.
for a while.
They visualize them all the same. They visualize them as like an evil monkey.
Oh, see, my son didn't have that. My son, he could tell you the story. The devil popped up in his room one night. He said he wasn't sure 100% if it was the devil or a demon, but he said he pretty sure it was the devil, the way he was speaking, and he said he looked like, he didn't look like human flesh, but he looked like kind of like a ghost, but spiritly, and he looked like he was like a man, like a regular dude, dressed up, nice too. He said he was dressed nice. The devil, by the way, has two horns and he's ugly. If you really read the Bible, he's the most beautiful creation the Almighty's ever made. Okay, he's
Well,
supposedly Brad
I'm
Pitt
gonna,
of the heavens. Like he's
I'm,
that good looking.
I'm gonna tell
So
you, both my man and my father said that this was like a monkey type.
maybe it was a demon and they thought it was the devil because it could have
Maybe,
been a
yeah,
demon.
yeah, maybe.
See, and my son just kind of, I don't remember the whole story, but he said basically, he said to him, "Look, you've been working for me for a long time now." Because my son was really on a bad path at one point in his life. And he asked him, "Are you ready to really go to work? And I'll reward you." Like he was making a deal with trying to make a deal. And my son, ever since he said, after that night, I didn't make the deal. He says, that's when I really started to believe the Almighty exists. Because my son didn't really believe in the Almighty. So by that devil showing up, whether it be a demon or the devil, actually turned him to the opposite direction. Now he believes in the Almighty 100%, where when he was younger and he was walking with the devil, he didn't believe in him at all. He thought it was a joke. Like, he didn't even believe that the Almighty existed, but until the devil came and paid him a visit. And he could tell you the story better than me because it's his experience. I never met the devil. I think because I was holy from even a child, I think the devil knew he had no shot with me. He got no shot with me. If we want to test the theory, let him come visit me and offer me anything that I could have anything on this planet. I could be the richest man on the planet, and I'll tell him to go fuck himself. But that's just me. But I'm sure there are people that didn't. I'm sure some of these famous people that are rich didn't make the deal with the devil. I don't believe that some of these. You ever see some of these rich people and you go, how is that guy so rich? He's an idiot. He's not even smart. Like, where did all this money? How did it all come to him? I'll give you an example. I don't care what anybody tells me. Jay-Z is a devil worshiper. He isn't that good. His rap was okay. There's rappers out there that are just,
I agree with
yet
that.
this guy's a billionaire. Like, this guy is, and I seen him. They show these parties he's been to, like with the girl that does the spirit cooking and all that shit. And I'm like, oh, there you go. There's why he got so rich and powerful. I believe there are certain people in Hollywood and movies that actually made that deal. And I don't think all of them are, but I bet you there's a lot of them.
Yeah,
a lot of
Jay-Z
these
is
people,
not
you look
that
at them
good.
like, that guy's a shitty actor. How did he get so famous? Like, where did that,
And even a rapper, he's not even that good as
he's
a
not
rapper.
even that good. And then he gets Beyonce, like he even got a hot looking girl. Like this guy got
Yeah,
whatever he
and he's
wanted.
ugly as shit too.
That guy is one of the most ugliest people on the planet. I think that's how ugly
Yeah.
he is.
He's
You know, he's
really
just
ugly.
ugly. He's just really ugly.
He's ugly. He
Super
really is.
ugly. And he's not even like got a good personality. He's an arrogant person too. You know?
He's arrogant and ugly. That's a
Yeah.
fucking fact. It's true. You're right.
I believe a lot of these people make deals. You know, the real rich. Have you ever noticed like a lot of these rich people, they're all, you know, look, we know this. They're all doing the signs over their eyes and they're basically in a contest to show off to each other, like who worships Lucifer more. Yeah, spirit cookies and stuff. I mean, this is the shit I'm talking about. Like, there's so much. See, we're starting now to see all these hidden symbols that we've basically been blind to, you know, like when I grew up in the 80s, we didn't realize Walt Disney had hidden symbols in their characters. You know,
Fun fact, not to diss on Jay-Z, but it's a gift and a curse when you able to see all this goofy ass shit that's going on.
yeah. Brad Pitt, though he is nice and good looking.
Mm.
Oh, he's good. Go ahead. So he didn't make the deal with the devil. He made it on his own. No, he didn't. He didn't make it on his own. Just because you're a decent looking guy don't mean you get famous.
I think when Brad Pitt went with Angelina Jolie, he made a fucking deal with the devil.
Yeah, you know, look, I love Robert De Niro. Okay, was one of my favorite actors, and he made a deal. He made the deal. He was on Epstein's Island with Naomi Campbell.
Listen, I love Robert De Niro too, but he ended up being a fucking shittard. What the
Right?
fuck,
He ended up being an asshole. He did. And I used to like him when I was younger.
Me too. I loved him.
Yeah.
He's a straight up asshole right now.
Yeah. Total asshole. If I seen him, you know, one day he goes, "Oh, if I see Trump, I punch him in the face." You know what? If I see Robert De Niro, I punch him in the face.
I would throw punch the fuck out of Robert De Niro, you asshole. What the biggest disappointment ever in my life was fucking Robert De Niro and his bullshit. Oh God. Yeah. Yeah, I can see.
I hate when my nose is clogged.
Who do you think is righteous though?
Mel Gibson.
Okay.
And that's why anybody that is hated in Hollywood, they hate him. That guy is righteous. Like they hate Mel Gibson. They hate him so much.
Of course.
They didn't give him the Academy Award for Braveheart. You know who they gave it to? Nicolas Cage. He was playing an alcoholic.
Nicolas Cage?
Nicolas Cage won the Academy Award for a movie that
the fucking no, oh my God.
And they gave it to him, and the movie sucked. It was about he was an alcoholic and
horrible.
And Mel Gibson was Braveheart, man. He played that part
was the shit.
Listen, and they didn't give him the Academy Award because Hollywood hates Mel Gibson. Then you know what he did? He stuck it up their ass and made Passion of the Christ.
Oh, Jesus.
And when he made that movie, he made so much money because he produced it that he became a powerhouse. Now he can produce his own movies. He don't even need them.
Yeah.
But he's the one that says they're all pedophiles. They're drinking blood, babies' blood. This shit is real. They are doing it.
I swear to God, Mel Gibson, Passion of the Christ, that's when all that all right, so like before after that, I took my CCD classes, and the ladies teaching the CCD classes, they were like they actually they let me borrow the CD and I watched it. Right. And they were like they actually had what the fuck is it called? They had like a basket to give donations to so that they can give to Mel Gibson for his further journey on this, basically is what it was.
anytime you see an actor or a singer that has like they're a one-hit wonder, usually they're not they're righteous. They're not playing ball with the satanic cult.
Yeah, but you
Um,
notice how they try to drag Mel Gibson because he got drunk
yeah.
and that broad did him wrong and he talked this shit and he couldn't be like a disgruntled husband because husbands have all these issues with their wives. He
Uh-huh.
couldn't be that. They just dogged his ass all over the media. Remember that?
Yeah. So you're asking Vigo, what's Epstein Island?
Oh,
Is that the
Jesus
question?
Christ.
Epstein Island is an island that the
Whoa.
rich and elite go to, and they party on that island, but it's supposedly a lot of pedophilia going on over there. So that's what Epstein Island is.
Pops, do you like Alex Jones?
I'm like this with Alex. Like I think he I don't some people say he's controlled opposition, some people say he's a chill. I'm up in the air with him, but I can say one thing about him. He does bring a lot of things up to the
Mm-hmm.
front as far as, this stuff with doctors and things that if it's controlled opposition, I can't understand how it could be because why would they want all this bad press talking
What's
about
that
that
other
stuff?
island? It's not Epstein Island, but there's another island.
What, Bohemian Grove? That's in
Yes, that's
California.
it.
That's not an island, though.
Yeah, I think that people misconstrued Bohemian Grove with Epstein Island
Yes.
a lot.
Bohemian Grove is basically a lot of rich and elites go there to make deals.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they're not necessarily devil worshippers, a lot of them, okay? It's just a lot of rich and powerful men. But what happens there is there's a satanic ritual
Yes.
and it's evil. And they claim that they don't use real people. But there are other people that say, yeah, they actually do throw a real person in the fire. Like they actually kill somebody. But that's another story for another day about that part. But
Mm-hmm.
what I believe happens is even like, let's say I don't know, let's say you're Donald Trump and you go to the Bohemian Grove and you're really not, you're a Christian, you're not into that shit.
Yep.
When you go to these meetings with all these rich elites, I think when they do that satanic ritual, it releases demons. And those demons go and possess people at that Bohemian Grove ceremony. And you don't even, being possessed by a demon doesn't mean your head's spinning around like The Exorcist. You may not
Yeah.
even know it's inside you. And it's actually telling you to do stuff in the back of your brain. And it's making you do things that you wouldn't even want to do. I believe that's what goes on there. I think there's a lot more. And if whatever I'm saying is conspiracy theory, my own, maybe it's just basically rich and powerful people getting together and making deals. But there is a satanic ritual there going on. I've seen guys that I like there, like Ronald Reagan was at that, and I thought that guy was a great president, but he was at that thing. And then I
So what's
watched
what's
videos
the
of Ronald
difference
Reagan talking
between
about a
that?
new world order. So was he really a good president? Is he part of the club? Because he was talking about a new world order, Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, well, but what kind of new world order? It wasn't a global reset.
Well, there's
I
only
think that's
one new world
I think
order
that's the
that they're
difference.
talking about. There is no other. They want a one world government.
Yeah, no, when there's yin and there's yang. There's a global reset and there's new world order, and they're
Um,
different.
I believe
And
that's true too. Mm-hmm.
yeah, I don't know what the difference is, to be honest with you, but I know when you have a yin, you have a yang. When
Right,
there's a
like,
global reset and there's people praising a new world order, um,
and then
it's an
there's the good
issue.
guys, the white hats, the
Yeah,
black hats.
exactly,
Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
there's rich, powerful people that actually love humanity and they want to help people, and then there's rich people that hate people and they
So,
want to depopulate us.
all right. So my next question would be, how do you feel about the Epstein Island opposed to Bohemian?
I think Bohemian and Epstein are two different things. I think Epstein Island was used more to leverage people. to get rich people on that island and like take pictures and movies of them. And now I
Yeah,
got you. I
feel
got
like
you with a
yeah,
16-year-old, and you gotta
yeah,
listen.
gotcha, bitch. Yeah,
You
Epstein
know,
Island is a gotcha, bitch.
yeah, it's
But
a CIA
there
operation,
was
I
a
think.
lot of kids that were abused during that gotcha, bitch moment. So
I think on Epstein Island, they got different levels of like underground. They have like 4 or 5 levels. I
I
think
agree with you,
I
JB the
believe there's
Dreamer.
real
Julian
crazy.
Assange
Hmm.
is a real hero, and I think he's his ass. I feel bad for Julian Assange.
Hmm.
Hashtag free Julian.
Yep.
And I agree with you.
I think there's different levels
100%,
in
baby.
Epstein's Island. I believe that certain people go there to do real evil shit. Then some people are going there to party, and maybe they're going with hookers. They're just having orgies there, and everything's like on the up and up. And then there's guys going there, and the girl looks like she's 20, but she's only 16, and they set them up in a room like a powerful man,
Yeah,
like a politician.
I would wholeheartedly agree with that. If say if I was part of the foofy people, and they were like, oh, we're gonna take you to Espin College, and I'm like, shit, and I would go there, and I'd probably like rock out with the regular schmegler people,
Right,
but then in the background, there's all these fucking goofy ass fucking child molester weirdos
right.
doing their shit and paying the money to do their shit. So
Yeah.
I can agree with that. Yeah.
They even have a submarine thing over there where submarines pull in because the real like rich elites that don't want even people to know they've been there. So they have like a submarine dock. They go there in a submarine and they get out and they go in that basement and they do some evil shit. There are evil people out there. People got to understand they've just been getting away with it. And all this stuff is starting to come to the light now. See, the Almighty always said, I will bring the truth to the light at the end. And
You
we're
know what?
starting to see it.
There was an actor that actually killed himself because he was like, I'm bored. He was fucking bored. So you think that to not think that these rich elites are going after shit that like everything is like just so readily available to them.
There were a lot of
And
famous
some of them,
actors.
yeah, some of them are fucking bored, so they're going into creepy shit, and they're
What they
delving
even do.
into creeping shit.
Yeah. There are certain famous actors, like they say Errol Flynn. Now he's an old actor from back in the day. He was like Brad
Oh
Pitt.
God, yeah, I was just talking about him the other day, actually.
So they said he slept with so many women that
They
he
were
got bored
trying
of
to
sleeping with
slide
women.
it
He
through the
started going with
fucking
men.
wall.
Like,
No, him and his he had a stunt double. He had a stunt double, and him and the stunt double would be at his house watching these bitches climb over the fucking wall to try to get at them. And he would they were like, which one do you want? Which one do you want? And
right, but they said at one point he got so bored with women he flipped and he went with men. Like, that's how bored
exactly,
these guys get.
exactly. That was
Yeah,
good. That was gonna be my next point. Is that this shit was so readily available to them that they got bored with it. And
yep,
so, yeah, exactly. And he started fucking with men. Exactly.
yeah. They did nothing. Like they needed a new
Exactly.
taboo to turn them on. Like
These bitches were climbing over fucking walls to get with him. He didn't even have to do any work. He didn't
nothing.
have to do no chasing.
No, he just
He,
went for there.
yeah,
That was it.
yeah, exactly. Men have a natural being in them to fucking hunt.
I mean,
To
do you
hunt.
really think Elvis Presley had to try hard to pick up a girl? Think
No,
about it. Elvis Presley walked in a place, 50 girls. They were raping him. Basically,
exactly.
he couldn't even
Yeah.
be. He had to have
It was
security to
sexual
keep the
assault
woman
in his
away from him.
ass. Hashtag me too for Elvis because it was sexual assault in his ass.
Yeah,
And Errol Flint was freaking dealing with this shit, and that's why he went taboo.
I'm going to give you a great Errol Flynn movie you should watch. Being that you talked about him, it's called
Uh,
Gentleman Jim.
mm,
You gotta watch it. It's awesome.
Gentleman Jim.
You're gonna laugh. It's funny. I'll tell you what it's really. It's basically about a family, the O'Sullivans, they're called. So what this family does every time they have a little argument, this is back in the day, you know, they'll go in the barn and they'll fight, like the brothers. Like, all right, they're arguing, the two brothers, to the barn, and the whole little town comes there to watch these brothers. They're called the O'Sullivans, and they're always fist fighting, right? And this is back in, like, I don't know, 1920 or something. So what happens is Errol Flynn is the youngest brother, and there's like 4 of them. But he becomes so good at fighting because he's constantly fighting his brothers in the barn. They have like a boxing rink. He ends up becoming, before professional boxing, it was called like a boxing club. And he was poor, he wasn't rich, and he goes to this like rich elite club, and they all had their own like boxers, like for the gentlemen's clubs. And they got him into the club because he could fight, he could box. So they took him and he becomes a boxer for the club, right? And then he ends up becoming like the world champion. But it's such a cool story. It's like Rocky in 1920. So if you like Errol Flynn, you're gonna love this movie because he's funny in it. He's got a lot of charisma, Errol Flynn. He's one of my favorite actors. But it's a cool movie. It's called Gentleman Jim. It's like watching a Rocky movie from 1950 or 1940 when they made it. But it was pretty cool. You know, I like Rocky. Did you like Rocky?
Like, honestly, literally, like the other day, Errol Flynn that I watched was Captain
Hood?
Kidd.
Oh,
no,
he's great.
Captain Kidd.
He's great in that.
You ever see Captain Kidd?
Yeah, he even plays Robin Hood good.
Freaking movie.
How about Robin Hood?
That was the first movie I ever watched. I watched when he played Robin Hood. That too was fucking epic.
Yep.
But Captain Kidd was
epic.
I just seen it the other day for the first time.
He's a great actor.
Oh my god. Yeah.
I love Errol Flynn. He was a great
and
actor.
The fact that they even named him Arrow.
Errol, right? Pretty cool name. He's a good-looking, cool-looking dude for back in the day.
Very handsome. Very, very handsome. He was tall, handsome. Yeah, absolutely. But this Captain Kidd movie, oh my god, this shit was so. It was so good, honestly.
Yeah, JB, I know about those cards.
Don't ruin it for me because I didn't watch the second half of it, and I will tonight. But don't ruin it for me. Don't tell me what it is.
JB, they got a card in that deck that has a truckers strike. So that's going on in Canada right now. So, yeah, I know that deck. I think it's an Illuminati card game, actually.
A World Order deck?
Yeah, it's like an Illuminati card game or a New World Order card game. And they basically are predicting the future. Their battle plan is in the deck of cards.
Really?
Yeah. Listen, there's one thing you have to understand about these rich people, these real rich people. It turns them on to let you know what they're going to do to you. It turns them on, but they don't just outright come out and say it. They'll put it in a cartoon like The Simpsons. Okay? The Simpsons, if you ever watch some of The Simpsons.
I love The Simpsons.
They predicted what's going on right now. They didn't predict. They knew.
Yeah.
Did you ever see The Simpsons when they did Donald Trump coming down the escalator? Before he became president?
I did, but how is that so?
Because it wasn't a coincidence. This is all a show. See, they did that on purpose. And Donald Trump did exactly what the cartoon did on purpose. They try to show each other up. It's like a game they play amongst the rich and elites. They play this game. Who could ever show up the most? Who could show off they worship Satan the most? Some of them are. Some of them just show off, like, who could show off how powerful they are. Like, there's different, I would say in the Masons, there's different ones. There's devil worship Masons. There's the good guy Masons. So they're all in like a contest with each other, these rich and elites. And they love to show off, to show each other, like, look how dumb most of these people are.
I worked with a lot of Masons, but they were all architects, scientists,
Low-level Masons are all really good people. It's a cover.
like these people. No, but these people have like everybody. When I worked for this architecture firm,
Hmm.
these people were like uh like really like like super duper scientists,
Yeah, they pick the best of the best.
architects. They
Yeah.
did all this shit, and they were all Masons.
Well,
They
there's
were
Masons
all
that are
Masons.
cops. They
They're
pick
all
people in
massive.
different positions.
They're all Boston Masons people,
Yeah.
and I was like, what the fuck? There's one guy that was like 500 pounds. Like,
There should be no secret societies, but there are. If you ever seen the Mason ceremonies, they're on, they're on video. You could go on YouTube and find them. If you really watch them, they're pretty evil. And the higher
um,
you get up, the more evil it gets. It's when
not
you
for
hit a certain
nothing,
level, it gets
but
real
if
evil.
the shit hits the fan and we're gonna go our own way, I would want Masons to be part of my crew.
Yes, and yes, I agree with what you're saying, but maybe Lola, the first ones that are going to get taken out of the like a lot of the Mason, like the real high up evil people, they're going to take out the people like the traitors. They're going to take out the people that like these politicians that think they're safe. They're going
Yeah.
to take them out first because they're traitors. They don't want traitors amongst their ranks. They know that. It's like having
Yeah.
Judas as your friend. You may use Judas to do your bidding, but when
Yeah,
you
no,
don't need Judas no more, you take it, you whack him.
yeah, no, I wholeheartedly agree with that, but I would take Eddie Mason before I would take anybody else. Only because these
They know the
people
game.
yeah, well, they're scientists, um, and
Well, I'll tell you, if the shit hits the fan, I want to be around a Navy SEAL. You could keep your Mason.
I will have a Mason on my left and my Navy SEAL on my right.
Yeah, don't steal my lines now, Sue. You didn't say Navy SEAL. I
No,
don't
all
want to
right,
be. I don't care about it.
you can keep
I
Navy
want to be
SEAL.
with warriors, man. Because when the
I'll
shit
have a
hits the
Mason
fan,
on my left and a Marine on my right.
all right. Well, if I had to do that, I want a doctor on my left and a Navy SEAL on my right. So if I get shot, he can sew me up.
Yeah, well, that Mason can be a doctor.
Right.
You never
That's it.
know.
Yeah, there you go. But if I really had to choose, I want a Navy SEAL on my left and a Navy SEAL on my right. How's that? you know? I mean,
I
if I was a
gotcha.
super rich guy, I would have like a Navy SEAL team as my security detail. I
If
would
I
like
was
hire
super,
retired Navy SEAls.
listen, if I was super rich, I wouldn't even deal with any of this fuck shit. I
No, I would
would
have my own
go.
island. Fuck
I
that.
would go to my little island
Yeah.
and do my own shit.
I
Honestly.
actually, if I had enough money, I may even buy my own little country. There's countries I think you could buy. I would buy my own country. Like if I had Bezos money, I'd be like, I'm making my own laws. How you like that? I'm the
Pops,
president.
Pops, you get your hustle on. I'll get my hustle on. We'll join forces
Yeah.
and do our own island.
How great would that be though? If you had an island, like you were rich, right? So you had your own little island. And you had a few people on it that you liked and a few people that like worked for you, a maid or whatever. And you lived in your own little paradise and you have to deal with all the people because in general, like I don't like to be around a lot of people
Yeah,
because
same
there's
here.
too many evil people. You go to a baseball game and you end up hating people in the game, like they're standing in front of you with their, and you can't even see the game, or they're cursing at you, or I mean, like there's so many bad people out there. It's really
It's
people
true.
aren't human anymore. Nobody respects each other anymore. They used to be. People used to have respect years ago. The respect factor is gone out. Like young kids don't respect elderly people anymore. Like if I was driving and an old man cut me off, I wouldn't get mad at him.
I'm gonna tell you this one fucking thing. It's almost inherent in them because I have an 8-year-old. Like I have to fucking like drill into her ass to respect her elders. Like she thinks she has a fucking say in shit, and it drives me nuts. Like she
Yeah,
thinks
like,
she's a fucking adult. Like she has a say and shit equally with the
right. They
with
think
me
they're
and her
adults already.
father. I was like, where the fuck did you get this like where did you get this from? That you
I,
think that you have a say with
right.
grown ass folks into what's going on here. You don't have any say.
My granddaughter once in a while does it. My daughter-in-law catches her
That
and
shit
says
drives me
she
fucking
thinks she
nuts.
has an opinion. Like, you don't
Yeah.
have an opinion at 7 years old. Just shut up
No,
and
shut
go
the
play
fuck
with your
up. Yeah,
brothers.
exactly. And this shit drives me nuts. And I pussyfoot around. I'm like I'm talking to you like this, but I'm not. I don't dress her like that at all. But yeah, but she like there's some shit that she like she goes out of bounds with, and she thinks she has an equal say. You don't have an equal say here.
Well,
You
that's what they
don't.
teach them in school. That's the problem.
Mm,
They teach
yeah.
young kids. They're
Well,
trying to
we
make young
certainly didn't
children
raise her
adults
to
now.
fucking. We certainly didn't raise her to think that. So so where is she getting this? You don't have an equal say in this. You don't have an equal like no. You're a child.
But
Like do your child shit.
do you know what the real agenda behind that all is? What they want to do, the evil people, is they want to get children to feel like they're adults, and they want to actually like make it legal for like a 16-year-old kid could vote now, or a 15-year-old. They want to lower the ages so pedophilia will start to become legal. Maybe it won't be legal 8 years old, but maybe they'll say, okay, well now sexual consent could be 13, 12. They want to, their agenda is to get pedophilia legal.
Their agenda is retarded. They're
It
trying
may
to
be
make
retarded, but this is the
children. They're
plan
trying to
behind the
make
madness.
children as adults. Yeah. None of these fucking goofy ass idiots are leaving their household.
Right.
These kids are staying there to their 30s,
They're
not having
hiding. They're
children,
cowards.
not having families, not having fucking anything. And
I,
they're sitting in their basements with their Cheeto stained fingers, being 30 and 40 years old, and still have nothing. I think these people are out of their goddamn minds.
yeah. But even these real
Like
rich people, you don't see them out in public. They hide. They're
even
always
the poor, even the people that are just making it. Dude, you know how many people that I know that are fucking are that I went to school with that are still living with their parents? It's disgusting. I'm 41 years old. It's disgusting. Still living with their parents.
I mean,
And
but
they're
there are situations where people get jammed up. Now, not me. It never happened to me. I never. But let's say you're a 35-year-old man, right? And you have a good job, and now you get divorced, and the courts give the woman so much
that's
money
the
that guy can't
difference.
even afford his own apartment anymore.
Yeah, that's a difference. If you lived your life and you got a divorce and you were married and you had a kid, but
Right.
when you have people that I went to high school with
And they're
that
still living with their
never,
parents.
yeah, that never got married and just never left their fucking parents' house.
There's something wrong with those people.
That's an
Definitely.
issue. Yeah,
They're
that's an
not
issue.
comfortable in
And it
society.
happens more often than not. It really does.
Well, it's
I
happening
can
more and
see
more.
I can see you going out and trying to live your life and fucking failure happen, some shit happen, your girl and your wife and whatever, and then you went back to your parents' house. I can understand all that. But when you never left, you actually never left your house.
Yeah,
That's
you're
an
right.
issue.
You know what that is a lot of these young kids now, they don't want any type of responsibility. So they never want to leave their parents' house. They think their parents got to take care of them forever. And they don't want to work. They rather sit in their room and play Xbox all day or get a little bullshit job like working in 7-Eleven where there's no real, responsibility. What are you going to do? Ring up a pack of cigarettes. So they're avoiding responsibility more than anything. That's what a lot of the young generation is doing. Not
Yeah,
all of them.
but Fez, you and your girl finally went out and did your own shit. All right.
So I
Listen,
lived at home until my
here's my
30s to save up money. I get that.
Yeah, I get that as well.
But you had a
I get that as
girlfriend and
well.
stuff, right? When you were living
Yeah,
in your
you had a
parents' house,
girl.
you still had a life. You were going out doing stuff. She's talking about guys that don't even come out of the basement.
Yeah, I'm talking about Cheeto stained fingers
Yeah,
that don't leave their house.
right.
That literally just don't leave their mom's house.
I couldn't wait to get out of my parents' house. I mean, I didn't leave until I was about 23 because I was saving money to buy my house and I was getting married, so I had plans, you know.
Yeah, well, you
But
had plans. Listen, I left when I was 18, no plans, had my own apartment, failed,
uh,
went back to my parents' house and fucking and then left when I was 21.
right. But I
So
couldn't wait to
yeah,
get
shit
out, is what I'm
happens.
trying to say. If I could have
Yeah,
got out at 18, I would have, but I was trying to save money for other things. But I couldn't wait to get out so I could have my own house. So if I wanted to have sex with my wife or my girlfriend, I could
exactly.
do it.
You know,
I don't have to worry about my mother's upstairs, like, you know.
exactly, Pops. And this is my big issue. If parents don't like parents should refrain from making it comfortable for their kids to fucking have sex in their house.
Yeah,
Because guess what? If you don't make it that comfortable, they're gonna go find another place, and that's their own place.
yep,
That's their own place, and they're gonna leave and they're gonna do their own shit.
you're right.
It's a fact.
I think me and you have to start our own show, Sue. Yeah, we do good. Like, you'd be like my co-host.
I'll be your co-host.
Yeah. I think we do good, me and you. We're on the same page with a lot of stuff. And then once in a while we disagree, but that's good.
Yeah, that's
You
why I
need a
like
little,
you.
you can't agree on everything. It can't be an echo chamber.
No, exactly.
You know?
Exactly. And that's why see, and that's why I move around here like this is I go count point counterpoint
Yeah. Well,
and
you
I
found a
listen to
home
other
here.
people's shit.
You
Yeah.
found a home and you can't fool pops.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
I like you.
Listen, I tell people this all the time. I mean, I could dress up a lot nicer and I could put on an act a little even better. But Joe Rogan ain't got nothing on me. He's just overpaid, glorified podcaster, you know. And I could do live comedy too. I mean, but I like Joe Rogan sometimes. I liked him back in the day when he first started. I liked him better.
I really not listen.
I don't like
I'm not a big
Spotify.
I'm not a big Joe when I'm
I'm not
not
a
a
big
big
Joe
Joe
Rogan
Rogan.
fan, by the way,
Yeah,
either.
I'm not. I'm not.
I actually
Honestly.
like Alex Jones better than Joe Rogan. At
I
least
do
he's nuts.
too. I do too. I haven't watched Alex Jones for a long time,
He's funny.
but I like him better than Joe Rogan, to be honest.
You got to see what he
Um,
does now. Have you seen him recently? He has this dragon come out like a cartoon.
I know,
And he
but
goes, ah, he starts talking Chinese on the thing. I know what you want. Like, and it's his voice
I
coming
gotta
out of
see
the
it.
dragon. I love it.
See, I'm not a big fan of Joe Rogan and Tim Cass.
I hate
I
Tim Cass.
watched
I
him.
think
I
he
don't like
sucks.
Tim Cass. Tim Cass is a pussy to me.
I think he sucks.
I
I
think
don't
he's
even.
a pussy.
I think if I had a setup like Tim Cass, I would blow the roof off the house.
He's such a baby.
And then the people he
I
has,
swear to God.
the people on his show, like he's got this one hippie with long hair. He's like a woke
And
hippie. I don't know if he's gay. I mean, like he's got these like shitty people on his
and then
show.
he has his girlfriend there, and she
Yeah.
looks like a fucking like
I don't even know how that guy got all those viewers. Like, I think it's a lie. I think they're full of shit. I don't even think he's got all those people.
He's such a pussy. He pussyfoots
Big
around everything.
Joe Rogan does
he
that too
doesn't have
now.
a backbone of
Right.
anything, and he doesn't even fucking put a video of anything that he's talking about.
No, he plays the game. He plays the game. He's there to make money. That's all he's there to do.
I don't like Tim Cass. I watched Tim Cass, but I don't like him.
He's not real. He's not real.
And Rogan is the same deal for me.
Now he is. Yeah, I agree with Rogan now.
However, Alex Jones, I do like. I do.
He's got balls. The bottom line
like
is
him.
they can say whatever they want about Alex Jones. He's got balls.
He does. I like him.
You know?
And I love comedy as well. So and he's comedic to me.
The
And
bi-
he tosses shit out there. So you like it or leave it. Who gives a fuck? But Tim Cass is a pussy, and
The
and
biggest problem I
Joe
got with
Rogan
Alex Jones is that
is a
every 10
pussy as
fucking
well.
minutes he's asking for vitamin commercials. Like, I get you got to make money, but like every 10 minutes, Alex Jones is stopping the show and he's like, people, I mortgaged my house. He's a salesman, and, I
Yeah,
have the best supplements and I get it. You got to make money, but show me that shit once an hour, not every 10 minutes. Like every 10 minutes,
see,
he's stopping the show.
yeah, that's what makes him like he really needs like he has to do it, but he probably should stop doing it. But
Well, he says he
nonetheless,
has to do it. I don't think he has to do it every 10 minutes. Because if
mm,
I'm watching your show, I'm going to
but
watch it for
he
an hour. You don't got to
but
show me a
he's
commercial every
all
10
right.
minutes.
So Tim Cass does the same shit, but he's actually has commercial. He's not repping his own shit. Alex Jones, that's where the difference is. Alex Jones is like pumping his own
Yeah, but Timcast
BTS
doesn't do it every
supplement.
10 minutes. Alex Jones
Exactly.
literally every 10 minutes has to stop and show his vitamin commercials of his
I
stuff.
know.
Like, do it every half hour. Give me 30 minutes straight when I don't got to deal with your bullshit commercial that whenever he does it, I got to like shut the volume and go look at some.
I
Like,
kind
at
of
least
agree
give
with
me a
that.
half hour before you start hitting me, and I'll buy shit from you. But stop asking me every 10 minutes. Stop
I
begging.
agree with that. It's
You know,
yeah, it's harassing at best.
he's
Yeah, I agree
begging
with
for
that.
money every 10 minutes. It gets me to the point where, listen, stop begging. We get it. I bought a few things from him when I first started watching him, just because I said, listen, this guy's entertaining me. I like him, and I want to support him a little bit. I'll help him out. I bought a few shirts, a couple of things of I. But it got to
Yeah,
the
I
point where
like
he
that
just
shit.
keeps begging and begging and begging, and he's going, people, I don't like to beg, but I got to. And, well, buddy, you could beg, but beg every 30 minutes. Don't beg every 10. I just want to watch 30 minutes straight without having to deal with the commercials.
Yeah.
You know,
And the
I
fact that he's his own commercials, that's different as well. So
yeah.
I can understand that.
I
But
would like to fast forward it, but you can't because it's live. I mean, unless you watch this pre-recorded, then you could try to fast forward through the commercials. I hate commercials.
me neither. And I'm not paying for premium.
The only
I did
commercials I
that
like
shit
are
for like
during the
2
Super
months.
Bowl. The Super Bowl commercials are better than the Super Bowl.
Well, people look forward to the Super Bowl
Yeah,
commercials.
but I don't watch the Super Bowl. I just won't watch football. I don't watch sports anymore. They became too political, the athletes, and they turned me off.
Mm.
I do like the Super Bowl parties. You go to somebody's house and everybody's
Ooh, I
eating
love
and
Super
shit. I
Bowl.
love
Yeah,
that.
I know.
But I don't.
Yeah,
I could care less who wins anymore. Like I used to be a diehard. Like I like the Raiders, right? So I used to be like a diehard Raider fan. I had the TV satellite where I could get the games no matter what. But I got out of it when I seen that these athletes, they're not like my hero anymore. They're too selfish and too political and. Like
they
LeBron
do get
James is a
fucked.
disgrace. He should stick his head in a hole.
He is
LeBron
a
James.
disgrace. The best
Michael
part of
Jordan
Super
was a
Bowl,
class act. Michael Jordan loved him. Class
I
act,
don't
Michael Jordan. Played
I
the
don't like
game.
the Super Bowl, and you know what I love about the Super Bowl is cooking for the Super Bowl. I
Oh, there you
love
go.
doing
You
the
love to cook.
appetizers. Yeah,
Ooh. You're
I
getting me
love
hungry,
making
Sue.
appetizers for the Super Bowl.
I
I'm
guess I know
telling
where I'm
you.
coming for the Super Bowl.
I'm telling you, I love the appetizers for the Super Bowl.
So,
I love the
what does everybody think?
chicken.
Who's going to win in the audience here tonight? Who do
I
you
don't
think is
even
going to
know.
win?
I don't even know
Um,
who's in the Super Bowl.
Bengals and the Rams. I'll tell you, I think the Bengals are going to win because it's the year of the Tiger. The Tiger, the year of the Tiger. See,
The
so
Bucks,
the last
the
time the
Bucks didn't
Bengals
make
won,
it.
it was the year of the Tiger. We have to make sure China is happy. We have to give them Super Bowl champion, year of the Tiger.
Brady
So,
didn't make it.
no, so I think this year it's going to be the year of the Tiger. Because let's
Mm.
face reality, China's running this country now.
I got
Year of the Tiger. I'm starting to do Alex
Yeah.
Jones
Is
shit
it
now.
the year of the tiger though? It's
Yeah,
finally
it's the year of the
fucking-
Tiger. And the Bengals, the last time the Bengals won the Super Bowl, it was the year of the Tiger. Now they're in
What
again.
shit.
So I think sports are rigged. I even think football is rigged. So I don't think the players are rigged. I think the referees, I don't know if you know anything about football. They could throw a flag up anytime they want and
I
call.
don't. You know what I do? I play $5 squares.
Oh, I love it. I don't you love those Super Bowl
love the
pools?
$5 squares. I
Yeah.
just pick random ass numbers, $5 number, and,
Yep.
and then fuck it, I cheer for either team. It doesn't
You
matter.
could care less as long as your squares come in.
Exactly.
Like, I don't give a fuck to score. I need
don't
it.
give a fuck. Yeah, exactly. I play $5 squares. I don't give a shit.
So we
That's
got,
the funniest
hey,
thing.
Joe Rogan is fucked up now. Agree with that. I used to like me too. I used to like him when he was more he had more balls. Now
Yeah,
Spotify controls
Joe
him.
Rogan fucking straight up bitch
What about
out.
Steven Crowder?
He
So
bitched out.
I don't know who Steven Crowder is. I never watched him. Maybe I gotta check him
You
out.
don't like Steven Crowder? Oh, I love Louder with Crowder.
No, I gotta watch him. I don't even know who he is. I'm gonna
You gotta
watch him.
him. He's funny as shit.
Yeah, I like
He's
a funny
funny.
guy. Mhm.
He's funny. If you're comedy, it's him. Comedy is him.
I'm gonna write that down so I don't forget to take a look
Comedy
at
and
him.
politics is Steven Crowder all day. I love Steven Crowder.
Yeah, that's who I'm gonna try to be like. I want to be funny but be real.
No, you don't even know Steven Crowder and you want to be comedy and you want to be real?
No, I
Dude,
like comedy.
You gotta watch fucking Steven Crowder. Oh my God.
I believe it.
Oh my God. You gotta watch him.
Make me laugh. That's cool.
He's hilarious. He is
Steven
hilarious.
Crowder. Well, hey, every day I learn something.
It's Louder with Crowder. Yeah, you gotta watch him.
I
Do
will.
you watch Jesse Peterson?
Don't like that guy.
Amazing.
I like a few of the things he says, but I don't like him in general. I think he's
Yeah.
there's something about him I don't trust. There's something I don't know. And he's too old.
Yeah, like he's doing too much, kind of.
Like he's acting too here's why I don't like him.
He's doing too much.
He tells people that parents should apologize to their children.
No, he thinks children should. Yeah.
No,
Wow.
he said your parents should apologize. Like you should ask for your like you should ask for your parents. Apology. You gotta forgive your parents.
Or
Right.
yeah, you gotta.
That's what he says.
No,
you have to forgive your parents.
He thinks the kids should forgive their parents.
Right.
Have you forgiven your mother? Have you forgiven your father?
Yeah.
Like shit like that.
And I'm like, what do you mean forgive? My fucking kid doesn't have to forgive me for anything.
But it's
I
weird
raised him.
because he's a Christian. Fun fact, he's a Christian. So
I don't know. They said there's something with pedophilia going on with him now.
No, what?
Yeah, there's a lot of accusations about him.
What?
Yep. Well, gay or something. I forgot what it is. There's something about him it's coming up now.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
You gotta. I don't know if it's true, but I'm just telling you that there's accusations out there.
I didn't even see that.
But I like when he does certain things.
I love the fact that he was like amazing.
Yeah, peace. They do all that stuff.
Do you love white people?
Yeah.
And what do you think about the Great White Hope? They're like, who the fuck is the Great White Hope? He's like, what? President Trump. I was dead. I think he's hilarious, personally.
Sometimes he is.
I will check into what you
JB
said.
thinks the Rams, if I had to say, I definitely think the Rams have the Bengals outmatched 100%, but it's the year of the Tiger. I keep telling you, year of the Tiger. So I like the quarterback on the Bengals. I think the kid is amazing. He's a young kid. He's got guts, but I think the Rams definitely are the better team. But it's the year of the Tiger. You got to understand, year of the Tiger. How about Pelosi tells the people I don't know if you seen this. Pelosi tells the athletes had a conference, and she says, I want to warn the athletes going to China from America to not say things, to shut up, because they're very vicious.
Is
Like,
that where she fell and tripped her ass off?
I don't know. No, I
You
don't
know
think so.
she's a
She
sack
had
of
a press
shit.
conference and she says, when you go to China, just shut your mouth. Don't like, because American athletes will like say, well, I think communism is wrong or whatever, or what they're
Oh
doing. So
yeah.
she says, no, shut your mouth, because they're very vicious. Like, they'll put you in jail over there. Like, could you imagine this shit? We're sending our athletes there and we're telling them to
I
shut
wouldn't
up.
even fucking go. I wouldn't even go.
I wouldn't go either. But
She's
if you
out of her
worked your whole
goddamn
life,
fucking.
to get to the Olympics, and now you got and
I
you
know.
made it, you're gonna do it because you
I
worked so
know.
hard to get there.
Yeah, you
And
work so hard all your life, and then you have a training male that comes up and
right.
scoop all your fucking titles away from you. So how about that?
Well, I don't know. Is that gonna go on in the Olympics? I don't know.
I think that's happened in the Olympics.
That's crazy, isn't it?
It's fucking disgusting, is what it is.
It's not it's not fair to the women.
If I sat and trained my daughter all this fucking time, and then some goofy swoops up and says he fucking identifies as a female and fucking trumps all her fucking lifelong efforts, get the fuck out of here.
But
These people are out of their goddamn fucking
but
mind.
I think it's just to annoy us more than anything. They just
They're out
want
of their
to. They seem
mind.
like they want to annoy us.
Yeah, well, they're taking them titles. Listen, Connecticut went through some shit where like I felt bad for these girls. They're like, we've been training our whole life for this shit, and all of a sudden, a dude that says he what's that? What the hell is that saying? He identifies as a female, comes up it and just takes it all away from them. These girls have trained all their lives. They actually sued them. They
If I
actually
would have
sued them.
realized, because I'm really good. I played baseball my whole life. If I would
Yeah,
have
I played
realized this, I
softball as
think I would
well.
have
I like
identified
baseball.
and went on the girls' softball team in the Olympics. I could have been famous. Could
For
have came
real.
out there. I identify as a pizza. I'm playing, and
Yep.
I probably would have kicked ass.
Yeah, you absolutely probably could have kicked ass.
I should have.
And
I should have did that. I could have been famous.
it is absolutely disgusting.
It's not only forget about even whatever. It's disgusting. I don't even get into that. It's it's stupid. It doesn't even make
Ridiculous.
logical sense at all. No, it makes absolutely no sense, 0 sense. And yet this shit is happening. It's just like, who do you think's behind it? The devil. This is all shit that he's making happen. Like, he's doing all this evil shit. No
And he's
rational
laughing
human
his
being
ass
can agree
off.
with this. No rational human being could agree with it.
He's
Nobody.
laughing his ass off.
Oh, he's fell off the chair already. He's laughing so hard. And the Almighty's just going. The Almighty's just going like this. I can imagine. He's just looking at this shit, going, "Really?
No, he's
Really?
saying you'll need Jesus. You guys need God.
Jesus. How
And
about he's saying, I'm gonna flip that shit. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just. I told you water the first time. Get ready for the brimstone. It's
but I'm
coming."
gonna ask you a question, Pops. You think why do you think he's falling back? Why do you think that the devil is putting all this work in and the Almighty is not?
Oh, you want me to tell you what I think?
Yep, absolutely.
I think the devil works for him. I think it's his hitman. He sent him down here. Because listen, if he didn't want him around, he could get rid of him tomorrow, right? So I think this is a giant test, and he gave him permission to do what he wants within reason. I think he did tell him that certain things he would have to come and ask him if he could do it, like with Job, with Job. He had to go up there and ask, like, what can I do? And he said, you can do anything you want to him, but you can't kill him. So I think he has limits. I think you got to have good and evil. You need that balance, right? You've said it before. I think he's here to test us. And I think that if God didn't want the devil to do what he's doing, he could just go like this, right? And snap his finger. I think this is all a giant game that they're playing. Now, supposedly the angels, they fell with the devil because they rebelled. And maybe he wants to show all the other good angels that no matter what the devil does, people are still going to believe in me more than him. You know, they're going to want to be on my side, not his side. And he could have probably wiped out the devil with one click of his finger, but he don't want to do that because he has to show all the other angels this is what I say is real, and I'm going to prove it to you. He's like proving a point right now, and we happen to be on the shit end of the stick as humanity. I think this is to prove a point. But he has a plan. Let's put it this way too. If you had a planet with billions and billions of people that have lived throughout time, and you were going to reset it one day and make it an everlasting great place, like a utopia, wouldn't you want to cherry pick and get the best people?
Yeah, absolutely.
And maybe that's another thing what he's doing. Like, he's cherry picking. Now, some people say, no, he's going to save everybody. I don't believe that. I don't know who he's going to save or who he's going to, but I guarantee not everybody's getting saved.
No,
So,
I don't think. See, people think that they can go commit whatever sins they want and can ask for forgiveness and think that you're going to be
forgiven.
Be forgiven.
Well, you can be forgiven according
I
to the
think
Bible.
I think you can be forgiven, but I don't think you're going to be one of
Saved.
the quote and unquote chosen ones.
Right.
Like, you're not gonna be like rocking out with people that did like if you
rocking
commit
out. I love when you
murder.
say rocking out.
Yeah, when you commit murder and then you ask for forgiveness and you get forgiven, you're not rocking out with me, man.
No. How about like pedophilia? Like you raped a
Exactly.
5-year-old kid. I don't. But they say
Exactly.
any sin is forgivable,
Yeah.
except the blasphemy.
Yeah. Oh, that's
But that don't mean, like you said, you're going to be rocking out like.
Yeah, we're not killing together.
There's levels. There's supposedly levels in heaven too. Like, there's different levels, and there's a bottom level, and there's a penthouse, and then there's a regular house. I'm telling you, this is you can read into it. There's different levels. So maybe the people that are really like, they did a lot of bad stuff, but not bad enough to go to like hell or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, well, hopefully
they're in the bottom level, living like in the slums.
Yeah, hopefully you're in the stewards. Like,
but I think this is all one big test.
Rocking out with you.
Yeah, I think he's cherry picking. He wants good people in his next kingdom, and I think if you do certain things though, and you ask for him to forgive you, and you try your hardest, and you change, and I think that counts for something too. I mean, we all sin.
Absolutely, agreed.
And nobody can be perfect. Nobody can walk this planet. The only perfect person that's ever walked on this planet was Jesus. He's the only one who ever didn't sin. Everybody has sinned. There's nobody without sin on this entire planet.
I probably sinned like 100 times during this whole podcast.
Right. I mean, if you lie, it's a sin. If you say a swear word, it's a sin.
Yeah, exactly.
But we're not perfect human beings. It's just a matter of trying to be better. It's true though.
Do I have to apologize for all my sins? That's a lot.
I'll be honest. I don't even remember half of them.
That's a lot of apologizing.
Yeah. Do you remember all your sins? I don't remember them all.
I don't, but I know I need to do a lot of apologizing.
You join the club. I grew up in the 80s. Do you know how much sinning went on in the 80s? Half the country was on cocaine practically. I'm not kidding when I say that either, man. Half this country, like half the adult population was doing cocaine.
It's true.
That's why we got shit done. Used to go to work all wired up like, yeah.
I think we all live righteously and have respect for your common man, regardless of race, creed, religion, color, blah 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 blah. I think that will all be good.
I
Honestly,
think the one thing though a lot of people aren't doing, which I think to me, in my opinion, is a sin, is we're accepting Satan.
yes, agreed.
Like I'm over here preaching like I can't stand it. Like, but most people think like he's crazy. You know, I'm not crazy.
No, it's the
You
truth.
should have a
Listen,
your
all
gut
right.
should be like turning upside down looking at this shit.
Here's that main freaking example of that. Remember that goofy
I'm
ass
listening.
concert with
Yeah,
that who I forgot who the hell he was. He had like Satan shit every
Astroland,
yeah
Astroland.
Astroland concert. That's your main example of you have to get rid of fucking Satan out of your life. That's the main example of that.
Yeah, and
That's
people are
like that
supporting this shit.
one
That's the problem.
Astroland shit.
Yo,
Forget
there'd
it.
be no way I would let my
That is
kid
the
go to
devil's
that
work.
concert, you know, and that people are.
No, I wouldn't. My kid. Jesus.
If my kid wanted to go to that concert, he ain't going.
No, absolutely fucking not.
You know, I'm not buying
Absolutely
my
not.
kid
That
say,
concert was absolutely demonic, just ridiculous, and everything
totally
about it
demonic,
was
totally. But you know
everything
what?
about it was demonic.
You know what turned me off to the Super Bowls now? Did you see the last year's Super Bowl halftime show?
No, I don't watch the Super Bowl, sorry.
All right. Well, if you've seen the halftime show last year's Super Bowl, it was a satanic ritual. If I was in that stadium watching that game and that shit came out on the field, I would walk out of the stadium. Nobody walked out of that stadium. Maybe a few people. There probably
Who
were.
was it? Was it Beyonce? Was it
No, it was
that?
this singer. I forgot his name. And then the next day he had a black eye. I mean, like total satanic bullshit. I forgot his name. Look it up.
Mm. Oh
Um,
well.
but
2000.
if you watched it, man, you would get your stomach would turn inside.
Mm.
And look at the one time, what was
It's
it?
a halftime
Madonna,
show.
Lady Gaga, they're all satanic.
I know. It's always been that.
Adele just made a video, a song, and I used to like Adele. She made it's like a satanic video. Like she's singing to the devil, telling God to like drop dead. Like, I mean, it's crazy shit what's going on. And people are buying these records still. You know? I won't even listen to them. Forget about buying their music.
I know.
It's getting to the point though. I can't watch a lot of movies anymore because the actors I know are evil. So I
Oh
like
shit.
Tom Hanks. I can't watch a Tom Hanks movie anymore. Can't
Yeah.
stand him.
Yeah.
He's an evil pedophile. I
Yeah.
can't stand De Niro. I can't stand these people. Now these are all supposedly
I agree
people,
with
you know.
you.
I can't, it's ruining it. Yeah, and it's ruining my good things. Like I used to like a lot of different movies and actors. It's screwing me up. But I'd rather know than not know, to be honest, you know. I can't even enjoy a movie anymore. I'm looking in the movie, I see satanic symbols in the background, like on the movie Don't Look Up. In the background, you'll see like a statue of
That's what I was gonna ask you about.
yeah.
I'm gonna watch that movie tonight. I'm gonna actually play that movie
It's a
tonight.
cool movie. You'll laugh. I liked it, but the
It's a
message they're trying to get out there.
it's a funny movie.
Yeah, it's a comedy.
It's a comedy.
Yeah, it's a little serious and a little comedy. It's a spoof on what's going on in the world right now.
Nah.
It's like that.
Mhm.
I don't think it was a great movie. I thought it was just something you could watch if you were bored, you know? It was decent.
Yeah, but didn't you go in on it? What happened?
Well, what do you mean? I went in on the agenda that they were trying to
Yeah, exactly.
and it got shut. They took it offline, like, because I think I had a video on you know, I forgot what do you call it, trademark or whatever. It was
I did I went and watched that movie with my daughter, with The Rock, something Cruise.
What's the name? How long ago?
It was maybe a few months ago, but it was something Cruise with The Rock, and it was on 3D.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Well, he's another one that is supposedly
Yeah,
no
well,
good.
this fucking movie was like, oh shit, what the hell? I'm gonna look it up right now. Um, Cruise movie.
Tom Cruise.
No, it was The Rock, and he was shit, Legends Cruise, I think it is. Um,
What was it about?
it was he it was about somebody going in and they wanted an artifact, and they went into the jungle,
Oh,
and
okay. I know what
yeah,
you're
he was
talking
the
about.
cruise guy,
I didn't
and
see that movie.
oh, it's so good. I watched it in theater. It actually is really good.
Well, was it
Um,
funny or was it just a good movie?
it was funny, and it was good, but they had a lot of like gay shit. The Rock Boat Cruise, I think it's called.
Oh, it was gay, you mean? A lot of
Gay,
gay stuff?
there was gay shit. There was like a Russian submarine dude that was gay, and and
So it had to be funny because
it was funny as shit. He had,
there's no,
yeah,
I don't
the
like watching
movie was
those type of shows,
so,
but I get you.
yeah. No, the movie was really, really good. I actually enjoyed watching it, and it was in 3D, so we had the 3D glasses on, so we were
Oh,
watching
all
it.
right.
So and
Oh,
so
you went
because
to a movie theater.
yeah, and they were in the Amazon and shit, so
Yeah,
they like
Jumanji or something it's called, I think.
yeah, really like snakes and shit popped out. So when you listen to when you're watching in 3D, so that shit's cool. It was really, really good. I'll give him that. And he had some cheesy ass jokes that were really funny. I laughed my ass off. But listen, there was just like only another people in the theater. But
It was there was like a 3D movie in Disney, right? This is the funny thing. I forgot which one. If it was Honey, I Shrunk the Kid, something. So what happens is in part of the movie, you got the like a mouse is running right near the person's legs, and they had these little things under the seats, like these little pieces of plastic, and they would hit air and they would hit your legs like a mouse was biting you or something. And people were like, ah, everybody was screaming. Like you didn't know this shit was under your chair, And
yeah.
I loved it because I went back in
Yeah,
again and I knew when the part was gonna come, and I'm waiting for everybody to scream. And you hear all the women going, ah! They thought like there was a mouse under their chair.
I know that's like little goofy shit like that. I appreciate it.
Me too.
But in this movie, the girl that she has her friend with her, whatever brother, whatever he is,
Mhm.
he ends up being gay, and they're talking about the gay situation with them. And then the guy that's in the submarine chasing them down and shit, he's gay as well. It's just like they have all these little goofy ass innuendos, you know what I mean? And then because she was wearing pants and they were talking shit to her, so like it's just all this goofy shit. Why can't you just let a movie be a movie? It was a good
Yeah,
movie. It was a good movie without your fucking gay shit, without any of that. It was a good movie. Leave
I
it
got you.
alone.
Hey, did
Yeah.
you see my last video I made on they're gonna have robots doing like car stops, like
No.
for police? Here, watch this. I'll put it on.
No,
It's like a
I
minute
think
long.
I
Check this
actually
out.
checked your fucking page and you didn't have any videos.
No, on this page, I'm starting to put the videos. But here, check out this video. This is coming. You're gonna get pulled over, and this is what's gonna happen. Watch this shit.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Do you know why I pulled you over?
No, sir.
You're speeding in the school zone. Can I please see your license and registration?
Yes, sir.
On the back of your license, there's a barcode. Please hold that up to the small blinking scanner. Miss Brewer, thank you. Please hold your registration up to the main camera close. All right, up to date, thank you. There's a small signature pad. Please use your finger to sign your name. Thank you. Your citation is being generated and will print shortly. When it's all done, you can pull it and take it with you. I'm going to start withdrawing the arm. Please do not drive away until I give you an explicit okay to do so. All right, Ms. Brewer, you have a good afternoon.
Thank you, sir. You too.
Thank you, sir, for giving me a ticket.
You are free to go.
So there's your future.
That's not my future. Listen, this is where we have to agree to disagree, and we have to separate ways. If you want robots fucking policing your community, then go do it.
I actually think this robot, though, I don't mind that. I don't want this type of robot. I'll show you real quick. This is the one that's going to scare me.
Destination or task.
Helipad. Yep. Hey, 22. Just watch yourself this time, man.
Affirmative.
So that type of robot, Suan, I don't want to see. Now the car stop robot. Think about this though. People don't got to worry about getting shot by the cop, right? Because look, I was a cop. I told you that. When you make a car stop, it's a dangerous situation for the cop also, because he's got to look to see what they're doing in the car.
What happens to the robot when these people don't have their papers?
Oh, I would imagine then it gets to the point where the cop is going to have to get out of the car if all this shit starts to go down, or he's going to call for backup and things like that. But this is going to avoid a lot of miscues where the cop is going to shoot the person and it protects the cop. I don't mind that robot. What I mind is the robot they're going to put a gun in his hand. That's the robot I'm scared of.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you with that. But listen, I'm not living in that fucking world.
Me either. Look, I'm not saying that.
I'd rather have a little chunk of the United States and be with people that I rock with and people that we see eye to eye with. And I'm not being controlled by robots.
Right.
Or I'm not getting mandated jabs or the Kung Flu or any of that goofy shit. I'd rather be with like-minded people in my own little space, and you guys can leave me alone, and I'm not traveling in your roadways. So you can do all that goofy shit on your own. And I just want to listen, I just want to grow my seeds and knit my shit. And
but they break you in with the gentler type robots. Like in the beginning, they're showing us these robots that look like, you remember the Weebles? Remember Weebles?
Exactly.
So they got them like this. Here, look, I'll just show you 2 seconds. Look at it. got these robots that look like Weeble. Not that one. Hold on. Where's the other one? I mean, like, it's crazy. They got Weeble robots.
When the Kung Fu first started, they put these little robots out to
Yeah. And now these robots can take your temperature. They can do all kinds of crazy
and
shit.
that's what they do before they even engage with you. Because
They got one.
Your ass.
Yeah, they
They're
got one they
Nazis.
use, and it's like a dog, and it goes over to homeless people.
It's disgusting.
In Hawaii, they have it, and it goes up to the homeless people. It walks up to them, and the homeless are like laying on the ground, and it takes their temperature. It has to be within 7 feet.
Yeah.
This is the shit that's going on.
They take the temperature and they fucking report them, and they do all this Nazi.
Yeah.
This is electronic Nazism.
Yeah, it's more control, you know. They just want
It's
control.
ridiculous. Listen, all I want is to be in my own space with like-minded people. Leave me the fuck alone, and that's it.
But that's what the government's supposed to do. The government basically is supposed to protect us, like, from foreign invaders, and leave us the fuck alone and let us live our lives.
Oh, fuck the government. And
but they don't want us to live our lives.
They're lucky they got a fucking red cent on me, because I'm like, next year I'm not fucking paying taxes for any of this goofy ass shit. Fuck them. Like, there's gonna be, like, honestly,
well, the IRS is illegal, but they've made it where you're under maritime law, so they could come arrest you anyway. They don't care. They're pirates.
No. I paid it when you guys were fucking halfway fucking normal. But listen, when you're doing this goofy ass shit, I'm not paying any fucking. You're not getting a goddamn fucking red cent from me. I am tired of this shit.
Did you hear about? I forgot to tell you this, Sue Ann, on the last show. Did you hear about this? Now there's a group, and they're going after the politicians. Did you know that every politician has to be bonded?
What?
Yeah, every politician has a bond.
For what?
I don't know. I guess if they don't do their job. So what this lady is doing, she has an organization, and they're going after all these politicians and suing them for not doing their job, like being corrupt. And the bond company that bonded them, whatever they're bonded for, $1 million, $5 million, they're gonna sue the bond companies. Because the bond company is responsible. It's like if you commit a crime, right? And the bond company puts up your bail.
Oh my God. This is another insurance scheme.
Well, they're going after, this company's going after the bond. They're suing the politicians, and the bond companies are going to have to lay out money. So now the bond companies are going to go after the politicians for the money, and they're going to get them in court. And it's really to take them down. This is actually a good thing. They're going to try to take these politicians down because they're going to force the bond companies to go after them. Because they're not going to lay all this money out if they lose a lawsuit and then let the politician get away with it. So this is what's happening.
No, wait, you got to walk that back for me. I'm sorry.
All right, let me explain to you.
All right.
So let's say you're a senator.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the amount of money, but let's say all senators have to have a $5 million bond. And the bond is to ensure that if they're derelict of their duty, if they get sued, the bond company is going to basically...
it's insurance.
All right, it's like if you commit a crime, the bond company, you put up your house with the bond, and then you don't show up to the trial, now the bond company has to give the money, right? So this is what they're doing. They're going after these politicians through the bonds. And for whatever reason, it's going to force these politicians into court to explain their actions. And because they're going to be derelict of duty. You know, they're not doing what they said they were going to do, protect us and uphold the Constitution. They're doing, and these companies, this group has like proof of, like when they're going after a politician, they got like real proof that they're derelict in their duty. So they're going to force these people to get into court. See, they want to take these politicians to court.
As a pig in shit. This is straight karma working. Listen.
But all I'm saying is, did you hear about this? I don't know
I
how
didn't hear
far they're
about
gonna get
it,
away with it, but
but if you're right, this makes me happier than a pig in shit. I'm telling you right now, if you are correct with this, the
this is
fucking these
this is
people
what I
found the
heard.
loophole. They found the loophole to attack these liberal
Politics,
fascist
right?
shit that attack our democracy or not. I'm gonna fall back. That attack our republic.
I
And
I seen this on a show. It was
this is great news,
yep.
honestly.
So if this is true, like this, I watched this on a show, one of these shows, and the group, I forgot the name of the group. I'm gonna go get more information.
I
They
am so
explained it a lot
happy
better
about
than
this
I can,
shit.
but basically they're going after them, and they found a loophole how to go get them.
I am so happy about this news.
Yeah, me too. When I heard it, I was like, "Wow, I hope this works."
Yep. That's what you get, assholes.
I can't. I hope I live to see the day when there's trials for all these people, like Nuremberg trials, like these traitors to our country. I can't wait to see Obama go to jail. I can't wait.
Ooh, I've been watching him doing basketball shots, but yes,
That guy
absolutely,
hates our
yeah.
country. He hates
I
us.
can't fucking
He
yeah,
hates
he's the
America.
worst fucking president ever.
The guy made it. He was apologizing to all the other countries about
I
us.
know he went on a tour, apologized. Can
Like,
you
what the fuck are you talking
believe
about?
that he fucking did that to the Vietnam guy? You goddamn out of your goddamn mind.
Yeah.
You're apologizing while our country suffered and celebrate the honor of these men, and you're fucking apologizing to these people. Listen, I am done. Listen, Obama, Michael, everybody, with
Yeah,
I'm done with
Michael.
you
Obama and Michael.
guys. Yeah, I
You
am
got to watch,
done
you
with them.
know.
I am done with
Joan
them.
Collins came out with that, and she ain't here no more. Poor thing.
I am done with all of them. I think it's bullshit. And I think honestly, the country that we live in, and when we have a X amount of our population are anti-America, is ridiculous.
But even even the
It's the
percentage,
worst
it could
thing
be.
in the world.
How is 20% ruling the 80%? That's the problem. We
It,
don't have leaders on our side. Where are our, you know, I went over this 100 times on all my, where are our leaders? Where are they?
I don't know. I'm
I
still
don't
waiting
see.
for them to
Trump
show
was
up.
the only one that was like doing anything at one
Yeah,
point,
I'm still
and he
waiting for them
walked
to
away.
pull up. I'm still waiting for them to pull up. Where
Right.
are you?
Where are they? Where is our
No.
leaders? Where is our George
So, all
Washington?
right.
Where is he?
All right. So here's another question. If our leaders are not pulling up, shouldn't we pull up?
We should. But the problem with that is they are rigging everything. They're even rigging. In New York, you're not allowed to protest. You
I
get
think
arrested.
we should honestly. I think that we should infiltrate these fucking assholes that are infiltrating us.
There are people trying to do it behind the scenes, but
I
they're
will
not.
do it.
But we don't have any powerful leaders coming to the forefront. See, we as people, look, I want to get out there just like the next guy. You know, I'm a rebel, and I'm even worse than most people. I really want to revolt, but we don't have enough people to do that. So we need a leader that people could rally behind, because they need. It's going to take somebody to light the flame.
Yeah.
And once the flame gets lit,
yeah,
it's going to
everybody
be.
needs a head.
Yeah, it's going to be a storm once somebody, but we need one person or a group to light the flame. And we don't have that yet. That's the problem. Maybe it's going to be me. I'm going to get a shirt, one man army, the army of one. My shirt's going to say the army of one. I'm going to go to Washington, D.C. with a blowhorn and stand there and never stop. And then maybe there'll be 5 people behind me. But what they'll do is they'll arrest me.
Do you think that it's embarrassing that these people, as retarded as they um, are more solidified than we are?
They're laughing at us.
Yeah, it's actually
They think we're
goofy.
field mice. In that movie, Don't Look Up, they consider us field mice. Look, here's the thing that bothers me the most out of the whole picture. Not America only. The whole entire planet. Mankind, whatever. The whole human race submitted like this. Submitted that easy. Just lay down and submitted. Boom. And never stopped submitting. If you got caught up in
They're
it the
fighting
first
back
couple of weeks,
now, though.
what?
They're fighting back now.
But it's not. First of all, there's not enough fighting back yet.
It's not enough, but it's slowly but surely growing.
The tides are turning a little bit. I agree, but
yeah, the tides are kind of
we
really.
let them dig in. We let them dig in, though. They're in the trenches now. They dug in.
I think at this point people are kind of losing their shit with them, and I think the tides are turning, and slowly but surely, the more people fucking get balls and uprise, and I can sit here and talk my shit, but I'm not out there fucking protesting with the truckers or everybody
We need
else.
leaders, but
yeah,
the trucker. Look, I didn't have my job at stake. If my
but
job
this
was at
shit
stake, I'd be there with the truckers.
But I'm like listen, these people, this is international now.
Yes.
It's international. It's growing. There's momentum. And the only thing that we can do is actually support them.
Yeah,
honestly.
But here's the key to that. This truck revolt, it would have been great if all the truckers did it. All of them. Like, even the ones that got this said, you know what, though, for freedom, I'm going to fight the fight. But what happened is they're still getting their delivery.
Now, they're not doing it at the same time, but everything's scheduled. Like the United States truckers are going up.
Yes.
Australia's truckers are going up. Everything is scheduled. UK truckers are doing this shit. Like, this is an international fucking movement against globalism, and I think that we should support it. Honestly,
I think we should support it, but in a way, I think we're stabbing ourselves in the back, and I'll explain to you why. Because I don't think they really care. See, this has been going on for like 2 weeks now in Canada, and they won't even go to the negotiating table. Okay, the oligarchs are dug in. They have enough of everything: money, food, supplies. Who is going to suffer when their food can't get to the shelves?
What happened was one of the mayors actually he lifted the mandate. He lifted the mandate.
Oh, what, the horn blowing?
No, he lifted the mandate on the on his city or town or province, whatever the fuck they are in Canada. He lifted a mandate. So there's one person that lifted the mandate, and Justin Trudeau, that goofy ass, is being dragged. Not only that, but his brother is out there dragging his ass. And then there's people in Australia, in Denmark, and England, and they're all doing this kind of same protest. There's a protest with the United States scheduled for DC. And so I think and then shit, I always say I'm sorry.
So Sue-Ann, so they make us feel like we won, right? And they pull back and they start lifting mandates, right?
It's not.
But are any of these guys going to go to jail? That's the question I want to know. Are they going to be held accountable? Are they going to drag Trudeau into court and put him in jail as a traitor?
Oh God, no. And I don't think that was ever the
But that's the problem, because they'll always still be in power, so they'll pull back a little bit.
Oh,
And then
yeah,
6 months
no,
from now, they'll come out with another brainstorm. And they'll
yeah.
use climate change as their excuse.
Yeah, you're correct, but what they're trying to do is make truck drivers not be mandated to take vaccines. It's just like baby steps. Like
Yeah, I get you.
that's the whole move here is to stop the vaccine mandates. And
I agree.
so
But it's not a big enough, people think it's really a gigantic, it's a start of something, but I
it
don't
is
use,
when you
we
have
we
somebody.
can't use these words though, because I don't want to get more,
Oh yeah, yeah, I'm
yeah.
sorry. Um
I'll just say
um
it's the experiment or something.
yeah, it's kind of it's it's like baby steps, really.
Yeah.
And
Well,
these
they're
people are
trying to get
doing.
them lifted, but they haven't lifted them yet in Canada. I mean, Canada, they say 90% of the drivers already have it.
I
Uh,
know, and
I don't know if it's 90%. I think it's lower. I think it's maybe 70 or 60%, but
and they're
I
actually
don't
the
know.
worst.
I don't
So
have the
what
facts.
happens is that Canada and United States border each other,
Yeah.
so they go back and forth. So a lot of the truck drivers have dual citizenship. They have Canadian citizenship and United States citizenship,
Correct.
and then you
I,
have but these people really this only benefits Canada. That's why United States truckers are not all hardcore about it.
See, I only think it benefits actually the elites, where they could say, now we have food shortages, or we got to raise the
Exactly.
prices. So
Exactly.
I
Yep.
think there was better ways to fight the system, but I don't blame these truckers because their jobs were at stake. They had nothing to lose. See, when you have nothing to lose anymore, that's when people start to, rise up. Like
Yeah,
these guys have
exactly.
nothing to lose now.
Exactly. That's why it was a Canadian issue. But now everybody else is making it their issue.
Yeah, because they
And
don't want it to get here. But look at like NYPD. They forced these guys, they told them you have
anyway,
to get it. And they didn't rise up. Their union didn't back them up. So what, there's got to be a different, I think personally, we just have to stop cooperating
yep,
with
agreed.
everything. Like
I'm a pure
everybody's got
blood.
to take this off and go, I'm not doing it anymore. Now,
I'm
what
a
are they
pure
going to do? Lock
blood,
up the whole
and
population?
I'm not doing it.
But most people are doing it.
I know.
We're
And
in this thing
a
3 years already, and people
lot
are
of
still
people
walking
have to
around.
do it. A lot of people have to do it.
And then some people do it because, like, if they go into a supermarket, they want to go buy food and they need to eat, right? So they put it on not to get harassed. But when enough people start walking in that supermarket, telling them, F you, call the cops, eventually the supermarket's going to say, you know what? There's 1,000 people in here. What are we going to do? Call cops every 3 minutes?
Yeah. See, to me, there's a difference between being vaccinated and putting that face diaper on. I put the I'm a pure blood. I won't get vaccinated. My family's not getting vaccinated, but I will put the face diaper on when I go to doctor's appointments or dentist appointments and shit like that. Because if not, like I can't get the treatment for my daughter. Like she has to visit a dentist, make sure she doesn't have any cavities or this and this and that,
Yeah,
and she has to put a fucking face diaper on. I like, and so yeah,
I get it.
I do that, but
But
I'm
I
not
just
getting.
don't like
But it's the
that they're.
vaccine and shit. The
I just like
vaccine.
freedom. You have the choice. I
Oh,
think,
yeah.
I believe the experiment, because you got to get off
Experiment.
that other
Yeah.
word,
I'm
because
sorry.
the algorithms. Hey, look,
Yeah.
I don't really give a shit at one point or another, but I just try to stay away from their bullshit.
Yeah, I
We're
got you.
not
I'm sorry.
basically, but we're not saying anything bad or good. We're not giving any information. We're just saying what
No.
people are doing, so it's not a big deal. But the bottom line is, do we want our children to grow up in this type of atmosphere where they're going to school and they got to wear it and they can't even look at each other, smile at each other. Kids are getting, I would imagine, kids have to be a little more depressed than they used to be. I mean, they
Yeah,
don't even have smiles. You know, nobody's looking at
I
each other.
agree. Listen, honestly, I just went I just went to a meeting, and it was a school board meeting, and on February 14, Valentine's Day, the kids are no longer are gonna have to wear masks.
Because people are starting to get involved at the low levels now, which is good. That's how you start the
Exactly.
fight.
Exactly.
You,
I went to
you,
a meeting.
yeah.
There was tons of people there. A lot of people spoke up, and
You know, you
it,
can't get rid of these senators and congressmen because they're dug in and they're corrupt. But you could start getting rid of school board. You start from the bottom, you know, the school
no,
board. Then you
it's a
work your way up
it's
to
the teachers unions.
right.
Teachers unions. They're the biggest sacks of shit that you will ever see in
They
America.
sold that. They sold that. All the
Honestly,
unions are
they're
selling out,
fucking
though.
horrible.
You know what union didn't sell their workers out? The automotive union, the manufacturing plant, the people that actually make the cars, like for let's say Ford, they said no, we're not doing it, and they stuck up for their people, and they said okay, but the people that work for the car industry, let's say you're a salesman in a dealership, you had to get it because you weren't part of the union. See, so we need more unions to stick up for the people. You know, I mean, what the hell's a union good for if they can't even stick up for their people like
Pop,
NYPD?
I swear around here was the teachers union. They were the worst.
They are the worst because
They
they're
were
nationwide.
they control everything. They're horrible. They're the worst.
But we got
Like,
to get rid of those people.
honestly, we gotta get rid of these assholes. The
But
complete libtards. The complete like weirdo progressives. I swear the teachers union around here they're
yeah,
out of their fucking goddamn minds.
but you got to start from the bottom, Sue. So you know, you work your way up, and then you work your way up to the mayor of your city, right? And then you go from your mayor to your governor. You know, you got to work your way up. You can't work your way from the top down because it ain't gonna happen. They're too dug
My
in.
mayor is a simp as well. He's a goofy.
Who? Yeah, but if you, it's
That
easy
mayor
to
is
get rid of. It would be easier to get rid of your mayor in a small community than it would be to get rid of the president, right? I mean,
Listen,
you know,
these people are getting worse and worse and worse. If when we get rid of this mayor, we're gonna have another extra liberal sack of shit.
well,
It's gonna be worse.
they
It's
play
gonna be
ball
worse.
just for the sake of a
It's
job. That's the
getting worse.
problem.
It's getting worse and worse and worse, pops. I swear it's getting worse.
But
These
not
people,
everywhere. There's
oh,
some. You gotta. I like to believe there's some hope. I believe there's some communities that are fighting back, but not enough.
Here, there is not. Like,
We got to think positive though, so we can't be all doom and gloom.
if I go and try to get rid of this mayor and I join forces, it's like, who do I have? They're worse
Nobody.
than him. They're worse than him.
They go along. People submit. There's too much submission and not enough resistance. That's the problem.
Okay? I actually have to go with the same mayor we have.
Listen, did you ever hear me tell the story that I lived in Jersey and I was collecting unemployment for 18 months. And during those 18 months, 2-3 days a week, I would go out, just go to the supermarket, go shopping, just to pass time. Because I was getting paid, you know, from unemployment very well. I was getting like $900 a week between the unemployment, getting $600 and $300 from the government with that extra money. So I had nothing to do. I'm sitting in my house and I would go out for 18 months. So not just a month, not 2 months. In 18 months in the state of New Jersey where I lived, I didn't see one person, not one. And I go, not one, not wearing a face diaper. So I was the only one going into a supermarket without it and dealing with the manager coming up to me, some young little 17-year-old kid wants to feel powerful. Oh, you gotta put your thing on your face, you know. You gotta, and I was getting into fights in the supermarket. They're calling cops. And then what I started doing is I started carrying this little plastic shield mask, right? And I wouldn't wear it. But if they came and busted my chops, I would go, oh, yeah. I would put it on my face for 3 seconds and walk away from them and take it off because I wanted to get food. I needed to eat, you know, but I didn't see one person in 18 months resisting. Everybody submitting. Now, I understand in the beginning, people were scared. They were nervous. But after 18 months, enough is enough, right?
Mhm.
Where is the resistance? Where are the rebels? Where are the people that got enough balls to say, I'm willing to get a summons?
Oh, they just talking shit on YouTube. That's where they
Yeah.
are.
They're not there. Now, there are a few guys that do it. They fight the fight. Like, there's a guy, he's on, he's like accountability or something, right? And what he does is he goes to like public places with a camera and films it,
AOC, I think.
and he fights the cops when they come, and he's willing to get arrested. That's the way people should be, but they're not. Now, not everybody could be that way, but where is there anyone that's doing it? Nobody. Everybody is submitting.
Mhm.
I didn't submit. I went in without the mask. I gave it a wing, you know, let's do this, you know. But if I had more people doing what I was doing, maybe, you know, this thing would be over. Nobody was doing it. That's the you know, if I would have seen 10 people here and there sporadically doing what I was doing, I would have felt there was some hope. But when you don't see one person resisting, we're in trouble. We live in a world of submission.
I agree.
But you'll find people like me and you spread out throughout the country, but there's not enough of us. That's the problem. There's not even 1% of the population like us. You know, they said the not the Civil War, the rebellion, you know, with England, 1776.
Yeah.
They claim it was only 3% of the population that actually didn't want to submit to England. And then there was a lot of people neutral, didn't give a shit, and there was people that were on England's side. And that 3% started the revolution. We don't have
Exactly.
3%. Well, we don't have 3%. That's the sin.
People are not even excited to be. People in America are not even proud to be Americans.
Right.
That's fucked up. And
Well,
that's where
people aren't willing to fight for their freedom, though. That's the biggest problem. People are not willing to fight. Forget about die for their freedom. Like back in 1776, these guys were going with rifles, willing to die for their children to have a better life. We don't have people that are even willing to get a summons to go to court. They're so scared.
We have Americans here that actually hate America.
Right. And they were taught that in school.
Here? Why are you here? Bye. Leave. Please.
All these actors were saying, and all these music people were saying, oh, I hate America, and if Donald Trump gets in, I'm leaving the country. Guess what happened? Donald Trump got in, and none of them left.
They didn't leave.
Because they're all full of shit.
And guess what? That was my post. I was like, adios. Everybody's leaving. Donald Trump made it.
The bottom line is, no matter what people say, this is still the best country in the world. It's just that the government right now is not representing the people.
Absolutely the best country in the world. And nobody can even dispute that. These people are out of their goddamn fucking minds.
But the government doesn't represent us anymore. That's the problem.
Yeah, well, fuck the government too. They never.
I understand, but there was never like this. This is like really.
I know. It's never.
This
been
is
like
a hostile takeover. This is like.
It's never.
This
been
is like
this.
in your face. Like we're doing it, and you can't do anything about it. They used to at least do it like hidden, like they would make you feel like you were free.
I'm telling you right now, social media was the Trojan horse. Period.
Yep.
Period. That's it.
But
Yes,
we'll
sir.
see if this battle, if I believe that people are only going to rise up when it gets to their doorstep,
Yeah.
because it seems like everybody's just sitting back waiting for it to get to their doorstep.
And you know
Now,
what's funny? A lot of people have seen this shit go to the doorstep and they're ignoring it. They're
yeah.
probably prepping, but yeah, they're kind of ignoring it. Yeah.
Now, I believe if they start pulling shit like Australia, though, where they start putting people in camps,
Yeah. That.
I think that may be the wake up call in America, because I can't see Americans sitting back going, yeah, go ahead, do it. I don't care.
Yeah. Like I'm out here saying hashtag pure blood. So no, you're not gonna put me in a camp.
And
I think
Australia,
it's
they may
weird that
not be showing us on the news what's really going down. Maybe they are rebelling in Australia, but they're not showing it to us. I can't see people just laying down and, yeah, take me to the camp. I mean, I don't make no sense to me.
there's a country and it started with an A. I don't know if it's Austria
Austria.
or Australia when the butterfly kisses came to them. It came out positive to be HIV.
Oh, I
And
don't know
then
anything about that.
now there's a new strand of HIV. It just seems weird and a weird coincidence. Coincidence.
Look, I don't know. I mean, we could sit here all day and debate this, but I try to stay off this subject, because no matter what I tell
Yeah,
people, it doesn't really matter. I'm trying to go a different route because it's useless. To
it
talk
is.
about the revolution is one thing, but when you start talking about anything medical,
And
people don't want to believe they got conned into anything. People believe everybody is good and they care and all this stuff, and
it's
that's the way
actually
people
very
are.
important. But what I notice is now, like everybody's loosening up the mandates and everything else. So it seems like we kind of trying to get back in normal.
I think a lot of statistics are coming out now that they can't stop. Like, there are a lot
Yeah,
of statistics that they can't hide from anymore. It's
exactly.
coming, and
Yeah.
I think that's what's scaring them the most, is the statistics are coming. Um, we're not going to know really what any of this experiment does to anyone until years down the road. I mean,
Mhm.
only certain people have gotten affected now, but how about what happens 3 years from now, 5 years from now? What are the effects? There was no, usually when they create something, it takes them like 10 years to put it on market.
Mhm.
This thing was just pushed right through. And nobody knows what's going to happen. Time is basically the enemy of our enemy. I mean, the more time that goes by before they can get total control, the worse it's going to be for them, because more statistics are going to come out.
And then you notice they made it so that nobody can have a backlash to the to what may happen.
Right. Well, I believe they're really, things are going to start to change. But they are trying to cover up a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And sooner or later, it's only so much it can cover up. I mean, if people stop dropping like flies, it's going to get real crazy. I mean, right now it ain't there yet, but if it starts to happen,
It's gonna hit the fan soon.
yeah,
Sooner than
so,
later. It really is.
but
Mm.
they say there's a lot of stuff going on out there that we don't know about either. Don't forget, this thing is like kind of, in a way, I believe it may be a distraction. We're so busy chasing our heads up our asses that we don't realize what the real plan is. They got a real
Exactly.
they got a real agenda behind the curtain, and we're just too busy We're too busy fighting for the little bullshit freedoms, but they're looking to take the big piece of the freedom out of the plan, you know?
Can you imagine all the info that's already been out here and everybody knows? Imagine what we don't know.
There you go. You know,
Just
there's
imagine
so
what we
much we don't know about a lot of things, you know?
Like, if this is a big deal, imagine what we don't know.
No, we're living in the matrix.
Mm-hmm.
100%.
Look at that.
But you tell people this, they think you're crazy. So I just tell them, you know what? I'm a conspiracy theorist. How's that sound? You want? Hey, let's go that route. I'm a conspiracy theorist. Let's see if I'm right or wrong 6 months from now.
I think there's a conspiracy theorists have been more right than wrong around
Yeah,
here.
Alex Jones has been more right than the news. So let's see.
That's
You know?
a fact.
I tell people the only difference between a conspiracy theory and truth is 6 months. You
I
know,
like that. I'm gonna steal that.
think about it. Think about it.
I'm gonna steal that.
Yeah. I mean, people, I don't know how much more people need to wake up, because I consider a lot of people are woke up, because I talk to a lot of, I'll go out there into a store and I'm the type of guy, I could be standing on the line looking at someone and they just give me like a nod, like they want to talk, and I could have a conversation. And you start talking about any of this stuff and they're like dumbfounded. They think you're crazy. They look at you like you're like a nut job. And these are average, regular people. Now, once in a while, though, you do get a guy go, yeah, I know, these son of a bitches, So
I agree with that, but I find that I have like-minded people that I'm talking to, and they're very like-minded, but very uncomfortable speaking upon it.
yes.
That is what kind of irks me.
Yeah.
more
Why are
than
you
anything.
uncomfortable about speaking about your life or your freedoms or your
Exactly.
rights? What are you
It's
uncomfortable about?
especially when I'm sharing my shit. So and you're agreeing, but then I started to think, I was like, maybe these motherfuckers are not agreeing.
Yeah,
Maybe
right.
they're just
I think
sheep.
that too.
Maybe they're sheep, and so I kind of feel uncomfortable about it. So it's just like, no, nah, I'm not doing that. I'm not pussyfooting around it.
Well, this is their plan. This is their agenda. All this propaganda. They want it to be like this. They've been studying psychologically how to do this for a long time. This is a deep psychological plan. They know how the average person is going to react to everything they do. The average person. There are people like us that don't react the way they want, but they know that too. That's in the percentages, maybe 10% of the population is going to resist, but the other 90% is going to submit. Like, they know exactly every chess move they make, what's going to really, they test a lot of this stuff prior to. They've been testing a lot of things out, they do a smaller version of it to see how the people react. New York is a great example. They do things to New York first to see the reaction of the public. So if it's acceptable in New York, they kind of figure, well, let's try California now. All right, they accepted it too. Now we could probably do it. We could start doing it to more cities. Like in New York, you can't go to a restaurant unless you have proof. You can't go eat in a restaurant.
I think
they arrest people.
California is the fucking worst.
But
Wow.
if it's accepted and nobody's rebelling against it, right? Now they start doing it in other cities. And before you know it, it's a national thing. Now they go to the next agenda. That was the little one, and then they go a little deeper. They get a little more totalitarianism, a little harder, a little hardcore. Now you can't go to the supermarket and a restaurant. Now you have to buy your food on Amazon and have it delivered, right? Okay. Now 6 months go by. Now they start telling you can't buy food on Amazon. You understand? They keep pushing, and they'll pull back a little, and then they'll push again. They
you noticed, Bob,
gaining ground.
if you grow vegetables or anything like that, these restrictions and all this goofy shit is going on in the gardening community.
Yeah, they don't even want you
Honestly.
to grow your own shit no more.
No, they don't want you to grow your own. They're trying to give you GMO seeds instead of heirloom seeds. Um, it is actually fucking ridiculous.
How about this? There
There's
are
no
states
cleaning
that it's
supplies
illegal
and
to
shit.
collect rainwater.
Exactly.
The fuck is
Exactly.
that
You can't.
possible?
Yep. And there's no canning supplies around here. We can't even can our own fucking food or do any of that. This is like people pay attention to the goofy ass shit, but there's all the little stuff. That's what you need to pay attention to.
Yeah, you need to pay attention to, yeah, okay, you could still get a gun, but you can't find bullets anywhere.
Exactly.
Oh,
Word up.
you can get bullets, but you can't find gunpowder to make your own bullets anymore. So little by little and nibbling.
Listen, we literally had to go halves with somebody to buy bullets because their family needed bullets just like our family needed bullets, and there was a shortage and a waiting list, so we actually went halves. We went halves to get bullets. Are you out of your goddamn fucking
My
like?
son's been buying bullets for 5 years. Every time he went to Walmart, he was buying a box of bullets. And I go, what are you doing? He goes, I'm getting ready. So,
Yeah,
you
well,
know,
Walmart doesn't have bullets around here. Like our Walmarts don't have bullets.
yeah, so he would buy bullets all the time. I thought he was nuts. I go, what do you keep buying bullets for? He goes, don't worry, you'll see.
Yep.
You know, he's got like 1,000 rounds or whatever, you know, like he's ready for, you got to be ready for the war. I mean, the war.
Yeah.
And
He's
if it doesn't
yeah.
come, then great. But if it comes, whoever's ready is going to be,
Yeah,
surviving.
we have thousands of rounds too, but we paid a fucking premium for them.
Yeah.
We didn't we paid out our asses for them, honestly.
At first, when this shit started hitting, we started buying Russian surplus. And you know what Russian surplus is?
No.
All right. So it's basically bullets made in Russia. They had a lot of them, and it's a surplus. They want to get rid of them. So they were cheaper than buying the bullets made in America. A bullet's a bullet, and especially a Russian bullet works also. So we started buying Russian surplus, and then that got cut off. That went up, like bullets doubled and tripled in price. I mean, this is what they do. They just make it very hard for you to do anything.
Exactly. Yep.
But they could really put this country in chaos. One thing they could do, put the whole country in chaos. All they got to do is flip the switch on the power grid. Game over.
Personally, I don't depend on power. Period.
But it don't matter if you do. All these people in these big cities will lose their minds.
They're gonna lose their shit. Yeah.
People lose their minds if they don't have their cell phone with them.
I know. Facebook went down for 24 hours. These people lost their shit. And
imagine
that was the test. That was the test. Just a Facebook.
Imagine you can't get water into your house. You can't take a shower. You can't flush your toilet. You have no heat, all because they flipped the switch. So what are people going to do then?
They're going to lose their shit. Guess what? I'm not doing. Not losing my shit.
Well, people are living like little communities, like where if they cut the power off, we have a wood stove, so we're still going to have heat.
Yeah, exactly.
We can live without electric. I mean, you don't need electric to live. You could still eat food. You have candlelight or whatever. I mean, we got generators anyway. I mean, solar generators and all that. So we'll always have a little bit of power to like turn on a light bulb and things like that. We have a few generators that work off solar power. So it may not be enough to run a whole house.
What I'm going to have is YouTube.
Yeah. Well, if the internet may still be up, we got a router that could get, we got something that could get the router up and everything. I mean, if there's still an internet, we'll be able to do it too. Because I don't think the internet has anything to do with power up to a point.
That I want and I don't have is a CB.
Yeah, but there won't be anybody on YouTube, more or less. Everybody will have no power in the house. Like I got a generator, I could power up my laptop and stay on it for 12 hours at a pop with no problem. I mean, I could just live on my laptop.
Exactly. That's like that. That's why my only regret is not having a CB radio.
You should buy a little battery generator like that you could charge up.
I do have yeah, I do have that.
I got one. It's pretty big. It's like it
I
could
don't
like
have a generator for my house. Like
the one I have could like practically run my refrigerator for like 24 hours. It's pretty big. But I would have to charge it up again, you know, like it'll work, but you know, I could use the solar panels and charge it up in the day, or I can, like, my car is a hybrid, so I could plug it into my car and it'll charge it up. But then I need gasoline to get my car started. So but
yeah,
there's
I
a lot.
kind of have to do better because literally I have a little generator that will generate cell phone power. That's about it.
Yeah,
Cell
well,
phone,
like,
cell
right.
phone and a car battery. That's it.
Well, if you got a generator like my generator, could probably recharge my cell phone like 300 times, let's say. So that's good. Like, I got a little, like, say you lose your power, right? And you have no power. And I got a little DVD player, and I have a generator. I could turn the lights on in my house and put a little movie on and sit there and watch a movie for 4, 5, 6 hours with no problem, and then go to bed and then charge it up tomorrow. And I could do that. At least I could survive, you know, have a little, you know, I hate to just sit in the house and look at the walls.
Yeah, even my router has an emergency like backup battery.
Yeah. But you know what'll probably happen? It may work out to people's benefits. Like, so nobody, say people that don't have power, like in Florida where it's warm, right? So they don't got to worry about dying of like not having power, right? But it's going to be hot in the house. So what do you think people are going to do? They're going to go outside, and they're all going to sit on beach chairs like outside, and everybody's going to start talking to each other. So people are going to actually have human relationships again.
Oh God,
that's the way it used to be.
Back in oh my God, remember jumping in the car with your parents, if they had a car, going to visit people. Remember, you just show up.
Yeah.
Just
I lived in Brooklyn.
People and shit.
No lie. I lived in Brooklyn. On Saturday and Sunday, people in the warm weather used to come outside at, like, you know, when the sun started to go down. Every house used to come outside with 2, 3 beach chairs, and people would sit in front of their houses, and it was like a block party. And
yeah,
everybody was walking. This was the whole block.
Soup parties.
Yeah.
Yeah, come to my stoop.
Yeah.
I swear to God, come to my stoop. And then my mom will be making shish kebabs and shit.
And the kids are playing, you know, in the street, playing hopscotch and ring-a-ling.
Yeah. Double Dutch. Oh my God.
That's when that's when this
I remember
was a good place to be.
Playing, what the fuck was that game?
Ringalivio.
No, shit. Oh
what,
my
Skelly
God.
with the bottle
Was
caps?
it Man of War? I don't know. Was
Kick
it
the
War?
Can. War?
War.
What did you do? What was the object? I'll tell you the name.
The object is you had your teams, and you guys go out and you have a certain radius among your block.
Yeah, and you go hide, and they catch you, bring you to the jail.
You can't go past a certain place, and if somebody captures somebody, then you got them.
Then they could break out. You used to hold arms and not let them break out.
Yeah,
we used to call it Ringalivio, Coco Calivio. We used to call it.
I think it was called War. Or
you could call it Manhunt. We called it Manhunt.
Manhunt. That's it. Manhunt. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Manhunt.
That was the funnest shit
the best
in the
game
world
ever. We used to have teams.
My mom and all her girlfriends, and they would be sitting on the stoop, and we would fucking play Manhunt, and you could go past X amount of blocks and past this street, and there was like rules to engagement and shit like that.
You could only play. You have to be on the block.
Exactly.
And we used to hide in people's backyards, all kinds of shit.
Yeah, that shit was fun as shit. Oh my god, I had so much fun.
We had a spot.
Yeah.
We had a spot one time. It was in Brooklyn, right? So in between the two houses, there was like an alley, right? But when you walked down the alley to the left, there was a mailbox. But behind this mailbox was like you could open it up. It was like a wall, but you would never know it was there. And you actually went into the basement. It was like a secret door. So we were young, right? We were playing against the older guys. We used to come out of the alley and just tease them like, da, da, da. And then we would run in this little like compartment, open it up, go in there, and they would come in the alley and they were right behind us almost, and they go, where the fuck did they go? They couldn't figure out where we were. They were bugging out. They would be looking in the yard with flashlights. They couldn't find us, and we used to do it. It was like the little rascals we were. It was a great time. We used to have
That
games
was
with
the best game ever.
ball, punch ball. Did you ever play the game where you would put like a dime? I don't know if you grew up like in the city, but so there's the sidewalk, right? And there's boxes on the sidewalk, and you put a dime in the middle of the line, and you would stand on one box, and the other guy standing, and you had to throw like this little Spalding ball and hit the dime, and you would get a point. Like we used to do that game.
No.
About stoop
that
ball.
game sounds familiar, but
Yeah, stoop
I
ball,
don't think
punch
it's
ball.
with a dime though.
You
It
used to
sounds
do it with a
so
dime.
familiar.
And then, first you start out with a quarter until you got good. Then you start getting down to the dime. How about punch ball, stick ball, kick ball?
Handball, definitely.
And then we had a game. You would get a bottle cap and melt crayons in it. And we had a board, like 13 different boxes, and you would shoot it like you would shoot it like this, and you would get it in the box.
You
was
know
called
what was our
Skelly.
shit was kickball. Kickball was the shit.
Yep. Kick the can.
Kickball was the shit. Kickball was like baseball, but
Without the bat.
kickball was the shit. Yeah.
I like kickball because you could throw the ball at the person and hit them.
Yeah, exactly. It was like kickball / volleyball.
Yeah.
Is it called volleyball when you slam the people with the ball?
That's dodgeball.
Dodgeball. It was a kickball and dodgeball mixed
Combined.
Together.
Yeah,
that
I loved
shit was
it.
fun as shit.
But my favorite was Manhunt.
Manhunt was my favorite as well. Manhunt was definitely my
And you
favorite.
used to pick teams too, like you
had a whole team. Yeah.
Yeah, like 10 on 10, like it was great.
Exactly. Like it was everybody involved in this shit.
Yeah, and then like your whole team would be captured, but like one person left, and they were all looking for that one person.
I know.
And you were the last one. You felt like a hero. You were like, ha 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 ha.
I love Manhunt. Manhunt was a shit, honestly.
But kids don't even know what that is.
I know. I know.
They're too busy playing Call of Duty. That's why everybody's obese too. Think about how much weight you lost running around doing Manhunt. Burning up calories like crazy. We were young kids.
It was a mission. Manhunt was a mission when I was a kid.
Yeah.
It was a straight mission. My mom would be on the stoop with her girlfriends because they were young parents. Like they were teenagers and shit.
They loved it.
Yeah, I know. We're taking Kool-Aid breaks and shit, hoping not to get caught. I love Manhunt.
But the kids don't even know what these type of games are anymore. This is the problem. And think about it. When I was younger, there weren't once in a blue moon somebody was a little overweight, but there weren't no fat kids when I grew up. Everybody was outside playing. You couldn't get fat, no matter what you ate.
These little fatsos don't even know what jump rope is.
They don't know. How about double the 2 jump ropes?
Double Dutch. Double Dutch.
I used to like punch ball too, stoop ball, stick ball. We used to do everything. Shit,
I
we go
love
out. Our parents
handball.
couldn't get us
I
in the
did love
house.
handball.
My mother couldn't get me in the house. She had to threaten me to get me in the house. Like
I
when those
know.
street lights went
I
out, you had to be
know.
in the house, and I used to
I
fight her on it.
I swear to God, I used to run out before she was fucking even awake.
Yeah.
I used to run out and like go check with my friends before she was even awake.
And when it
My
rained,
mom
man,
was
you
a
were
good
miserable.
mom.
You couldn't go outside and play when it rained. You were like, oh shit. But we used to play in the hallways. You know, we had like buildings we lived in. You know, apartment buildings. We'd be in the
No,
hallway.
like it wasn't like that for us. We didn't have hallways and shit like
Oh
that.
yeah, I grew up part of my life in Brooklyn, so it was like that. In part, I grew up in Staten Island where it wasn't. So, but those
Mm,
are the good old days.
it was. It was fun as shit. These little
Even sports, you know, we used to play football, baseball, you know, in the summer, basketball in the park. I go now, you go to a park, there's no kids. Very rare. Only in like the poorer neighborhoods, you still see kids playing in the parks.
I don't even see kids riding on the bicycles around here.
No, never. Nobody's
Remember
riding.
the
We used to,
posses of bicycle kids?
oh, forget it, man.
We were fucking posses.
We used to go around a posse. You're right.
Of bicycle kids. You
Yep.
don't even see kids riding fucking bikes around here. Honestly.
Yep. Well, there were a lot less cars on the road too, so that helped. You know, the problem with the bicycles today is there's these young kids. The cars are too fast. You know, they're too quick acceleration. So a lot of more kids are going to get run over today than years ago too. People were a little more cautious then. Today, people just drive like animals. So, but there's no kids riding bicycles though, even in the park where it's safe. No.
Like we would all like actually gang together fucking like do our shit. Like
Yeah.
we would actually have our friends piggybacking on our asses or sitting on the sitting in the front of the bike and I'm going to like a certain pot to like meet up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. We used to even have go-karts. We used to make them. How about roller skates? When's the last time you seen kids on roller skates?
I actually go roller skating every month. I do.
No, we used to do it in the street. Like I remember when I first started, there was steel wheels. You know, you used to like put them onto your sneakers with straps, and you'd be like roller skating.
I remember having wooden wheels and they fell off and I busted my ass. Oh, this is when I was like my first time roller skating. But I literally like honestly, I gotta say, my daughter and I we go roller skating once a month and go to the roller skating ring and I actually busted my ass last time I went because some kid cut across and I don't want to crash into him, so I fucking it
You
was a
tell
hot
these
mess.
stories though, the younger kids don't have no clue what you know, like they can't even believe this shit was going on. Today, all the kids today, the only thing the kids have are basically stronger than we were is their thumbs are real strong today. You know, they're on that Xbox. That's
Oh
all
yeah.
they do.
Yep.
Look, we played video games when I was younger too. They had Atari.
Remember
But
we came
didn't.
out when Nintendo was our era.
But we used to
Nintendo,
play at night.
Mario
Like,
Brothers.
yeah,
Yeah, that's that shit.
used to play that shit at
How
nighttime when
old
you
are
went
you?
home.
I'm 41. How old are you?
I'm 57, so
Mm.
I even go way back more than you. So, but we used to have video games, but we played at
Yeah, of
night.
course we are.
We didn't
Yeah,
play all day.
Coleco. Remember Coleco?
Yeah,
Hamburger
ColecoVision,
time and shit.
Intellivision,
Hamburger
Nintendo
time
was the
and
shit when
fucking
Nintendo came out.
Donkey Kong.
Yeah, Pac-Man, all that shit.
Yep.
My parents couldn't keep me in the house. Like, play video games. Fuck video games. I'm going to play with my friends. I didn't care. I'll play video games when I'm in my room at night by myself, you know, like at night when I can't go out.
Exactly.
These kids want to sit in the house all day and just play on Xbox. It's crazy.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Because I dude, that's why I was like, summertime came and manhunt.
Mm-hmm.
Forget it. We were out there
Manhunt.
full force.
I
It
love
was
Manhunt, man.
it was a big thing for us,
But did
honestly.
you play Manhunt where when you got caught, right, you would go into the jail? Now, the people that weren't in the jail could break you out. Did you play that way? Because that's how we used to play.
All right, all right.
Let me
So
explain to you. So you would get caught, right? And there was a section. So let's say it was 10 on 10. So there was a little section they
oh
would put you in.
yeah.
Now, if
No,
somebody came running and
wait, no. If you were in jail and you had your little sneaky little friend that's part of your team come bail you out,
come tag you, you escape.
you're good.
But we used to have, let's say, 10 guys. So 5 guys would protect the jail and the other 5 would go out hunting.
Yeah.
And when they tried to come breaking you out, we would grab hands and make like an arm or like a wall so they couldn't go through. Like, yo, this shit was serious, man.
It was serious.
I used to run like
we
a
used to
like a
play this
cannonball
shit,
and go through the jail and break in and free everybody. I was like a lunatic. I loved it.
It was crazy. And we like see you was your New York blocks are a lot different than my regular blocks, but we had like blocks set up. It's like a whole lot different than you like. It's just regular schmegler like household blocks. It wasn't like a New York kind of block, so it's a lot smaller. So, but yeah.
Shit, we used to. How about this? You tell people this, they're like, "What?" I go, "Yeah." We used to go to the fire hydrant. Okay, we had the sprinkler cap. We would take the cap off. We had a wrench and everything. We would loosen up the fire hydrant and put the other thing on, and open up the fire hydrant and let it spray. Like it was like if you ever seen the movie Bronx Tale, they do it. They show you.
You know
and
what?
we would have the fire hydrant shooting water across the whole street, and we all stand in front of it like we're going to like the beach, you know.
You guys did that hood booger shit, but to be real, around here, when it was a heat wave, the fire department actually came out and actually did it. They actually like
we used to do it. We didn't even wait for the fire department.
No, the fire and the like fire department just do it themselves. You know what I mean?
Well, these are the stories that people need to hear. You know, they need to hear this is what life could be. You know, this is the way people were much more happy then.
I was happier then.
Well, another thing that happened is mothers became super protective of their children, where they don't want to cut the umbilical cord. Like they don't want their kid out. They're scared their kid's going to get kidnapped, and I get it. There is a lot of evil shit going on out there, but you could watch your kid and let your kid out of the house. Just we used to go to the park, go on the swings, the slides, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I'm fucking guilty of that. Honestly, I have to say I'm guilty of that.
And this is another problem because kids want to go out. Some of them, they don't want to sit in the house. Like my grandchildren want to go play with other kids in the park. They don't want to sit in the house.
They do, and I'm super guilty of that. But thank God that there's another voice that says no.
Today, parents only bring their kids to organized events now. Like,
I'm not doing that shit.
There's Little League, so we're gonna bring you to an organized. They don't just let their kids go out and just play. No. So that's a problem. Then you wonder why these kids are fat. They're fat because they don't move.
They're fat and lazy as fuck too.
Yeah, I don't blame them. I mean, if I was a kid and that's all I knew, I would be a lazy fat bastard too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Yeah. But hey, it's good to hear that you did shit like we did. That's great. What area did you grow up?
I'm in New England.
Oh, all right.
Like Boston. Actually, all right. So I'm gonna tell you. I grew up in Rhode Island, and and Doc, where I met you from, Doc. Fun fact. Him and I went to the same elementary school. Same junior high, but we never really crossed paths. Like I don't remember him at all.
You went to the same school, and now you're meeting on YouTube. How funny is that shit?
Yeah, it's funny as fuck. But I met him years and years and years ago on YouTube. It's funny, But yeah,
I
we have
like
the
Doc.
same.
He's a good guy. He's a little crazy sometimes, but he's good. He's
Yeah, no,
funny.
he's cool. He's solid. That's what I like about Doc. He's solid.
Yeah, there's no bullshit in
Um,
between his lips.
yeah, we went to the same elementary school, we went to the same junior high, and we have the same friends. Even now, my friends are the same friends that he has growing up, of course, with social media and shit like that. So yeah. So we have the same friends and we rock out. I have his
Okay.
back.
Yeah, he was pissed off tonight with that guy that owes him money.
Well, yeah, that's no, that guy that owes him money, what he did was he
He lied
borrowed
to him.
money,
Mhm.
from him, didn't pay him back, and then he proceeded to go on a live stream and say that he robbed him because he's a hood booger. And so I don't respect that. That same guy also sent me an email asking me for money to get his car out of impound.
Yeah, I don't like to lend people money that much anymore. I used to like be more free with it, but I find it ends up working against you because like you lend your friend money and they don't pay you back, it ends up he's not your friend anymore because you get annoyed.
Yeah, but the guy that asked me for money to get his car out of impound, he asked
Hmm.
for money and I declined him, and then he proceeded to go on a chat on a panel and said that I was a racist. Meanwhile, I'm
Because
Puerto
I won't
Rican.
lend the money. He was
Yeah,
blackmailing
so
you.
yeah, so now I'm a racist.
I don't care about you. I'll be honest though, whatever people think about me on YouTube, I could care less. Like, you either love me or hate me. There's no in between.
You know
I
what?
tell people I don't have a middle ground. It's either you love me or you hate me because I speak the truth and my truth not be the truth that you agree with, but in my mind, it's the truth.
First of all, I'm the same race as I'm Puerto Rican. He's Puerto Rican. So um, I wasn't a racist before I said no to have giving him money, and then and
This this is my son button.
hey,
Buying
Mike,
bullets is better than gold. Okay, you can keep talking. I could chew gum and talk at the same time, Suan. Don't worry.
oh no, I was trying to read. I was trying to read the comments.
Oh yeah, he said
Yeah,
buying bullets is better investment than gold because I can't shoot you with gold.
that's a whole fact. That's a whole fact.
Yeah.
And like I said, we spent money on a lot of bullets. And
Hey,
so yeah, so basically what happened with him was he asked me for money. I said no. He went on a piano and said I was racist. And meanwhile, I'm Puerto Rican, he's Puerto Rican, and so this is what people do. They do racist and all this goofy ass attacks. And they've
well,
been attacking fucking Doc. Doc has been out here fucking defending himself against racism for like
listen,
3
I
years,
find the
man.
best way to shut somebody up now, the best offensive mechanism is even if it ain't true, it doesn't even matter at this point because people are so retarded. Somebody's
Yep.
saying shit to you, and all you do is turn around and go, "You're a racist," and
That's
that's the end of that. That person that got called a racist doesn't want no part of that conversation anymore. They're like, I'm not a racist. And then they start trying to explain that they're not a racist. So now they're even digging themselves deeper into the hole of
listen, this is what I'm not doing. I'm not fucking
don't
defending them.
entertain
If
that
you
shit.
think I'm a fucking racist, then kudos to you.
Right.
Congratulations. I don't give a fuck. I am tired of this shit.
I don't entertain the racist thing no
I
more. The only
don't.
thing I'll tell them is, you think I'm a
Fucking
racist? Bring your
bullshit.
sister around. I'll show you.
It's bullshit. It's absolutely bullshit.
It's a
And
weapon.
it's a weak attack and it's
Yeah.
bullshit.
But people entertain it. People today entertain this bullshit. That's the problem.
Well, you can have it, you goofy. You can have it, you weak-minded.
Right. Only the weak-minded entertain it. You know, the strong-minded people know it's bullshit anyway. So.
I don't even really give a fuck at this point. I'm like, it's just like, I feel bad for Doc because he's been trying to do his shit and they're fucking just dragging his ass. Like,
Now, I tell people though, having a preference isn't racist. You understand? A lot of people have preferences. You know, there are guys out there that only date white women. There are guys out there that only date black women. There are guys out there that only date Spanish women. Then there's guys like me that date everything. They don't care. I'll even hit on that Martian in Star Trek. You ever see that green girl? So, you know, but people have preferences. Having a preference doesn't mean you're racist. To me, a racist is something that you actually hate somebody for their either color of their skin or whatever else you want to call it. But that to me, that's different, you know. But when you just have a preference, that don't mean you're a racist, you know.
And
I don't have preferences. I'm a hooah. I don't care.
Even I was dragged today. They're like, oh, she's she likes the white boys, blah 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 blah. And I have no identity. I have no identity because my man is white.
What the hell is that?
That's hilarious.
It is hilarious. They're trying to flip the script to piss off the white people now.
Exactly.
And the white people ain't buying into it, but a few of them are. They're idiots, you know. They're buying into this bullshit. I don't buy into this bullshit. White supremacy, all this bullshit. Like, look, of course there's white supremacists. There's Spanish supremacists. There's Chinese supremacists. There's black supremacists. There are people out there that do hate people that aren't the same as them. But so what? I'm not going to entertain your bullshit.
Pops, I can honestly say that I don't feel any type of way about anybody. I don't feel anybody has been racist to me.
The only thing I'm racist against, and I will say this live on air, I am a racist. I hate devil worshippers. So if you worship the devil, I hate you. That's right.
So that's not a race.
No, that's actually, I hate devil worshippers. So whatever you want to consider it.
I think it's an ideology.
I hate evil. If you're evil, I hate you. And know that. And that's, and that's the way it is. So if you're going to go out there and worship the devil, I don't even come near me. That's it. Just keep to yourself. I got no patience for people that worship an evil thing, you know?
Who the fuck worships the devil? That's
people there are people that made there's people that made deals out there, you know. There's millions of devil work. Look, there's 8 billion of us almost now. We're gonna hit 8 billion soon. So if you took 1% of 1%, you would still have millions of people worshiping the devil. There's just sick people out there.
So what
There's
do you
people
think?
out there that hate the Almighty God. They hate him.
So I'm from New England. What do you think of Salem and the Salem witches?
I believe, it could be true, maybe or not. You don't know. But if you look at history, there was something that happened there. That they did supposedly kill witches, but I think the problem is back in those days, the Spanish, Inquisition, they were actually killing innocent people too, just using it as a mechanism. Like today, you're a terrorist. You went to a school board meeting and you're complaining about your children's rights. You're a terrorist. So I think people got labeled too with that. Oh, you're a witch, you're this, you're that. So they could use that. Now, there were probably some, but a lot of them, I bet, were innocent people, and they used that to kill them and to get,
I think the real witches got away.
Yeah, that would make more sense to me. The real witch didn't get caught.
I swear.
Right.
These people were so infighting that they dragged each other like literally to death. And I think the real witches got away.
You know what? That makes perfect sense. Because think about it. I'm a witch and I got all these powers. You think I'm gonna let you catch me? You know, it's like I
And
could just make myself invisible.
they were just gossiping on each other and was fucking like
But you know,
like
people
healing.
were considered a witch if they were healers, like a doctor back in the
Yeah,
days.
exactly. Yeah.
They would go heal you with herbs, and you were considered a witch.
Yep.
So you know, I definitely do though think there was satanic stuff back in the old days, just like there is now. And I think if they did really catch you worshiping the devil, you were done, man. They were burning you on the stake. There was no trial. You were done. You know, today it's out of control what they could get away with. You know,
I swear, I'm in New England, and there's the Plymouth Rock. The Plymouth Rock is like a little rock,
mhm,
and it has a great protecting it from vandals.
mhm,
But they call it the 3 L's: the look, laugh, and leave. It's just
you
so
know,
ridiculous. When you see the Plymouth Rock,
mhm.
when everybody's like talking Plymouth Rock, and you see it, is the 3 L's: look, laugh, and leave. That's it. That's what
What
it,
bothers me though with the devil stuff is they were ripping down statues of like General Lee,
oh
you
god.
know, because he was a general in the Southern
Mhm.
Confederacy. I get it, but like this is just part of our history,
Mhm.
ripping down Abraham Lincoln statues. So why is it nobody's ripping down a satanic statue?
No, but the rip, yeah, like you said, generally, the rip and Frederick Douglass, they
But
took down
right,
fucking Frederick Douglass. Can
they
you
wanted to
imagine
take
that
down
shit?
George Washington, Abraham
Yeah,
Lincoln. I mean,
Abraham Lincoln, Jefferson, you fucking name it. But
but if you have a satanic statue, it's okay.
these goofy
Nobody goes to take
asses
it down.
are putting satanic statues up. This is the new world order. They said it.
This is the new sick world order. The
Yeah,
people are
no,
just
this is the new world order. If you listen to Justin Trudeau, he said it a long time ago. He said it when the Kung Flu first started. He said this is the new world order. It's a globalist agenda, and this is what we have to look forward to.
you're gonna
And
own nothing and be happy.
exactly, exactly.
That guy Charles Schwab says you'll eat insects and you'll love them
Yep, we're gonna be living in a little adobe hut, fucking eating bugs.
and you'll be happy.
Yep, be happy. Yep.
I'm just
That's
waiting till I see the
decent.
bread lines. You're gonna go to a city and people are gonna be waiting online for a loaf of bread and a sack of rice.
I said that. Dude, the bread lines are gonna come way before the adobe huts and the bugs.
Like in the Depression, they used to have like the soup kitchen lines. We're talking about
Mm.
everybody lining up with a little steel thing to get a little soup.
Yep.
This is what we need to teach us a lesson, I guess. So some of these people got to learn the hard way. They don't understand what's at stake here.
I don't want to be part of them people. All right.
Unfortunately, you're
Again.
stuck. There's no way
Yeah.
to get unless you go live in the mountains somewhere, like kind of I did.
Yeah,
You're kind of
that's
stuck.
that's my plan. Is I'm gonna expat with my own people, and we're gonna grow our own food and vegetables, and
Well, let me
make our
know where you're
own
going. Maybe
billet.
I'll come join you.
You're gonna need to join us. We're gonna need you, honey.
We
I'm telling you, we need like-minded people to join forces. We're not doing this shit. We're not eating bugs in little huts. We're not doing any of that shit.
nope.
No,
I'm not eating
I'm
no
not doing
bugs.
it. I'm not doing it.
But this is what they're saying, and you'll be happy.
I know.
Did you ever see the movie Soy Green?
I haven't. No.
All right, so Charlton Heston, I'll just give you a quick 2 second, a minute of it.
Charlton
So
Heston movie?
yeah, he was in it,
Mhm.
and what happens is everybody's eating like these green chips, like protein chips. Like there was a food crisis, but they developed this chip that has all the nutrients you need in it, and people would eat it every day. It was like so they end
Sounds
up finding out at
familiar.
the end of the movie it was human meat.
But I think I did see this.
Yeah, so they find out it's humans actually. Like they're throwing all the dead bodies into this vat and making this gooey green shit. And they but
Yeah, I
you're
I
gonna be
actually did see
happy.
that.
I mean, look, it is what it is, but this is the direction it looks like we're going. I mean, this is crazy. I just the only reason why I think it's crazy is just too many people submitted into it. That's the only reason. If
Hey,
people
I'm gonna
weren't
ask you.
submitting, I wouldn't think it was crazy.
You say you're moving. Are you moving to a different state, or you just moving within your state?
Um, Probably to a different state.
Oh, where you
Yeah.
going?
Well, I
You
got a
get
few
to-
options, so I got to figure it out.
you get
I'm
a few
kind of like
options?
I'm gonna be winging it soon. So yeah, I could go to Florida. I could go to New York. I could go to Jersey. I could
Oh,
go.
you better not go to New York or Jersey. Oh, Jesus Christ.
If I ever had to go back to one of those states, it would probably be a super temporary basis where I would go there, make a little money, and get the hell out.
Dude,
My goal is,
most of you New Yorkers are in Florida, so that's probably your
well,
best bet.
Florida is pretty good because there's freedom there still.
There is.
And that's only because of the governor. I mean, once he's gone, you don't know who they're going to put in. So,
He's so young, though.
yeah, I mean, but he may run for president.
Yeah, he
If
is.
Trump
It's
don't
probably
run,
2024.
I think
Trump is
he's
gonna
either going to run or Trump's going to make him his vice president.
Yeah, Trump already started shit with him, so he's not gonna do that
Oh,
unless
well.
they squash the beef. But Trump is running 2024.
Well, he's definitely not picking Pence.
Fuck Pence.
Trump may not live to see 2024, though. He's not a young man.
Dude, listen. We have Biden.
But not everybody's the same. I mean, it is possible. I mean, you could die at 73, 74, 75.
If Biden, Trump is fucking running around playing golf.
Oh, he
living
looks
his
healthy
best
as an
life.
ox.
Yeah, he's living his best life out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's gonna be ripe for the
Well,
picking.
why would you want to be? I don't know. After all the shit he went through, why would he want to come back? I mean, I guess, but why?
Because they
He's got all
fucked
that
him
money.
over. Listen,
Yeah, I
they
guess he's got a vendetta.
Yeah, he has a vendetta. I think they fucked him over. He was like, "Fuck you! You're not fucking leaving me ass out on this."
Well, I don't know though. I have my doubts of him. I think he may be in on it. I don't know. I'm leery with only because of this. He was pushing it, and he actually he's the one who created warp speed. I mean, so I'm a little iffy with him.
Yeah, he was pushing it because he wanted to fucking get his great track record back on track.
Yeah, but he has to realize that a lot of people don't like him now because of that.
Yeah, and he does have to realize that. But I'm telling you, he's so fucking egotistical that
Oh, he's a New Yorker. We know that.
yeah, that he was like, fuck, like he was living his best life as fucking president, regardless or not of all the people talking shit about him. And then this fucking kung flu happened, and they thought they were gonna take him down. So he was like, yeah, fucking everybody get this vaccine, get rid of this shit.
Yeah, I know.
So he so his economy can be back better again, and fucking yeah, so like his arrogance took the best of him, but it is what it is.
Well, you got to pick your poison. Do you want him or do you want Biden? Because there's no choice. I take him over Biden.
Again, if he runs again, I'm gonna vote for him, and then I'm gonna go in and call myself Chalupa and vote on the fucking
That's if they
a
what
goofy-ass
they
name
can't.
and vote
But
twice
they'll
for
just
him.
do the mail-in ballot thing all over again. I mean, what's
Yeah,
going to stop them this time?
exactly. I'll vote my name and I'll send in a mail invite.
I mean, Biden was having rallies in like car parking lots. He couldn't fill them up. But yet he had
Exactly.
81 million people voted for him. I mean,
Mhm.
go figure it out.
Exactly.
I don't know. I'm iffy with everything. I'm not going to put, in reality, though, in real reality, I'm not going to put my faith in any man. I'll have to put my faith in the
No,
Almighty only. And of
exactly.
course, I'm going to try to pick the best poison. Pick your poison. Do you want to die now, or do you want to die 20 years from now? Maybe. But
Listen, we're just talking about elections, and
yeah,
if it's Biden, Trump gets my vote 100
Trump
billion
gets
times.
90. Even the people that didn't vote for Trump will vote for him now,
Yeah, Trump
because
always get
I
my
don't care
vote.
how
Yeah.
liberal you are. You definitely don't want to live in, you don't want to live in communist China, do you? Because if you do, then that's different. But
Yeah, we need
even
a Trump.
liberals want freedom.
Listen, I'm not feeling secure and safe and all cozy and shit under a Biden rule. I
Right.
need a Trump in my life.
You need law and order. You need kind of peace,
I need a
fairness. You
Trump
need a
to
fair guy.
I need a Trump to make me all warm and cozy about it.
Well, I
I
need
don't
a
care
guy
what
that cares
shit
about
with
America first.
fucking
That's what I
Biden.
need. You got to be an America
Exactly.
first president. That's it.
America first. Fuck
But
everybody else.
but
No Beijing Biden.
yeah, but I don't believe that. Fuck everybody. I believe America first, and then when we're done with America, we could go help certain countries. Kids are
No,
starving in Africa or in the. But we got to
no
first feed
foreign.
the kids in the
Listen,
United States.
no, we put out general aid to the whole world. No foreign engagements. That's why we're fucked today.
Mm-hmm.
No foreign engagements. That's it. I'm
Right.
done with it.
Yeah, I don't believe we should go bully other countries, but
Nope.
I don't believe any child should be going to bed
Nope.
starving. I don't like it. It
Absolutely
bothers
not.
me.
Nope. And I think foreign aid should be readily available to everybody, especially if we are able to give it to them. I think all children around the world, I don't give a shit where you are,
Right.
should get be able to eat and breathe and live. You should be able to have food and drinking water. Hashtag Flint.
Well, they say
Where's
there's
the
12
Flint? Where's
million
the
kids
Flint
in
drinking
America that are
water?
kind of starving. They call it food insufficient now. A nutrient like they don't say the kid's
I,
starving at that. They say he's food insufficient. What does that
it
mean?
doesn't matter to me. I think that everybody should have clean drinking water.
Yeah,
And if Flint, Michigan doesn't have it, then
a lot of
then I think
places in
we
the
should
U.S.
address
don't have it. Right.
exactly. We should address that first.
Right. Let's get rid of our problems first. Then we'll worry about
Yep.
everybody else.
America first. Honestly.
And we got to secure our borders. I mean, come on. We can't let
And
anybody in here.
listen, if we take care of America, listen, if we take care of America first, then people would be readily available to and readily available to help every other nation with what they're doing. And point in
And other
case,
nations have to kick in too. Like we can't be the only ones.
yeah, but point in case is that we've always been humanitarian advocates, and we've always helped, but we've always done that when we were good.
No, but
So
what like I'm saying is like the European countries, right? They'll go, oh yeah, we'll join, and let's say they got to contribute 2 million a year, and they don't give the 2 million, they give the million. Oh, we're short. What do you mean you're short? You're either in or you're out. Like NATO. Why? Like they wanted to do NATO. Like remember Trump was pulling this out of the Paris Agreement. He was like, "What are you people ridiculous? You want us to front the bill for you? Like Germany don't have money, like they're broke, you know, they were playing stupid. So we have to make sure that these other people are kicking in too.
NATO is on some fuck shit right now.
Oh, NATO's on. Well, that's New World Order shit. They're on.
Russia's fucking like I said, I will fucking nuke you if you put
Yeah,
Ukraine.
Putin said, "You fuck with me, you may have economic power, but we got nuclear power." He
Yep,
says, "I believe we can handle it."
No, he said I would nuke the fuck out of you if you make Ukraine part of NATO.
Yeah. He kind of said it in a nice way.
Yeah.
He threatened them softly.
Yeah, but and he's 100% correct.
Well, I told you the scenario. I believe what's going on really in Ukraine. I think there's a lot behind the curtain.
So, you know what?
I explained it in the beginning of the show, basically what I believe is going on in Ukraine. I think it's way deeper than they just want to go in there.
Yeah, I don't believe in foreign engagements, and Ukraine has literally practically fucking begged Biden to mind his own fucking business and not involve himself. And Russian troops have been in Ukraine for years now. And Biden and his administration has been pumping it up.
They're instigating.
And think that they need a bow. Yeah, exactly. And Ukraine said it themselves. Mind your fucking business. Mind your business.
I don't know about that though. I thought Ukraine wants the U.S. to back them up.
No.
I'm a little confused.
Wait. They might want the backup of the U.S., but they don't want Joe Biden fluffing shit up.
Oh, they don't want Joe Biden. They hate Joe Biden.
Yeah, they don't want Joe Biden fluffing shit up.
I'm pretty sure there's a warrant for the arrest of Biden in one of these countries. I forgot what country it was. They actually have a warrant out. Like if he ever enters that country.
It's not President Biden. It's Hunter Biden.
Oh, Hunter Biden.
His crackhead son.
Yeah. Well, I know there was a warrant out there.
And meanwhile, Biden president is giving out free crack pipes.
Did you see that shit?
I can't believe.
He's telling the black people that we're gonna give you free crack pipes. Like what are you insulting them by saying shit like that? Like what kind of statement is that?
Yeah, well, it is Black History Month, so he's giving black people crack pipes.
So what are you promoting smoking crack? Like what is the
because apparently people that smoke crack get cut by these pipes.
Oh.
So he's gonna give the marginalized black people good crack pipes.
How sick is that a president would actually do that?
You can't make this shit up.
Nope.
This shit is fucking hilarious. You literally can't make shit.
It's really like a giant movie. It's like a movie.
like I feel like I'm in the middle of the shit show. It's like, what the fuck?
I feel like we're in like the U.S. government is like jackass. They're just doing pranks.
And these motherfuckers are fucking eating it up. They're eating it up.
Yeah.
They love it. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting.
I agree with that.
They think he's doing all sorts of great shit.
Well, I think most people do know. I don't think most Americans like him at all. I think they're lying even when they say his popularity went down to 30%. How about it went down to 3%? I think nobody likes him.
They'll call me a racist, but yeah, Biden.
Yeah, he's giving out the crack pipes
to black marginalized people. He's saying, I just can't. I'm fucking dead.
I thought that was a joke when I first heard it, but it's true.
No.
Alex Jones even talks about it. He goes, "Could you imagine?"
I swear I can't even. Like these mother. I just can't. And these motherfuckers are like, yeah, yep. And they're
That's
just
how.
rolling with it. Get the
This is
fuck
how
out
sick
of
this
here.
world has become.
So fucking stupid.
That's why when you wake up, sometimes you're almost better off not knowing what the hell's going on, because it is so stupid that it hurts your brain to even think about shit like this. It actually
Podcast.
hurts my brain to think about. Really, you're giving people crack pipes?
This motherfucker's giving people crack pipes,
I,
and he's saying, "I'm gonna give it to marginalized people and
yeah,
the people in the black community." I am fucking dead. You just can't make this shit up.
I
If this
almost
is
think they're
not
doing it on
racist,
purpose.
I
No,
don't even.
no,
If
yeah.
this is not racist, like I don't even know what the fuck is at this
You
point.
don't think that's done on purpose to like tell people, look how stupid you are. We're gonna do this now, and you people are gonna go, yeah. Like, look, if you were if you were his advisor, right, and you want to try to get reelected, would you tell him to give out free crack pipes? Come on.
I'd be fucking fired if I was his
Right.
advisor. Like,
So why are they doing it? Because they want to just throw it in our face. Look how retarded you people are. We're going to give free crack pipes out, and you people are going to just go, what else is next? You know, nobody's talking about it.
and it actually got fact checked by people, and the fact checker says he didn't say only crack pipes. He's giving out syringes as well.
That
I'm
could
like,
be.
wow. So
How about
that's
and give out some bongs too while you're at it. Put a couple of bongs in there, for the marijuana people, people smoke weed.
Are we out of our goddamn
Get a free
fucking
bong.
minds in America?
And the best is they were arresting people. People are getting arrested for having paraphernalia, like a crack pipe. You could actually, I think, you get a summons or you could get arrested. Now you're giving them away. You used to arrest people and put people in jail for that. Now you're giving them away. I don't understand.
It's true.
We live in a clown's world. They should call this Planet Clown World.
What the fuck is wrong with these people? But
this is the devil's plan. The devil wants to make it where everything is so upside down. What's good is bad and what's bad is good. This is all in Satan's realm. He wants total confusion. He wants people to wake up and just go like this.
Not for nothing. I was like, literally, like, we need church in our life. Go back to church, because when we went out, everybody was so disgruntled. Everybody was so angry, pissed. I'm like, what? And that was on Sunday. So,
but people are stressed out with this shit. Like, I laugh at it and it bothers me that they're retarded, but that's not what bothers me. See, it doesn't bother me what they're doing. It bothers me that people accept it. That's what bothers me.
Yep, agreed.
I'm losing faith on mankind. I'm losing faith on the human race. That's the problem. Like, how many retards can we have? Like, if it was 10% of the population, I'd be all right, But when it's like 50% of the population's retarded or 70% is retarded, I mean, like, how is this possible that there's so many dumb people? Because nobody's complaining. I haven't met anybody in a store or outside that would even dare to talk about anything that's going on, like, that's retarded. Like, they just don't, people, like, they don't care. I don't know what it is. People just, like, are going about their business, and, like, what are you doing? You're ignoring every single thing that's going on. Like, I just think it's funny that people don't even want to talk about anything anymore. They're like, I had enough. I don't even talk about this shit no more, and they're like, no negativity, I don't want to talk about, hey, buddy, wake up. There is no happiness no more.
Shit drives me nuts. Was like, gonna ignore anything because you don't want to hear anything that's bad going on?
Well, the best is that word negativity was invented by corporations for the workplace. Because here's what happens. So you're mistreating your workers, right? You're making them work like on their lunch hour and you're not even paying them, right? So now the one guy that stands up and says, hey, this isn't fair. This isn't right. You're abusing me. You know, you're abusing my civil liberties or whatever, my labor board liberties or whatever the case may be. Well, guess what? We don't want negativity in the workplace. We have to let you go. No negativity in the workplace. Well, then stop abusing me. You're not allowed to complain anymore. You're not allowed to stick up for yourself anymore. They don't want that. They want you obedient. And that's it. So they invent all this fancy shit, you know, just like this racist shit now. Everything is racist. It could be anything. You're at a school board telling them, I don't want my kid to have to come to school and deal with this stuff. Well, you're a racist.
Wow.
I don't want my kid to be submitted to this satanic after school club that you want to put into yo, they got satanic after school clubs now. Well, you're a racist. Yeah, I am a racist against the devil. That's right. You don't like it? Too bad. I don't like the devil. You know, but everything is you're a racist. You know?
Yep.
I don't like pizza with pepperoni on it. Well, pepperoni has pork in it, and you're a racist against pork. I mean, like, you know. So they're inventing all this shit, and people just eat it up. The media loves this stuff. You know? But the media, if you notice, since Trump's president, the ratings have dropped dramatic. Because they used to pick on Trump so much that he's the most popular name in the world. I mean, everybody knows who Trump is.
He made channels.
Yeah. That channel Newsmax, that channel wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for Trump. He made them big because we needed people on the right side. Like Fox was kind of like now going the other way for a while, and people wanted to go on alternative news. They want to hear people want to hear what they want to hear, right? So if you're on the right side, you want to hear right side news. You don't want to hear left side news. So Newsmax jumped in on the boat. You know, they jumped on it, on the bandwagon, and they got big. And then all of a sudden, they started telling their employees, you need this. So as soon as the people started hearing that, their ratings went down again. You know, just like Fox. Fox was like kind of right side. Then they went to the left a little bit. Now they're going back to the right. You know, I don't know what's going on with some of these networks.
Look at Brian Stelter. He's done.
Oh, yeah. But like Tucker Carlson is blowing up.
Yeah, exactly.
And Sean Hannity is actually going down because people see he's like I don't know what's up with him. He like goes both ways now.
I haven't seen him in a while, actually. Kind of
Yeah.
weird.
You know,
But
so
Tuck is going up, definitely.
Tuck is blowing up. Like he's number one now, I think. You know, he says what people want to hear. You know, it's basically tell people what they want to hear and you'll grow. I mean, I watch channels. There are channels out there that are telling people all the Q stuff, you know, and don't worry, we got it under control. The government, the military is still running the country and Trump is a shadow president and all this. And look, I hope that shit is true, but here's the bottom line. These guys blew up because they were telling people this stuff, giving people hope. And I don't know if it's false hope or it's true, but the key is there's no proof it's true. So if I sat on here all night and told people all these conspiracies of, don't worry, we got this. It's all, they're locking up everybody and they're all in Guantanamo Bay. Those people you see in Congress and all that, that's all CGI and clones. I mean, like, there's some crazy shit going on. So, and these guys are blowing up because of it. Like, you know, I try to be real. You know, you tell me you lock this guy up and the next day I see him making a movie. You know, they said Tom Hanks was arrested and he's in Guantanamo Bay for all this shit. And then you see him, he just made a new movie. So what did he make it from Guantanamo Bay? They brought Hollywood over there. Like, how did that happen? You know, like it's bullshit. You know, oh, they raided Oprah Winfrey's house. They had a thing, right? And then the next day you see Oprah on television talking like, you know, come on. They show you a picture of Helen DeGeneres with an ankle bracelet supposedly on her ankle. She's in a house and she's wearing some kind of crazy shirt. But then you'll see her a week later on Saturday Night Live, you know? Like, come on. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Are you trying to play with my emotions or what?
No, that's Q time for you. They're fucking weirdos.
I think Q in the beginning may have been good because they actually were breaching into Q. Like some of these hackers were breaching into places. But then the government, maybe the CIA, took over Q. They said, oh, well, you know what? We'll release what the hell we want them to know. Like what we want them to believe. You know? So I think at one point or another, the CIA took over Q. I mean, there's just too much bullshit going on, you know?
You're probably right.
You know, oh, Trump's running the country from his house in Florida. And I mean, there is something weird going on. There's no doubt. Like, you know, Trump's got a security detail like he's still the president. You understand? He don't have like two guys. You know, when you retire as a president, they give you a security detail. Okay, every president has it. But usually it's like 2 to 4 agents. That's all you get. You don't get like 25 cars with a posse of like 50 CIA agents. And that's only the president gets that. But Trump has that. So how is Trump he's not even paying out of pocket for that shit. So why is he getting such a big, gigantic security detail? See, so these are the things that make you think like, well, maybe he is really the shadow president. Like the White House, it's closed. There's a guy that has a camera, film that zoomed. He's got the White House on like a live feed for a while. And every night the White House was black. There was no lights on every day. So who's in the White House then? Nobody? Then where the hell is Biden? Then they're going, well, he's in Atlanta in Tyler Perry's studio where they film like, you know, the West Wing and shit like that. So they got like a fake White House and like they got you so upside down you don't know what to believe anymore. But there is a lot of proof out there does back up some of these conspiracy theories, you know? So I don't know what to believe after a while. I mean, you know, they're like, oh, look at this. That ain't Air Force One. We could tell by the paint. I mean, they're doing all kinds of crazy shit out there. I remember one time I was watching a Biden video and he was talking to the media and like his hand went through the microphone. Like it was like CGI, you know? Now, was that real or did they make that up or did they do it on purpose to mess with us? Like, this is the things you have to ask yourself. Are they messing with us? Are they like all sitting up there laughing, going, look how we're making these people so crazy. We're making them, they don't know what to believe anymore. Like, are they just, is this all a big joke to them? Like, I think that's what it is, though, to be honest. Too much stupid shit is going on.
But Pops, I gotta go.
All right. Well, I'm gonna end this too because I'm starting to get tired. My mouth is starting to hurt from talking so much. Still live, or am I a dream? No, we're still live. We're gonna kind of call it a night. I got my new co-host, Sue Ann.
Thank you.
She's gonna, you know, once I'm as big as Howard Stern, you'll see her. She'll be on the sideline. You know, what's that girl in Howard Stern's name? Whoever she is, that retard.
Wendy.
Yeah, like you'll be my Wendy, or but
Fuck you.
I that's another guy I can't stand now. Howard Stern. I can't stomach that guy.
Yeah, he's a sack of shit.
I used to like him a little bit in the beginning because I thought he was kind of like a guy that spoke his piece.
I liked it when I was a kid.
Yeah, because he was kind of like he was more conservative. Then all of a sudden, he's like, if you don't go get the experiment, You deserve to die. Like, what are you, out of your fucking mind, buddy?
Fucking weirdo fuck.
Yeah, he's another weirdo, man. But anyway, I'll let you go, Sue. I'm actually gonna
Have a
close
good
this
night.
down, and I want to thank everybody for coming on. And anybody else got anything they want to say before we close down? Just you can throw it in the comments, and just make sure you crush that like button. Do Pops. I got to get this channel going again. The other channel's still frozen. They won't even let me post a video because I had 2 strikes, so I don't know how long the penalty is. Seems like they want to like make it a 1-month penalty or something. I don't know what it is, but the other channel, I'm just gonna put a video that says "Come to this channel" because 1 more strike, they're gonna destroy it. They're gonna dissolve the channel anyway. We got to play musical channels now. This is how it works, you know. But all right, well, everybody that's still here, I want to thank you and be safe. And, God bless you, everyone here, and Pops out.